Are you fucking this up, Helio? Probably. Hey, we're starting a new live stream. I'm trying to play this Jim Brewer interview with Alex, and I'm fucking it up. Let me fix it. Thought it was working. Oh, here we go. Supposed to be playing. Can you guys? Can't hear it. Let me try this. Boom. Copy. Do this. We're supposed to be hearing that talk. Now I'm going to attempt to play it again. Play it again, Sam. Is it not working?
What's up?
Oh man, I'm trying to play that Jim Brewer.
Oh, it's server muted, bro.
Oh, the bot server muted. Okay.
Yeah.
I got it.
I think we forgot to.
On.
From last time. All right,
everyone that doesn't know, like the guy I'm gonna have on, I want to be him when I grow. He's exactly what I imagined when I first started talking about when you brought up. We made the video into Serpents of Society or Humanity, Serpents Humanity, and I'm like, I'm gonna be the metal. I used to imagine myself.
This shit gets pretty deep, man.
Country guy,
it's an awesome
rock
interview.
guy,
If you haven't heard
blues,
it before,
everything.
It's awesome.
I just never really launched it correctly, and I used to do it Shaka and all of us. We used to always do like musical stuff, but this guy. I mean, we tried playing his songs too here, and YouTube wouldn't allow us. So, whatever. I get it to a degree, but it's really frustrating. But today, I'm going to turn you guys on to someone, especially if you're Bunker fans, which seems to be people love the Bunker. I get it all the time when I'm live now. People come up like, "Hey, man, I love the Bunker." I have people like bringing me up in like sunglasses. I think we may have to get merchandise sunglasses. I'm writing that down right now.
There you go.
I'm writing that down right now.
Bunker glasses.
Bunker sunglasses. I like it. I think that's the way to go, bro. And so at the end of the day, here's how this all came about. I saw this video a while ago called I Told You So. I Told You So. And I was cracking up. I was like, this guy, who is it? Where did this guy come from? I need to see more of this guy. And then I started looking at, and he has a whole list of songs that is everything Bunker related. Before we go any further, we're not saying all this is true. It's just conversation, okay? Everything that the world is like, oh, that's a conspiracy. I love how people still use the word conspiracy theory, where pretty much the theories are running out. Everything's coming to light. Have you heard about they're changing the digital banking? That's on the way. The fake alien invasion, that seems to be what they're prepping for now. With all the everything before the pandemic started, people say, dude, it's already patented, and they're already working. It really exposed a lot. But this guy made my day with songs like The Puppet Show. And what's cool is like, you know, like I Told You So is like hard, bluesy. Then he's got like Big Pharma. Space is Fake. And then there's ones where it's just the no photographs on Earth, where he just I love the guy. So without further ado,
somebody tell
please
me
welcome
why.
the conspiracy music guru, Mr. Alex Michael. What's up, Alex?
Hey, Jim, what's going on, man? What an honor.
First of all, I'm already thrown off. So is that an That's English accent?
Yeah. I'm originally from the UK. And I'm now living in Spain because the weather's better here, and UK is so pissy and grey and horrible, and I hated it. So I'm living in Spain now. I've been here for the last 10 years or so, and I kind of had, you know, my awakening, if you want to call it that, and it gave me such a creative burst that I couldn't wait but to put it into music. I have a history of, you know, working in the pubs and the clubs, not dissimilar to what you're doing, and then, you know, the truth hit me like a bat out of hell, and it gave me this creative burst, and now I'm putting it into music, and I'm so glad you found my stuff, man, and you're resonating with it.
Bro, Alex, I don't. There's not enough I can say right now. Like I feel like I need a cup of coffee and maybe a little. But this is. I found your stuff, and first I didn't know. First of all, your talent, dude. You play everything. You do all the music.
Yeah, I do all of it, and that's what people don't realise, that it's just one guy doing it in this little tiny studio. I've got this little studio which is 3 meters across and 7 meters wide, and I'm doing all the guitar, I'm doing the keyboard, the harmonica, the vocals, the harmonies, the production, the mastering. I design the CD on Photoshop. I do all. It's just me doing it all. So it's a hell of a job, and particularly the video editing as well. It takes me like 2 months to do a 5-minute video. So there's an awful lot of work that's gone into my music videos over the last 6 years. And I don't think people realise the amount of work that goes into it and the amount of parts that I'm playing, just doing it all, and the voices and everything. It's a hell of a job, but you know, it seems to be my purpose now. I think I found my purpose because, you know, it's like I feel it's my duty to inform the masses about what's going on comedically, musically. That's why I think Conspiracy Music Guru, although it's a bit of a long-winded title, it kind of describes what I do to a T, really, because guru just simply means guide, and I'm guiding people through the world of conspiracy or truth using music as a medium. So Conspiracy Music Guru is a perfect title, albeit a little bit long-winded. But yeah, I'm doing every aspect: piano, guitar, vocals, production, mixing, mastering, the whole thing, man.
That's the part that blows me away, Alex, is people do not understand that's where I mean, besides the music is fun, it's good. Then I started watching and I realized Alex is doing every instrument. So that already blows my mind. But now you're talking about that you do all the videos and your own editing. So you don't even have a production team. I'm telling you, this has to be, when I saw you, my wheels started going. I'm like, oh my God, if I could do a tour, I would do a tour with, oh my God, we're going to tour with this guy. We're going to be in arenas. We're going to be in clubs. I want this to grow into something. I want this to, it's going to, it's going to grow into something. If I can make it happen, keep putting that awareness on you, it's going to happen. Because
well, I love the sound of that. I mean, you're talking my language, but here's the thing. Like, I mean, I would love to get, you know, more eyes on my music and more ears on my music. I would love to, and I would love to. I don't know about touring and stuff like that. I mean, but for me being in Europe and just getting into the USA now, they want me to have one of these things, right?
Are you serious?
Yeah, you can't. I can't get into the USA without having some poison injected. I've got to be careful because we're on YouTube, but I can't get into the USA and do anything over there unless I have the experimental arm spear.
I didn't even know that. No,
yeah.
Wow. So this makes a lot. Wow. So this administration will not allow any foreigners, even just to visit. Just to visit.
Yeah.
You have to prove that you got the inside of you.
Oh yes. I mean, even I went to Denver in 2018. I did a conference over there, and even then they were scanning my fingerprints and a facial, probably an iris scan, and all. That was back in 2018. So God knows what's going on now, and I know that foreign nationals can't get into the USA unless they have the, as you put it.
So, from your standpoint, all right, coming from England, living in Spain, when were you in Spain when all this madness started really kicking in, or were you in England?
Yeah, no, I was in Spain. I've been in Spain for the last sort of 9-10 years. So, I mean, in Spain, it was incredible to see the compliance here. I mean, it's the same all over, really, because, you know, we're in such a niche little sector, aren't we? But to see the compliance and the double maskers, and I refuse to put that thing on I absolutely refuse to put that thing on my face. So bless my wife, she took one for the team, and she was out doing all the shopping, because I refused to go into shops because I was getting shouted at. I was getting shouted at from the other side of the street because I wouldn't wear that thing, and just the mass compliance. It was like, holy shit, what the hell is going on? But I guess it's the same all over the world. You've had that there, right?
We had it here, and I was just telling someone, when I would fly, I would walk through the airport with my mask off, and the looks, half the looks were this, like, oh my God, this guy's gonna get in trouble. And then the other looks were like, you sick murderer. And then the other halves were like, go. You know, when you see a car police going past a police car on the highway, and everyone's like, yeah, go. He's not going to pull you over. It was a little bit of that. And then when I would get on the plane, I'd always get a window seat, and I'd put my hoodie up, and I'd take down the mask. Like, I've never seen humanity. It was quite a wake-up call to see how easily humanity just drops to their knees, put your hands behind your back, exactly, and show me. It was that
was one of the reasons that I saw you comment on the song that I made, which was a television watching news believer, which has a very Metallica sound to it.
Yes.
Sounds like sad but true. And
yes,
that was written because my wife was coming back and going, oh, you'll never guess what's going on out there. Like all these people with these masks, and I just said, they're all television watching news believers. And when I coined that phrase, I could hear that Metallica riff, dum dum bum 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 television, and I was just like, I've got to make a song about it. Like, and if you listen to the lyrics in that song, it's like, because of you, we're in this mess. Like, you will acquiesce. How you love to be deceived. This anger, like for that whole COVID nonsense period, just like spawned like 3 really angry songs from me. Like, I told you so. Like, why aren't you listening? You television watching news believer. It was like so angry. I had to express myself through music, which is the only way I can really express myself in this little studio. You know, I don't want to be a talking head and do like, you know, tons of interviews. I feel I can express myself way better through music, as you do with your comedy. So it was just like utter astonishment from my perspective, how people were just acquiescing to this utter nonsense, and I put it into music, and that angry style was something that really fitted.
The angry really resonated with me, obviously. So even when I was starting to work on bits that led to my special, that was Somebody Had to Say It.
Oh, dude, before you get, I have to say that was absolute genius, but I must have watched that 4 or 5 times, but it had me in absolute stitches. That is genius comedy. We need way more conscious stuff like that, because like I said before, most people are just, well, not most people, some people are just seeing it on that superficial comedic level, and they just go, ha, 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 ha. But there's so many more people that are going, holy shit, this is some real conscious stuff, right?
Well, but I have to say, the one part where I get to envy what you did, what music allows, is tapping into that angry you're like, how could you think this way? Where I had to kind of move the anger aside and still be driven by it, but at the same time try the funny and like right? Isn't this funny? Yeah. It's just like Nazi times. You don't see
that's all you can do that, but that's all. But so what's the option? I mean, you can either laugh about this stuff and put it into comedy or music, or you can be really fearful and start. But I won't let them have my fear. There's no way that. So the only way I can deal with this situation and what's going on around me is, and I'm sure you're the same, is just to put it, and like you say, it's like depopulation.
Oh well, they talk about it and we do nothing. Hey, how about that "My Body, My Choice" rally? What else you guys running off to? Hey, take the guns away. Hey, look, aliens. Okay.
Yeah, totally.
Holy
facts and figures. Trust the science.
Facts and figures. You're not a scientist. You're not a doctor. You're not a doctor. Oh my God! The watching the level of humanity literally morph into going. What is wrong with you?
It's shocking.
Yes, it is shocking, dude. I literally wanted to go to Spain and get on stage and do that, the sad but true sounding, some of the stage. I wanted to get a band. I got to do a song with you one day. If I get a guest spot, we do live, I would love it. I'm going to make it happen. It's going to happen.
I mean, I would love that. I
just don't want you to get too big. I don't want you to get too big.
I would love that, but the logistics involved in doing something like that, getting a whole band, like, because everything I do is like I am the band, I am the drummer, I am the harmonica player, I am the bassist. I'm so to get what would be amazing for me is to get on stage with a full band that knows my tracks like inside out. But to the logistics of that, of the rehearsals involved, and it's just like I don't want to sound pessimistic, but like, is that possible to get a whole like session musicians?
It's gonna happen. It's gonna. I'm telling you, between the listeners and the people that I'm already that I hang out with, that I've been talking to, that we're already putting things together, it is beyond easy to get the hottest, best musicians to back what you're doing. It'll be a piece of cake. My mission is in the next 6 months to be able to get you to come do a show. You're going to get paid, fly you here, have the killer band, bring the audience, and just between doing a little bit of stand-up, a little bit of storytelling, a little bit hang out, and then do your session songs. That is my vision from the minute I saw you. I'm like, oh my God. I'm telling you, it's gonna go down.
I love the vision. I love the vision. I mean, you've got contacts, obviously. Like, I mean, if you can make, I just wonder if there's a band that could.
No, there is.
It's a fantasy. It's a fantasy to have a band behind me, all knowing my songs inside out and backing me, so I haven't got to do all of the instruments. I can just get up on stage and belt out a number, and just with passion, and knowing that band is behind me. They all know every chord progression, every part of the song. But I mean, it's just. Oh
no, it's. Alex, listen to you. I'm not BSing you. As a matter of fact, so I went to this charity event, right? It's very heavy and all that jazz. And I went, oh my God, how can I'm not good with, I'm not the guy that's going to write a check. I just don't have that kind of, I'd rather do shows. And they're like, here you go. So with that, I was with some musicians, this guy named Ira Dean. Ira Dean wrote a lot of music. He's more in the country music world, but he knows all the rockers, the metal guy. He knows everybody, right? And I know a lot of the rockers. I know a lot of the rockers. So with that said, I went, Ira, we hung out. We were going to see some concert. We went to go see, I don't know, like Motley Crue, Def Leppard, just for, neither one of us have ever been to concert, but the guys we were with, like, we got to do this. So long story short, we said, why don't we're telling stories in the band, musical stories, real life, meeting certain people and all this jazz and the stories that led up to it. He's telling music stories that are unbelievable. And I said, why don't we do a night where I'm doing just with old Van Halen, AC/DC, blah, blah, blah. He turned around in like 2 minutes and had the greatest musician, like, dude, they'll learn this in 24 hours. He goes, these guys don't take a week. It's 24 hours. I'm talking about Def Leppard calls and go, we're missing our guitarist. We need to fly you in. You need to know the whole set by tomorrow. That's the type of musicians that the connection we're going to get to back you. I'm telling you, we're going to get it.
I love it.
And we're going to back you, and we're going to figure this out, even if it's just one show. And we'll film that sucker, give it to you. You can fly like a butterfly.
It's wonderful, man. It's a wonderful fantasy for me at the moment. But you know, I mean, if you can make that happen, then
I'm going to work on it. I promise you, I'm going to work on it. So you technically moved to Spain just for the weather, basically, not anything else. Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah, I mean, the UK never resonated with me anyway because it was such a cold and grey, pissy. It was just awful. And the wife and I came on holiday to Spain, and we fell in love with the place. It's just so beautiful. And where I live now, we have 300 to 320 days of sunshine a year. Contrast that with the UK, where we get like eight weeks of like, if you're lucky, of sunshine. And it just never resonated with. I felt like I was born in the wrong. I nearly said born in the wrong body. Then born in the wrong country.
Yeah.
So yeah, but in Spain, it's just the weather. Yeah, the weather was a big draw. I mean, I don't integrate into society here. They're very much television watching news believers. So I just kind of do my thing in my studio, my musical activism, if you like, and in this little studio. And I seem to have I seem to have made a difference musically to a lot of people's lives. I get a lot of messages weekly, daily sometimes, saying how my music has really resonated with them and changed their paradigm. And now they're looking into more stuff, and they use my music to teach their children and that sort of stuff. So I kind of like this little safe haven of like this little studio in this beautiful country where I do my activism online. I'm just playing the guitar and playing whatever. And it has this effect. It has this beautiful ripple effect as it sort of, ripples out, all the way across the plane.
So you didn't expect this when you started putting this together. Like, so what was the first song you did?
It was a song called Flat Earth Man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was. And when I first, because I started looking into, truths or conspiracies in 2012, like 9/11 being the catalyst that got me into all of this sort of stuff. And by 2016, I was looking into Earth shape and the heliocentric, all of that sort of stuff, and the NASA. And it just absolutely blew my mind. And I thought, right, I have to put this into music. But I didn't want to put it into music as myself, as Alex Michael, and just because I thought, well, I've got family and friends out there that are going to see this music. Right. So I thought, well, what I'll do is I'll just put on a hat and put on a little country voice and start singing about, hey, what's going on? People like NASA's faking everything. And so I made a song called Flat Earth Man, and it was all about NASA faking everything. So I hid behind the character. So it was almost a genius move, really, because if my family and friends saw it, they would be like, well, it's just comedy. It's just satire. Look at Alex. He's having fun. He's got his little hat on. He's got his shades on. He's having fun musically. So there were some people that would see it on the level that's intended, but, most of my family and friends couldn't say anything because I was just, having
fun. I'm having fun.
Character. Yeah, exactly. It's character. So that's how I started with the Flat Earth Man character. And it was kind of this voice that I hid behind, and I was doing all the country stuff and then so many people thought that I was a genuine American from the deep south or from.
I did. I had no clue.
Which is a huge compliment. It's a huge compliment. It was not like I was out there to deceive anybody. It was just like I'm hiding behind it. So many people thought it was a genuine guy from Texas. So that's a huge compliment. So, and then I did the first song, which was called Flat Earth Man, and then that kind of, I wouldn't say it went viral, but a lot of people in the Earth Shape community went, wow, like, well, you need to do more. So I did another song, then another song. Before I knew it, I had a whole album, which is called, cheeky little plug here, which is called the Flat Earth Man album. And it was just basically a whole album of like me bashing NASA and
yes.
And like you mentioned before about the whole no photographs of Earth, and there's space is fake and all of that, and it was just
space is fake is a great one.
And the gravity nonsense as well. So it was a whole album of me just waking up to all the heliocentric nonsense. So just that very first song, when I got to Spain and realized that the whole heliocentric model was nonsense, that very first song led to a second, to a third, to a fourth, to an album, to a second album, to a third album, and now a fourth album. It's just like, I never planned this. It's ridiculous, but I love it.
That's what I love about it. It's you don't know how far and wide that this stuff reaches. It's so bizarre to me when I hear people from Belgium, Spain, Australia, Japan going, I love what you do. And you're like, what? How did it? That is the one great thing about social media. And I love that you put something out there, and this is what people don't understand. What you're putting out there, and me just talking, we don't know how far and wide people are being touched. And I'm telling you, it's resonating with millions of people because they are on this frequency. They do see what we see. It is not crazy. It is not conspiracy. We see it plain as day. And it feels good to know that there's other people starting to go, okay. Like even the flat earth, people get so angry.
I love it.
They get so. I get messages like, "Why didn't you just go back to what you were 30 years ago? You suck. You're a piece of. I hate you." The foul hatred, just because they don't agree or they can't see, is absolutely mind-boggling.
Oh no, why can't we just have a difference of opinion? Like, you believe that and I believe that. Is that that's okay. Why can't we just it's I mean, it goes with the territory. You have to have very, very thick skin if you're going to be putting this stuff out there, particularly as when you're talking about Earth Shape and that, which is why I love to hide behind a character, because I can just go, it's just comedy, it's just so. But the hate that you get, and I still get the odd email every now and then telling me that you're a joke, what are you doing, and blah blah blah. It's but I laugh at that now, because I know I'm very firm in my beliefs and understandings, because I've done the research. The people that are forcing throwing all that hate towards me, it's like, you haven't looked at a thing, you television watching news believer.
That's all it is. You just stare at the screen, and that's all you know. You're just a news cockatoo, just is repeating everything you say, and your little feathers go up every time. That's it. There you go.
The Earth moves at 1,000 miles an hour. Facts and figures. Facts and figures. We are rotating. We are orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles. Interesting number. 66,600 miles an hour. Facts and figures. Facts and trust the experts. It's a joke, mate. It's a joke.
But isn't it fascinating though, when you really start jumping into it? Like, where does it all begin, and what is this really all that has been created, and how deep yet how simple it really is? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like in other words, I go to Africa a lot and all that, and I like just studying tribes, and I'm like, who took that, and now who said, who went to tribes said, hey, listen, the water's free, the air is free, we look after each other, we don't do voting, we've got a killer system. Who came there and said, we could do better, we're going to build things, we're going to create schools with thing, and we're going to stop and thing.
Well, that'd be the Rockefellers then, wouldn't it?
I would guess so, but even before that, like, how did kings in England, you know what cracked me up? What taught me so much too, it's so stupid, but Monty Python, the Holy Grail, there's a small scene in there, you know, and he's walking along and they're like, we come for your taxes. And I don't remember the exact wording, but the guy was in a pond. He's like, so just because somebody pulled a sword and a thing and forever they get to be king and take our money, like what rubbish, and who said, and I'm botching it all, but it's such a simple concept. Why is a king a king? And
well, they believe they have the divine right? They believe they have they're the chosen people, if you like.
Yeah, and the people that say they're chosen. Why has this been allowed for so long? Why? How did it's mind? But so everything that went down, in my opinion, it's not that far fetched because we've been living this way for centuries, just not asking anything. Just nope, we gotta.
That's because we have so much bread and circus. It's like one of the videos you put out with the Carl Rittenhouse thing, like, oh, he's a hero, right? It's that thing, like, because we're given this bread and circus, and let alone all the sports and all of that crap. There's so much to distract people, like, you know, give them bread and circus and they will never revolt. It's that's what we're dealing with, because we're living in a circus where nobody questions. Everybody acquiesces. It's great material for comedy. It's great material for music. But my God, what a state we're in.
It is really. That's what I say. My God, what a state we're in. I do have plenty of hope, though, Alex, that many people are starting to wake up. They're starting to talk about it. There's going to be a lot of people that are fake and just profit off of what's to be said. And I actually see a couple of them on major platforms, and I see major names that I'd never name, but I go, yeah, no, you've either been approached or you're totally playing into, I don't buy you 1 second. There's a lot of that, but I just thank God that here we are. We don't know. You're in Spain. I'm in Florida. There's this guy, Tom McDonald, who I really like. He's a rapper. He's got the tattoos all over his face. And
yeah, he's doing some great stuff. Lyrically, he's incredible.
Wow. He just did this thing with John Rich, a country guy, where I think it's called The End of the Earth or whatever. And it's again, it just shows, here's this guy, tattooed face, in LA, probably one of the worst holes in the world, let alone America. And here's this country guy, like hunted, blah, blah, blah. And yet these minds still think alike. And this is what I love, what people need to understand. We don't know each other from a hole in the wall, but here we are, far and wide, never met each other. And you can't deny the fact that we see and we feel the same thing, no matter how many people go, oh, you know, you guys are conspiracy. Oh, you guys, but you're a joke. Oh, you're whatever. It doesn't matter. We just know. We just know.
Yeah, we need more unity. We need more unity there. Like guys like Tom McDonald and the people that you're in contact with, we need more unity. Even if it's digitally online, like we need to like sort of, I don't know, just get together and do something, because you know, if you've got an audience and I've got an audience and Tom McDonald's got an audience, why we should be getting together, because we've all got a little bit of power in some aspect, and I think this message is getting out there slowly but surely. We're definitely in the midst of an awakening, which I love, but unfortunately, guys like Tom and guys like me and guys like you are being censored. I mean, I don't know if you've had any clubs that have said, "Oh, we can't have Jim here because he's talking about conspiracies."
Well, the big thing too, I mean, how I started was my comedy special was on a platform, and I was taking all the pre-orders of somebody had to say it, and then the second I said, "Hey, I ain't playing any venues that forced the," everything got dropped. Everything got dropped. So I lost the amount of money I put into the special. I lost everything. And I had to start from the bottom. And I said,
yeah, but you got to be true. You got to be like, f them. If that's a, no,
that's what I did
for the language, but you got to be like, f them, because you got to be true to yourself, right?
And that's what I said. F them. I ain't bowing down to this insanity anymore. This slavery. It's mental and physical slavery. And if you can't see it, that's good. But the chains are off and I'm running. So if you want to come with me, come along. If you don't,
bro,
stay there and eat your slop and do what you do. And that's okay. That's okay. Yell from the chair, "You stupid bastard, you're a conspiracy." You can rattle your cage, but I'm on the other side, Banana. I'm on the other side. When you're ready,
good night, bro.
Gladly bring you over here. I'll gladly bring you over here. Well,
man, I'd love to.
You got my wheels turning, and I just love there's people like you and your wife. This blows my mind, though. You know, years ago, in fact, you brought up 9/11. Years ago, I brought my mom to Luxembourg. And is that right? No, Luxembourg. Yeah, it's Luxembourg. Oh my God, my geography is way off. What's near France? That's by France, Luxembourg?
Yeah, it's not far.
Yeah, okay. So I brought them there, and they have a lot of soldiers are buried there. I hope I'm right here and I don't look like an asshole. I'm pretty sure it's so I brought my mom there. But what I'm getting at is there was a French driver that was bringing me and my mom around, and he was in the car, and he was like, "Yeah, what do you think of George Bush?" I went, "Hey man, I'm not a politician. It's professional wrestling to me." And he didn't understand what I was saying. And then he goes, I'll never forget what he said. He goes, "We all know that your own country did that. The world knows." He goes, "How did they think in America?" And then me and him got into it. My mom was a little freaked out, but that blew my mind that outsiders from other countries can see something a little different going on, because America thinks we've been trained. We're the best at everything. And maybe we are here and there, but we're the greatest. And no matter what we say goes. We're the animals. And
yeah, that's the power of propaganda, man.
And they've got a killer propaganda here.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's a monster, but
sponsored by Pfizer.
Sponsored by hey, they have been sued. Fact, they have been sued. In your vision, you saw a little bit. When did you start seeing things differently? Was it 9/11? Was it before that? Was it something in your own country? When did you start going, I'm not really buying a lot of things or selling here?
Yeah. That was 2012 for me.
And what was that?
I had a tiny little, I converted my garage into a studio in 2010, 11, 12, something like that. And one of my friends came in and he was like, "What's this video on the plane that hit the Pentagon?" And he showed me this video, and it was like, it wasn't a plane that hit the Pentagon. It was like, it was a missile. It was like 3 frames from a security camera. It's like 3 frames. It's like, that's not a plane. That's a fucking missile, man. It's like, and it's like, and because he typed that into my computer back in the days when YouTube wasn't censoring, YouTube, like, because he typed that in, it was like, "Oh, you like this 9/11 conspiracy video? Here's some more 9/11 conspiracy videos you might like." So I was clicking on every 9/11 conspiracy video, like, "Oh my God, Building 7 just collapsed." Or like, so I was just, that was the whole catalyst that got me into it. And like, that's when I started really, really questioning like the mainstream narrative. Like, oh my God, I knew that didn't make sense. These 2 buildings just falling down. Like, how could 2 planes just like, it just really got my wheels turning. So that was 2012, and then I started following people like Alex Jones. I have a different opinion of him now, obviously, and then I started following David Icke, and I was like just drinking it all in. Like I was kind of it was an obsession, if you like. It was like truth or obsession, like, because I was finally understanding like the world I live in was like a complete farce, and then here was all this information that explained it all. Like, it's really quite a dark world you live in, and these are the reasons. That I was clicking on every conspiracy video that you could imagine, everything with Illuminati or New World Order in the title. I was like, I want to know more. And like fast forward to where I am now, it's like it's like a fucking joke now. But 9/11 was the catalyst that got me into it, and then you go through all of those Illuminati, New World Order conspiracies, and fluoride in the water and satellites and everything, and then eventually you get to Earth shape and the heliocentric nonsense, and it's just like, oh my god, everything is fucked up and everything is a lie. And what is someone like me, a creative guy, to do with that? I have to channel it somewhere. Yeah, just like you do. So it goes into music. It's in an attempt to awaken my fellow zombies.
And that's okay. I used to be angry at the zombies. Now I'm compassionate with them. I take it as almost like victims. They don't know.
You know what? I'm totally with you with that, because it's like forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Correct.
Right? Because I used to. I'm totally with you. I used to get really angry. How can you not see it? How the fuck can you not see it? But they have no clue. They have been so propagandized. And I have members of my family and my wife's family that are just seven jabs and wondering why they have a fucking stroke. Right. It's like, oh my god!
Right. I have family members that got the face, they get the bells pulled. Yeah. Then I had another one whose daughter got blood clots on her liver. She's 21. She was rushed to the hospital. My friend has an enlarged heart, and this has nothing to do with
nothing. Do you know what? When I explained this to a certain family member, he was like, "Oh no, the reason I have blood clots is because of." I'm boiling inside. Like, oh my god, why can't you see it?
I almost, and I know this sounds horrible to say, but part of me, I also wrap my head around, and I don't want to disrespect anyone that's been in combat, but this must be a slither of what it's like to be in a war, because to me it is a war. It's a psychological war, a spiritual war. Yeah. And you see people just get mowed down, not even knowing they're getting mowed down. And they're people you love, you respect, you've known your whole lives, and you're just baffled.
Silent weapons. I mean,
there's nothing you can do.
It's silent weapons for quiet wars. You're aware of that document.
Yes.
Right. That's what's going on, right? It's just like this. Just people are dropping and dropping and dropping, and everyone's like, it's normal.
The guy on the soccer field, I know he's in great shape and they check him all day, but hey, man, this happens.
It's normal. Yeah.
And
there's a new strain of everyone's dying of suddenly, right? Everyone's dying suddenly.
Right. Sudden death. It's pretty freaky, man. Well, are you working on anything new?
Well, I mean, I'm a bit exhausted at the moment because I've just finished a new album. I've just finished a new album. When I put my energy into music, I put everything. I have sleepless nights, and I put my heart and soul into it. Yeah. And I've just released a new album, which it took me like 4 months to make, like day and night in the studio doing that. And I've just released a new album. And so at the moment, I'm like exhausted from that. Yeah. And I'm taking a bit of a break. But now I'm at the point where I'm like, do you know what? I'm bored. I always love a project. I have to have a project. I have to have something to work on. So I'm looking for the next project. I don't know what that's going to be, but I guarantee it's going to be something musical. It's going to be something conscious. I just need to get that inspiration at the moment. I never force it. I never force I'm going to write a song today. It's going to be about this. I'm like, no, I'm going to wait for it to come to me from the ether or whatever, because that's the natural way for me rather than forcing a song, So I'm just in that downtime at the moment, but I guarantee you in a month or so, there's going to be something that goes, you need to write a song about this. And I'll be like, on the piano, there'll be something, but at the moment I'm taking some downtime. I'm working in the garden, but the thing is, now I'm aware of this stuff, and I need to put it into music. I think this is going to be my calling. I think I'm going to be doing it for the rest of my life. I don't know. It's very difficult because when you're aware of this stuff, I mean, you can't just sit on your ass and do nothing. I mean, I have to use my quote unquote talents to put it into something conscious so I can awaken my fellow man. So I think that will always be what I'm doing, I think, creatively, because that's all I know.
Well, I'm the same way. Although I'm doing a bunch of shows now, I'm the same way. So after I did Somebody Had to Say It, there's this expectation of, keep going that direction. But I feel like that was a lot of passion and anxiety and pent up energy and
exactly
when it's gone, you're like, oh my god.
It's exhausting. You have to have that downtime. You have to, because there was so much in that stand up. There was so much content, and I could tell that came from there was a lot of passion that went into that, and you have to have your downtime. You can't keep going and going and going and going. I get people messaging me going, "Oh, can we have a Christmas album? Can we do this?"
Right.
You have no idea how much it takes just to do like a stand up or one album. It's an enormous amount of energy that goes into something like that. So I think you have to take a step back before you take a step forward.
Yeah, and Alex, what I can relate with you is, I don't like trying to force it at all. If I force it, it comes out horrible, comes out fake. It looks forced. You gotta feel it, and then when you feel it, you will do it. I'm sure there's people like, hey, you need this type of song, and part of you
all the time.
Like, you know what? I maybe I should get this out. Maybe the timing, but no, it's not worth it, because when you knock that ball over the wall, or when you get that ball through the hoop, whatever it is, people feel that and they resonate with it. You know what? See, in my head, I'm like, we got to do a whole tour. You know how I went on this tour? You ever see this? I don't know who they are. I think they were on the streets of England, and they do that. You can take your something.
You can stick your New World Order up your ass. You can stick your New World Order up. I know the guy that wrote that as well. I mean, it's obviously it's a parody of she'll be coming round the mountain.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
But that's something I want everyone to, if you don't know that song, I don't know what the name of it is. But that's what I see, like a whole concert, almost like the way Live Aid was, no disrespect to Hunger, what it was about, but the Wake Up the World tour, where it's you, it's those guys, it's stand up, it's like a Russell Brand, what he's doing right now. It's all these guys just coming out, and the masses waking up. Well, I hope. Well, small steps, bro. Small steps. We'll get there.
Oh, that'd be amazing. I mean, that'd be amazing if there was a concert on that level where there's like conscious comedians, conscious musicians all coming together. I mean, what kind of censorship that would happen around that, I don't know. But
I think I'm going to work on it. I'm definitely going to work on it. And if a small contribution can turn into a bigger contribution, can turn into, I don't care about the money. I don't want the limelight. I just want people to go, wow, I never saw that. Now I understand. And now I can see clearer now. And now I can think without all the blurry vision and realize what is truth and what is not truth, and how long this has been going on. So, as I said, there's a great saying, one person can change the whole world for the better as long as they don't give a damn about the credit. And I don't ever want no damn credit.
Damn right, mate.
My credit comes from a higher place. Dude.
Absolutely. I mean, I've said from day one to my missus, I couldn't give a shit about fame or fortune or nothing. I don't want to be famous. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I want the music to get recognition. That's all I want. This is why I don't put my face. I did put my face on my albums before because it was an ego thing, but now it's like I want the music to get recognition. It's the music, it's the lyrics, it's that's the stuff that can change people's paradigms. That's the stuff that can really get people thinking. I couldn't give a toss about fame or fortune. I just want the music because I know how powerful the music can be. So that's what I want. I want the music to have more recognition. And to see an event like that with conscious comedy and conscious music, that would be amazing, bro.
Well, I think we'll pull it off one day. And you know what's incredible too, because it's not to be underestimated. I think it was Lennon. I think John Lennon said, "Never underestimate the power of music," and he was so right. No matter what you thought of that man, words like that. And then I look at the people in control, the powers that control the airwaves, that control music, that control contracts. If you look at all the great musicians, even like a Bob Marley who started crossing over, they were a danger to this society that has enslaved the world. They were a
That's
danger.
why they're no longer here.
That's why they're no longer here. But however, the time has come where there's millions of people like Alex Michael, yourself. There's millions of Tom McDonalds waiting in the wings. And the great thing is we don't need contracts. We don't need publishers. We don't need any of that. We just got a voice and we got each other and it's being put out there and they will never have control of it again. Because
we need an audience. We need an audience. That's the problem.
It's coming. It's there. We just don't know it yet. Trust me. It's there. We just don't know it yet. It's going to happen, man. Hey, man, I hope to see you. I'm telling you, we're going to connect in one way or another. I'm telling you, I got to drive for this. I'm excited about it. Even if it has nothing to do with me, even if someone else is like, you know what, Alex Michael, I'm bringing him. If it happens, it happens. This has to happen. I love it. It's fun. It's amazing. It's creative. It's incredible. And Alex, thank you, brother. This is amazing.
You. Thank you,
nice
brother.
meeting you. Meeting you.
And you, Jim. I appreciate the time. Thanks, brother.
Hey, you let me know when the next one comes out, even if it's a year from now. We're going to talk before that.
I told you so.
That's the name of the door. I told you so.
There you go. There it is.
I love it. Take care, Alex. Have a good one.
Man.
Have a good one. Alex Michael. And I love this guy. This guy he writes all his own music, uses all his own thoughts, creates it all, produces it all. Guys like him, guys like John Rich, guys like Tom McDonald. Those are three different genres. This wave is coming, whether you want to be part of it or not. And it's beautiful. And you can't deny the truth that's being told or the passion that's being told. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be angry. You need to really check yourself. If you see a stand-up comedy bit and you get so pissed that you reach out with vengeance, if you see a clip, that means your emotions, your thought process, your everyday life is being controlled by something you don't even know. I mean, that's a very serious situation. And that's why people slowly are starting to wake up, because mind control does exist. Whether you think that's conspiracy, knock yourself out. So you could call it that all you want. All of us that can think, we're not bothered by you anymore. We're not bothered by the things you say. We're not bothered by the Keith Olbermanns and the Rachel Maddows and the Sean Penns and the George Clooney, all these bananas that get paid millions of dollars to go on a set and get edited, and then they're paid. They're characters. They don't have freedom. They don't have freedom of the mind. They don't have freedom of their heart. And they don't have any higher spirit, God, whatever you want to define it. They don't have it. So I don't get angry at them. But this is a good time. We need guys like Alex Michael, whether you like his stuff or not. But do not underestimate that here's a guy in Spain so driven by what he sees going on in our country and the world, and how dead serious it truly is. You could stick your head in the sand, and you could pretend it doesn't exist. You might want to just live what you call your normal life, but you cannot underestimate that this man is putting his entire energy into waking people up. And he's as he would say, like a nobody. And they're all over. This is fun. We're going to get this going. We're going to get this guy. We're going to do a concert. We're going to figure this out. Mark my word. I'm going to make some phone calls when this is over. And this was a lot of fun. I'd like to really thank Alex Michael. If you haven't checked him out, it's the Conspiracy Music Guru. Check him out. Thanks for being a part of today. Thanks for being part of the Bruniverse. We are moving along. I think I found a studio. And we keep growing. Let the truth keep growing. Let your heart keep getting bigger. Keep searching the light. Love conquers evil. Light conquers dark. Truth conquers lies. See you next week on the Bruniverse. Have a good day.
This is Jim Brewer, and I got my own Patreon page, and hopefully you'll check it out. Live comedy concert streamed once a month. Weekly, you host your own podcast, and you interview me. Early access to the Bruniverse podcast every single week, and have bonus footage and bonus segments. I promise you I'm not going to let you down. Go check out my official Jim Brewer Patreon page, and I'll see you there.
The moon. We can't talk between three buildings.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching terminal velocity. Ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
I'm trying to see the curve. Oh wait, that's fake. Just another fish-eyed lens. Let's look at the ships at sea. getting farther now. Oh, they're not disappearing. And hey, there's a land that I should not see, but as I'm staring right at it, all this time did I believe in a big lie? Could I not see the earth was a straight line? I never saw a curve, never saw a curve. Holiness is rendition, they say it's CGI. I have to do tests, show no curve, but a straight line. The earth doesn't curve, the earth doesn't curve. It seems never, 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 never to me. It seems there was never a curve, never a curve, never a curve. Now I can see, I can see, I can say. All this time I believed in a big lie. I had not heard the earth had a dome sky. I never found the curve, never found the curve. Towers so far should be invisible. As I glance across the lake, they're visible. Water does not curve, water does not curve. It seems never, 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 never to me. It seems there was never a curve, never a curve, never a curve. Now I believe, I believe, I believe. The earth is flat You feel restricted. The last day's getting way too wicked. It's just like ancient books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick, sick, sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on their face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lines and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
I must now tell you why, as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax view of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears. No emotion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world. Promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies, as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to the truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be had, lost in the illusion, using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies as I explain to you.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Yeah, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control.
Yeah. Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants. That's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I'll tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat, and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies. Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I could see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. All around the world. Look around. Look around. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. All around the world. Look around. Look around. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill.
the firmament, celestial tapestry. In the firmament, declare your majesty. In the firmament, footstool of your throne. Pillars are firm, fixed and immovable, spherical all around. A circle of earth, suspended on nothing. You scattered the stars out. In the firmament, firmament, declare your majesty. In the firmament, the footstool of your throne. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the works of his hand. In the firmament, celestial tapestry. In the firmament, declare your majesty. In the firmament, the footstool of your throne. Life under the dome. We are not alone. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow your rules. The spirit bound, it makes us stick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow your rules. The spirit bound, it makes us stick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow your rules. The spirit bound, it makes us stick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the Sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow no rules on a spinning bar. It makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
pictures photoshopped. They feed us pills, can't see ourselves. Turn TVs off, seek bookshelves. Oh God, please, won't you help them see the truth? Here they come to snuff the truth up. Oh yeah, yeah, here come the truth up. Yeah, you know he ain't gonna lie. No, 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 you know he ain't gonna
Clearing away stumbling blocks. Yeah, we moving the obstacles. Water seeks to find level when stopping it is impossible. May as well say this is just like where's Waldo? Being born until the last night you fall though. You still think you're living on a ball with your friends. Meanwhile 1,000 miles an hour. Never felt the earth spin. Space wizards claim that they landed on that moon. Then destroyed the technology like a congress of baboons. Mankind became tools. Now everyone is oppressed. Took God out of schools. Now these fools need some new vests. Why do you think they lost so many churches? When you make some things common, they start to become worthless. Why would they lie? So you would pay for your sins. So currency for eternity is what devil's stealing. Rob their father's business, still destroying, killing, and stealing. Now there's hidden knowledge, and you're living by your feelings. Reaction's just a product of external stimuli, but action's always something that you get to decide. Every action leads to reaction, and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat. Prescribing you signals as you walk down the street. If the earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishy lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always digging for a model like you need it to live. Meanwhile, scientific role models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
Without measurements that produce knowledge, there is not a scientific model. The word modulus means measure. Scientificus means producing knowledge. The scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist.
was our thing. Once upon a time, Einstein was the king. To think we touched the moon. What I like of it most is that we had the technology, but now it's all been lost. Eyes don't betty, 'cause NASA never lies. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. Hakuna Matata. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know it's part of the show. And they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can't save the lost, in love with the on. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is the light and a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, I said. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated ache makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate. Forced to try and wake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I got to liberate and fight and leaving gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late. And rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone. It won't be long. Pepe's beak is strong. We have our sun and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy ground and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know, you don't know. if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. And they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Impossible truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your survey with gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost in love with the arm. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is the life and a new hand of cards. Been so long it seems like for love I'm just too high, I'm just too high, that's it.
From where I'm sad, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown up far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just wanna scream at this open my eyes, no going back. It's what a surprise. It feels flat. And now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this smile full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream at this fire. Open my eyes, 'cause it's a fight. It's what school masses lies. The earth is flat. I found out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all their own mind. Now it's down to you. You stop with every debate. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD. March crews, DOB. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's right. We don't live on a spinning ball.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, it's a bit quiet in here. I'm currently making a graphic for, so
How's it going?
recently, recently I got a screen printing setup, just a cheap one I got from someone. And so now I want to make some like cool graphics on some shirts and stuff. So I'm designing, my current design I'm trying to do is like a wardrobe, and then on the wardrobe there's just like one coat hanger and a shirt hanging on the coat hanger, and the shirt's just like some sort of like Gleason's map or something, just to like represent closet flat earthers.
Ah.
So that's what I'm currently doing. Not sure what anyone else is doing.
No, I'm just inside. Probably should go outside soon.
I just write a few poems here and there.
Yeah, I'll post one of the graphics I made. It's a picture of the globe, and it has a spirit level, but the spirit level sort of acts as a like cross, like no, it's not there, it's not a globe. The spirit's not leveled.
Oh, share it.
So I'm just
It's-
spreading some
Oh, that's
flat
that
earth
one, yeah.
propaganda.
Oh. Recently learned some propositional logic that's might be useful for debating.
That's cool.
Can
I'm
you
not finished
explain-
learning though. Okay, so
Can you
that's
explain the gist of it?
Yeah, it's basically just like simplification of arguments and sentences and stuff. To like see like the logic of it might be useful if it's like more complicated reasoning and such. It's quite it was quite fun to learn. You like represent arguments with like letters, and you can like negate.
Oh yeah, like if not P then Q.
Yeah, that type of stuff.
Yeah, so it's like logic, but in like a mathematical formula.
Yeah, kind of like Boolean logic in some way. I don't know everything about Boolean logic, but it seems similar. It's like kind of computer logic
Boolean
kind
would
of
just
thing.
be like true, false, black and white, like that, right?
Yeah, you have like truth tables in propositional logic too, so it's quite similar. Might actually be analogous. I don't know, but it's a similar idea.
Yeah, I guess when seeking out definitive truth, you do have two columns. You have it is true or it is false. So I guess it checks out to have it in that form. Obviously, then you get like circumstantial truths and stuff, which is more like social and interpretive. But in terms of the earth, you can be pretty definite about some things.
I think if you like think about any type of argument, you can represent it with this and it be accurate. I mean, you might represent it wrong. I don't know, but you talked about something circumstantial. What do you mean by that?
Just like in sort of social issues where you don't have so much like definitive evidence or anything, then it's more interpretive.
Okay, but like if you make an assumption, you can from something you can like deduct a conclusion from that assumption, and it will be 100% right. But you have to assume.
Yeah.
You use an assumption. Yeah, and if you have.
That's true.
Yeah. And you can like use. You don't have. I mean, reality isn't. Can't like use like pure deduction when it comes to like stuff that isn't math. But yeah, you have. Yeah. I don't know
it's
what.
a good
what
framework
say.
to have. It's a good framework.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a framework. It's just a tool.
Yeah.
To understand the logic more.
Yeah, something school forgot to teach me.
Yeah, it would be pretty nice if we had this in school, actually. That would be pretty nice.
I know
a lot of things.
I was just going to say one of my friends is sort of learning that sort of reasoning, but that's in university and it's also under psychology. So you have to get technical to learn that stuff.
Yeah.
Not grade 1 stuff.
I'm not too interested in taking that much more school. I'm not really that designed for school.
Yeah, I think that you can, learn these things on your own. I'm surprised how quickly I've taken up logic. I haven't been formally taught it or anything, but like once I got exposed to it, it started to click, and then it's like, okay, now I'm identifying fallacies, and I feel kind of smart again, and I know how to think.
Yeah, it can be. If you understand logic intuitively, it's quite. And you like try to understand like propositional logic in that with your already acquired intuition or your intuition. It's quite easy to like learn it because it's fun. Since you understand it on another level, not just on like within the like how you use like propositional logic, like the letters and symbols and such, but you also understand like how that applies to actual arguments too.
Yeah, exactly. It's practical. You can use it. And it makes listening to some terrible debates a bit more fun because you can sort of use it as a bingo game. Bingo, they said this fallacy, they said that fallacy.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. I just learned it like I used yesterday and the day before, and I like did a marathon on learning like the 100 Days of Logic at Carnegie's, like the YouTube channel. I'm not finished with it, but I have gone through all of the first, I think, 39 episodes or something. So I have just learned about conditional proofs. I'm a little bit stuck at that. Something about it doesn't completely make sense in my head, but yeah, I know like the basics of propositional logic, I think. Yeah.
Okay, well, as far as my logic goes, I have no idea what the technical terms for the ways I think are.
Oh, have you ever studied propositional logic?
No, I haven't like studied it. I've sort of just picked it up. I think I did like one of those really quick courses where it did briefly talk about like the propositions and stuff. And
so you have like learned it as a language. You have like seen examples of it, and you have like like figured out. Yeah, cool.
Learn from like immersing myself in it. That's how I've picked
Really
it up.
Cool.
And you can pick it up too, just like sitting in like these servers, and some of the people they know their fallacies and all that, and they know the logic, so they'll point it out to like in a debate, they'll be like, oh, you've committed this fallacy and that fallacy. And by people saying stuff like that, you start to pick it up. Obviously, you should test all things, like look up the fallacy, see if the person who said they committed that is actually correct. And then, that I remember when I was first in this server, one of the first things I was talking about was some argument someone brought up with me, and then this guy was like, oh yeah, that's a non sequitur. And I thought, what? A non sequitur? What on earth is that? I looked up, oh, a non sequitur, that's when like the argument they're bringing up doesn't correlate with the argument which is being like talked about. And yeah, so that's sort of the way I've learnt.
Cool.
That's loosely true, but more formally, a non sequitur is when the conclusion doesn't follow from the premises. So, for example, you're a girl.
Oh yeah.
Girls have long hair, therefore the Earth is flat.
So that would be like saying that you have a premise, let's say P, and you have another premise that's, let's say, P implies Q, and then you conclude R, and that would be a non sequitur, right?
Right.
So the conclusion has nothing to do with premises.
Yeah. The most common one employed in this arena is object A is a ball, object B is a ball, therefore object C must be a ball.
Right. Yeah, that's quite a dumb one when you put it that way. And yeah, I know it is dumb, of course. Yeah. You should say that to a global and see how they. Yeah. Never mind.
Oh, look, it's hard for Globers to get that. Like, if they look up in the sky and they surmise that the sun is a ball, the moon is a ball, the stars are balls, then they're like, therefore the Earth must be a ball. They can't disconnect the two.
Yeah.
I think one of the most worthwhile things for like the discussion would be to like just get both parties and say, okay, learn about logic before you approach the topic. But that's not really the way people have been brought up. So we approach the topic before we know logic, or at least one party might, and then there's just like a hole in logic and people are just like going in circles.
I think if they taught us like propositional logic or just logic in general, the whole globe thing might have fallen apart because the students would have used it against the teachers and such, I suppose. Maybe.
Yeah, it could have, but it does depend on just how much determination people are to keep believing something despite logic.
Yeah, of course.
Right, but all right. Apart from any evidence that appears to be prima facie evidence, like photographs, because most people who aren't scrutinists would think, okay, I see a photograph of something from an authority, therefore it's true. Like when you're young. Without that, the number one thing that they explain to you when you're a child of why the Earth is a globe is what? Well, obviously it's the horizon, right? And their statement goes like this. If the Earth was a globe, right, things would be cut off by the big Earth curvature in between you and the other thing, right? From the bottom up. So when boats go out, they would disappear from the bottom up. They then make the claim, boats disappear from the bottom up, and they then wrap it up like this. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. And that's how they present it to children. Now, that is a technical, formal fallacy called affirming the consequent. So it's a logical fallacy in itself. Because the reason why it is a logical fallacy is because it all rests on the if. So you have to prove the premise that the Earth is a globe first, before you can use that to conclude that the Earth is a globe. So it's circular reasoning.
Yeah, so that's like saying, where's my paper on it? That's like saying P implies Q, and then saying not P, and then concluding not Q. Am I right on that? And that's like a fallacy. Like P was the first one.
No, hold on. No, it's P. If P, then Q. Q, therefore P.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's formal. That's affirming the consequent.
Yeah, I was confusing like the consequence. Yeah, you know.
Right, and there's so many ways to demonstrate to someone without going down the logic train how that's false. You know, for example, if I eat 5 hamburgers, I'm full. I'm full, therefore I must have eaten 5 hamburgers. Well, that doesn't work because you can get full by eating pasta.
Yeah,
so
yeah, right.
You could clearly demonstrate to somebody how that thinking is wrong.
Without using propositional logic. I get it, of course.
Yep. So that's the thing. So I posted in the live stream there's the debate, the main 3 things, right? So you have contradictions, which are false in all cases, right? Everyone understands contradictions can't be true. Then you have tautologies, which is the opposite of contradictions. It's basically a double affirmation, which is true in all instances.
Yeah, no.
You know, it's basically like saying the same thing twice in different ways. You know, it's like the Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe because globes are round.
Yeah.
It's like, well, no freaking duh, dude.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so then you have contingent statements which require the premises to be proven true before the conclusion can be necessarily true. So that's why they always have an if, right? If this, then that. Well, you have to prove that that thing's present, and you have to prove the then statement as well. For example, if sphere, then curvature, right? So we know that curvature is a necessary consequent of a sphere, right? So you can't have a sphere without curvature. Otherwise, you'd have a contradiction, which would be automatically false.
Yeah. So, but the first example you gave, you said, yeah, there was at least P implies Q, and they used the Q, and then they said the conclusion is P. But we have disproven that. You can get the boat back into the view again. So then we would have not Q, and then we could conclude not P, which is there is no curvature.
Right.
Sorry if that was confusing. I'm new to this,
Right. That would be negating the consequent, right?
Yeah. Then that is a valid form of reasoning, right? That's
Correct.
a modus tollens. I see. I've written down. I've written down all the the rules. I think it. I don't know the name of it, but written down this. How you do disjunctive syllogisms and hypothetical syllogism, modus tollens, and such. I have 20 different ones written down.
Yeah, but you notice if people in their life, Stacy was mentioning, they encounter these things and they seem wrong to them. They don't know the formal names or how to express it in a formal way, but they can reason themselves to understand why what that person's saying is false, especially if someone else starts the reasoning train for you. You start to say something like this. Well, if I did eat 5 hamburgers, I'd surely be full, but I definitely could be full if I ate pasta as well. So, there's something, your statement's false, bro. There's no way your statement's true. It's just obvious it's not true because pasta can make you full and burgers can make you full, or pizza can make you full. And then Yeah, when you're listening to that, you don't know what form of logic it is. You just resonate that what that person is saying is true and what the other person said is false.
Yeah, you're disproving them by giving them a counterexample that works with the premises, but doesn't work with their conclusion. Right?
Right. You're giving them a direct example that disproves their statement.
Yeah. I mean, their conclusion from their premises, or the premises, yeah. Goodbye. Have to go.
All right, brother. Don't accidentally cut yourself on the edge of the earth curve while you're gone.
Bro, where is everyone? Why is everyone muted?
I don't know. Must be busy doing something or whatever. AFK. How are you doing? Okay. I reckon I'm boring then.
That's fine. But that's not a citation. A reference is not a citation. Okay, so if you want to use these words, go find a reference for what they mean, and then bring us back the citation of what they mean. Thank you.
So, can you tell me why relativity says that it would be equal if the sky was moving or the Earth was moving? Sure. So, the definition of citation, a quotation from a reference to a book, paper, or author. And the definition of reference, number 2, is the use of a source of information in order to ascertain something. So I'd say those are synonyms. You disagree?
No, not even close.
Awesome.
Dude, have you taken any collegiate or university level courses?
Yeah, I have, but why does that matter? Are we in college?
Have you done references and citations? Well, have you done references and citations?
I'm sorry, I didn't know that I was currently doing a college course on flat Earth in this Discord server. So, can I not use synonyms? Is this like whoever said, what was it before? Someone said the...
A reference isn't a synonym for a citation, dude.
What was the colloquial term for space? Someone used the colloquial term for space instead of using the actual physics term of space, right? So am I not...
Why should they use the physics terms?
Well, we're at a collegiate level to debate right now, aren't we?
There's no debate. You're just flailing.
So we're not. So I can just sort of like give the references a wiki article that has a list of the actual copies of the scientific paper. I can do that, can't I?
Right. That's not a citation, though, friend. That's the difference. You're offering references while asking for citations.
To reference something is to point at some source of information, like a...
Right, that's not the same as citing it. That's not the same as citing it.
I can cite a reference and I can reference a citation. Are those two sentences equal?
No, they're not.
So if I cite a reference, if I say, my reference for this is my friend Jason X, who this is his phone number. And if I reference a citation, I say, my citation is the one written by Jason something, here's his phone number. Is that not equal? This is just...
No, because now you're mixing categories.
Do you guys have any reason why Michelson-Pierce scale didn't show the Earth was in motion?
Oh, yeah, because they had to apply a mathematical transform to fit their bias in order to get the conclusion that they wanted.
My boy just realized he goofed up and tried to run away from his own little example.
No, I'm just tired of the semantics. It's pathetic.
It's not about semantics, dude. It's about earlier you were asked to cite something that you offered as a reference, and you just told people to just read it. And I was just pointing that out, that you're a hypocrite.
How? I read out the result.
Okay, look, fair enough. Okay, maybe you're not a hypocrite. Maybe you just are ignorantly think that references and citations are the same thing. We'll forgive you.
You haven't given an argument why they're different. You've just said, are you doing a course? And I said no. Do you want me to read out dictionary definitions again?
Dude. Okay, for example, if he asks you for a specific piece of information about something, right? And you say, I'll give you the wiki in total.
Yes.
You're referencing the wiki. Now, if he says, I want this specific piece of information, you go to the wiki, pull out the citation, give him the citation from the reference that has a specific piece of information. Those are entirely two different things. They're not synonyms.
You think that citation has some different meaning?
Dude, I just explained it to you. Very simply.
From or reference to a book, paper, or author. That's for citation. For reference, the use of a source or information in order to ascertain something. Provide a book or article with citations of source.
Oh my goodness, dude. Dude, you're wrong. You're
stupid.
You forgot the word specific.
To specific. No, it says or a specific reference.
Oh, a specific reference.
Yeah.
Not a general reference.
Citation, definition.
Holy fuck, bro.
Quotation from or reference to a book. So that's the noun definition for citation.
Yes, and where's that in?
It's used in the definition of citation. You understand that, right?
Dude,
quotation from.
If you're asked for a citation, yeah, you need a citation. A citation is a specific.
Have argument for flat Earth.
Yeah, you already conceded. Down is down, and water's flat and level. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Welcome.
Tower bridges show that Earth is not flat and level.
How?
Quarry tanks show Earth is not flat and level.
No, wrong. You failed to provide the citation that you were asked for about the tow tanks, how they specifically measured curvature.
No, string line.
You failed to provide the citation, friend.
No, you just didn't like the citation.
No, you didn't have a citation. You just generally said the term string line, just as you did again now.
And?
Watch. Ask me how, just ask me in the reverse. I want to role play so you can see how stupid it is.
Yeah, sure.
Ask me how to prove, or what proof I have that the Earth is flat. Ask me that.
What proof do you have the Earth is flat?
Lasers.
Cool. Do you have a reference for someone claiming that lasers show the Earth is flat?
I do.
Awesome.
I have an 120-page PDF and an accompanying documentary of the methodologies and the practical tests that they did. And I also have a citation from their document that says the WGS-84 model is not found in the field.
Great. Link that and I will read it. You see how that works?
Okay, perfect. Now, actually my friends are going to link it because I'm going to speak. So, links, FE core, for my friends who are using the bot, and then exclamation point videos laser short, exclamation point videos laser long. The short version is a condensed version that you can watch, and then the long version is the long version, obviously, that you can watch when you have more time. Now, I'm going to give you the practical methodology because I'm capable of... Hold on, friend.
I wanted the... Oh, no, it's a PDF. Okay, we're all good.
Oh, my fuck, dude. Did I not tell you what was coming down the pike? I said a PDF.
But then you spoke about long and short videos, and I wanted the PDF.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was being linked as well. But someone linked the PDF.
Yeah, fair.
I do.
No, all right, good.
Where?
Oh, yeah, it's my turn to calm down, bro. Were you not on calm when you began? The answer is yes, so fair is fair.
Yeah,
anyway, let's move on. When you asked for a citation of the methodology that they used with the string to prove curvature over the distance, you weren't able to provide it. You didn't cite from the text, and you didn't articulate the methodology. You didn't cite it from the text, nor did you articulate the methodology. But I'll tell you the methodology from this laser test, right? If you want to listen, I'll tell it to you. But you can also validate it from the document. So this is actually multiple tests, culminating in the final biggest test of 25-mile sample size over water, right? So there's 14 or 17, I can't remember correctly. But the longest one they shot was 25 miles. So what they did is they set up what's generally known as a laser transit, right, methodology, which is you have a laser, you level the laser, you shoot the laser across, and then you use what's called a storyboard or a receiver that's at the same relative height, and then when it hits, you see where the laser hits, and then you can tell how off it is. We use this in construction all the time to level foundations, excavate, all kinds of stuff. Very practical methodology, very simple. So if you have the laser set up on one side, right, about 2 meters, 6 feet off the ground, and on the other side you have the story or the target about the same, 2 meters, 6 feet, right? The globe Earth predicts a differential between the off angle that the laser should continue into the sky if it's perfectly level and the target at that distance to be 90 meters, right? So in other words, the big hump of Earth curve water and the level laser, right, can't shoot through the hump of Earth curve water, so it shouldn't hit the target. It should go over the target by 90 meters. Now, when they set this up, Right? They took into account the ambient conditions. They took into account the millirad divergence of their laser. They created, which is in the documentary, a very accurate aiming device and leveling system. And if you watch it, you'll see how precise it was. Very precise.
What type of laser was it?
Well, you'll have to look into there. It's a big old laser. A laser sufficient to shoot 25 miles with a very limited millirad divergence.
Yep, I read that.
So sufficient to the task. And they might talk about the type of laser, because they actually had two. I think the first one failed or they destroyed it. But anyway, they talk about that in the thing. And they give the specs for it. So they did the test.
It doesn't matter. Refraction wasn't accounted for.
Says who?
Them. As light travels in a straight line through a homogeneous medium, light angles due to different refraction indexes in a non-homogeneous atmosphere. We calculate direction and amount of refraction to show how much laser beam deviation affects the measurement outcome. In a non-homogeneous atmosphere where the index of refraction increases with height, rays of sufficient small initial elevation angle of refraction.
Holy crap, dude.
Is proportional to the rate of increase to the bi-directional index of refraction.
Yeah, you just said they didn't account for refraction, and then they went on to say we accounted for refraction in the very text you just quoted from.
Yeah, but they accounted for it wrong. And well, actually, they didn't. So they're saying that it's a homogeneous through a homogeneous medium. We calculate direction amount of refraction in a non-homogeneous atmosphere with the index of refraction. Blah blah blah. This curvature is proportional to the rate of increase of the bidirectional index of refraction.
Yeah. Anyway, so they set it up. They set it up, and the laser hit the target. Okay. Now, you may claim they didn't account for this, they didn't account for that. That's fine. But at least they have a practical example of their methodology.
Here we go. This is because I've read through this before, actually. Here's the problem. So the lake is frozen, therefore walking along the beam on the ice or using a boat was not possible. There's no data on the ambient conditions along the laser beam were available. We measured the conditions at the measuring.
Yeah, which site, which shot is this? Which shot are they talking about?
I don't know. I'm just reading out of the text document for refraction conditions, the PDF.
Which test? Which test was it? What location?
Point of laser beam.
I told you there was about 14 or 17 different ones, dude. You can't just pick one at random.
Well, this is their heading for refraction conditions.
Oh my goodness, dude.
So they said when they measured refraction between the
which location? Which location?
Why does that matter?
Maybe because, listen, friend, maybe because over time and at each location they learned things and improved their methodology.
Then why wouldn't they add that in under the refraction category or subheading?
Dude, how many different shots were there? How many different conclusions?
Right now.
I don't know, dude. How about you read the whole entire thing? How about that?
Yeah, I thought so. You'd run away from this discussion because you don't actually...
I'm not running away from it. I'm asking you specifics about the thing, and you're not giving them.
Bruh.
Now, by the way, in the final 25-mile shot...
Temperature was 2 degrees, the air at night was 3 degrees. Humidity is always high the closer you are to the lake surface, which indicates a lower refractive index. They just assumed a low refractive index. They didn't actually measure one. The ambient conditions showed that the refractive index...
Yeah, which location?
...the two sides of the lake. So it didn't measure the difference across the lake. They just measured one side of the lake, the other side of the lake, and said, yeah, good enough. Am I wrong?
Yeah, maybe at that site that's what they did. But which site are you talking about?
The refractive, measurement number 1.
Measurement number 1.
Find the actual spots where like,
oh my god, dude.
Balance on Vallegos observation points. And
is it observation
laser position?
Yeah, is location number 1 the one where they state that the WGS-84 model hasn't been sort of upheld?
No, that's just their first one they did, dude.
Well, that
anyway. he won't even make it onto the rest, dude. He's just going to look at number one, say they didn't account for refraction curves, light.
Was still at 0 degrees in the air. The night was down to -11 above the air. Air temperature at the time of the measurement was -6. The ambient conditions show refractive indexes were about the same at the two sides of the lake. So they've just done the same thing, two sides of the lake.
Yeah, so the point I was trying to make is that if it's the first measurement that doesn't state that the WGS84 model is invalid, then what they did there isn't relevant to this argument.
My argument was their methodology was incorrect because they didn't measure the refraction across the lake. They measured it from 2 points, the start and the finish. And if the beam was to curve, it would curve between the start and the finish, not starting at the start and ending.
Fantastic. So is that location 1?
Yeah, and location 2 they use the exact same methodology.
Is location 1 the let's just call it experiment?
Stop for a second and listen to what I'm saying.
No, I'm not
just read location 2 and they use the exact same methodology.
I'm not going to stop talking, right? So the issue is that if they are not using location 1 as the quote-unquote evidence for the WGS84 model being invalid, then it's a waste of time to analyse the methodology there.
The second one did the same thing. All of their measurements, they just measured the temperature at the start and at the finish. They didn't measure the refraction between them. Do you understand that, Crypto? Do you understand what I just said to you?
Location 2 being used to invalidate the WGS84 model.
It doesn't matter because they use the same.
Fantastic.
They use the same way of calculating refraction in all of their experiments.
The conversation. You're just wasting everyone's time.
What did I just say to you, mate?
AI, I heard what you said, bro. It's irrelevant. AI, can you tell me which location was actually used in this argument in terms of the WGS84 model, and then maybe we can read that.
Oh man, the only one I was talking about was IDSIL, the biggest one.
Fantastic.
Calculation of third measure.
So we're going to look at the methodology there, or we're just going to ignore that?
The condition shows the refractive indexes were about the same at the two sides of the lake. The same methodology. It's a failure because of that methodology.
Which location was that?
No, I mean not really, dude. You can interpolate the lake, bro.
Lake Isle or whatever that is.
I mean, unless you think that there's going to be a dramatic change in the middle.
Yeah, of course there will.
Okay, let's say that's true.
The middle is over water. Do you not understand that? The start and the finish are both land, and the middle is water.
No, they're not just like in the middle of land, dude. They're on the coast.
You idiot. They're both on land, and the beam goes across water. Those are two completely different sets of air they're going to be going through. One's going to have
a frozen
constant...
lake?
Sorry?
Isn't it a frozen lake?
Partially frozen lake, but you understand that
right, frozen water,
exothermic and endothermic effects.
Dude, do you really think that you're just going to use 4-syllable words and that's going to frighten anyone here?
You know what exothermic and endothermic means?
The frozen nature. Yeah. So the frozen nature of the lake obviously changes the refractive properties of the air above the lake, doesn't it?
It does, and they should have measured that, but they didn't.
Wonderful. Yeah, but obviously you're saying it's water, which is being dishonest because it's partially frozen.
I'm sorry.
Also, we don't have the burden of proof.
That's wrong. I'm sorry.
Also, we don't really have the burden of proof there because your side has never proven that the light is bending around the globe to make it appear flat.
That's true, brother.
That would happen.
What the? Yeah, you do.
We say refraction would change it so that any observation we can have a certain deviation. If you take refraction into account, it will always fit the globe.
Yes, dude. Did you not just hear the words that were coming out of your mouth? Hold on, friends. What did he just say? He said, no matter what observation you make, it will always fit the globe. Wow, very scientific. You just ceded that any observation that supersedes the globe geometry, you just add the word refraction and it magically cures it.
Yeah, sure. It's like when will water boil? If you add pressure, suddenly it'll change, won't it?
Yeah, sure. We have an unfalsifiable tautology that begs the question and inputs values up into 60 billion mile radius to account for refraction.
What question am I begging? What question am I begging?
Listen instead of talk. Maybe you would know.
What question am I begging?
The globe in the first instance, brother.
No, we've measured it.
How?
I just told you there's tow tanks, there's tower bridges.
No, stop right there, friend. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. The tow tanks, you didn't give us the methodology of measurement. The towers, you didn't give us the methodology of measurement. You just claimed them as a positive assertion. And then when I asked you what's the methodology, you simply said the word line. Fishing line, I think, was the actual word.
You're choosing to ignore all the times I read it out and just focus on the one time where I said string line.
No, I listened to you read it out, and that wasn't a sufficient methodology to see that the entire bar was curved, dude. It was segmented. You didn't even explain to the person who asked you. You didn't even explain to the person who asked you how they did it.
As you guys like to make Globers do, you're willing to concede that I didn't just say line in all instances. Can you concede that?
No, I'm saying when I asked you.
So you're not going to concede something that you just admitted to?
Dude, when I asked you, it was correct. You just said line. Previously, you read something out about a line. Listen. Previously, which I already had just said, you read out something about a line. You were asked to clarify how it was done over the entire thing. You were asked to point to it, and you didn't.
I didn't what? What was I meant to point to?
How they applied the fishing line to prove that the entire structure was curved.
I read it out a couple of times. They put it at 2 points with a microscope pointing at the fishing line.
Yep. Right.
Yeah.
And what did they do then?
A reference that they would then move the beam so that it had the correct amount of curvature according to that reference.
Okay, hold on, friend. Pay attention now. If you pull a line taut, without the catenary curve in existence, you'd have a straight line.
Yes.
Right? So unless you have a benchmark, all you have a straight line. So if you then...
You can have a calculation of the amount of curvature that you want in that thing according to the reference.
Bingo. I want everyone to stop right there and notice how if you take a straight line and just calculate how much curve should be there, you can then make the claim that curve exists and that you've measured it. Slow clap. Slow clap, friend.
What? Correctly.
No, friend, stop. You're assuming the water's curved, bro. You have flat water.
And then you
hold on.
The thing that you're making.
Right, so my friend, hold on. The previous guy who you asked 30 minutes ago, he critiqued you that you just assumed the water's curved, put the line parallel to the water, and then put the beam parallel to the line that's parallel to the water and assume that all three are curved, and then call that a measurement. That's what you did, brother.
No, I never said the line was curved. Remember catenary effect? I said specifically it wasn't curved. I read that out to you multiple times.
Okay, so let's be clear. If the line isn't curved and you parallel the metal to it and it's parallel to the water, then that means the water's not curved, and that means that the rail is not curved.
A reference didn't parallel it. You ever used a straight line before?
I build things, brother.
Great. So I built a fence not long ago, okay? And my fence, it was a picket fence, and that picket fence went up and down, up and down.
Correct.
Do. Right.
Absolutely.
Line, and then I referenced the amount that the middle picket would be up off this straight line. And from there, I could reference out the curve.
Perfect. So where did they do that in your example?
I just read it to you. They had a microscope that pointed at the string line and at the beam thing, and then they calculated how much they'd have to have of curve on that beam to match the water on an earth of a given radius. And they referenced the distance between the string line and the beam on the road.
What was the length of the string line?
I don't know.
Well, that done fucks it up, doesn't it, brother?
No, a gap in knowledge doesn't mean that the whole thing can be thrown out.
No, I'm saying if the string line isn't known, right?
God, what's the name?
And it's not sufficient to the task, and then you give us the answer that's not sufficient, that's going to screw up your argument. So how about you go get us that information?
Well, he also just justified all of the laser measurement he just got shown because like a gap in knowledge does not disqualify the argument. So apparently he just justified all of the laser measurement. Thank you very much.
What did I justify?
You said there was if you have a gap in your knowledge that doesn't disqualify it, and you said that we don't know the exact temperature over the water in between the measurements of the lasers, and so according to your logic, that still stands.
That is almost a smart argument. It's close, but not quite there. So the problem is that I have a gap in my knowledge. That doesn't mean that they have a gap in their knowledge. So the people that actually built the tow tank didn't have the gap in knowledge. I just have a gap in my knowledge.
So you haven't provided the methodology.
The experiment had a gap in their knowledge. The people doing the experiment, the laser test, had a gap in their knowledge, which does invalidate their experiment because they didn't account.
Not really. It doesn't really. You're assuming that if there's a massive temperature differential, then the light's going to be able to travel around the ball and hit the target.
Yeah, it is. When we account refraction in...
Yeah, no, we don't have the conditions required when you measure the temperature on both ends.
Sorry, sir.
I don't know why it's so hard to get, like...
We can get the conditions in the middle? Is that what you think?
I think you should get us the knowledge that you're gapping on, because that would be the thing that would validate your entire claim.
Yeah, like the length.
I don't need to be 100% fundamental.
No, it's not, dude. Right now, it's an assertion.
A reference to a piece of evidence.
Look, listen, friend. Guys calculating the curve they should expect and then forcing that expected calculation into a piece of metal doesn't prove the Earth is curved.
Of course it does. The tow tank works. So that
holy frick, dude. No, let's be clear. Let's be clear, dude.
That's a logical fallacy, dude.
No, it's not. What logical fallacy is it?
It's called appeal to pragmatism. It works, therefore it's true.
I haven't heard that. Appeal to pragmatism.
Right. It also assumes...
You haven't even heard what your own argument is.
Correct. It also assumes that the variable and difference that they needed to account for would have made the object in question unusable had they not accounted for it. But when you look at the tolerances necessary in those machines, and you look at what the alleged curvature is over that distance, it's negligible, inconsequential, irrelevant.
So it doesn't seem to be that it's a pragmatic fallacy.
It is. You said it works. Therefore, the reasoning is correct. That was your claim that you just said to try to rebut me.
Well, no, it works because it physically exists. So a pragmatic fallacy would be something...
My truck... Oh, well, dude, my truck works. My truck works. My truck works.
I believe X is true. Believing in X results in practical benefit... results in practical...
No, dude.
Therefore, X is true.
Dude, no, that's not how it works. Here, let's put it properly. Hold on.
Consult my horoscope, things always go wrong. So it seems like when there's actual like a physical thing, then the appeal to pragmatism is...
Dude, you're trying to say the tow tank works, therefore the Earth is curved. You're not trying to say the tow tank works.
Let me give an appropriate analogy. Epicycles work, therefore they're true. Epicycles work, therefore they're true. That's the actual physical situation. Epicycles, yeah.
What are they?
It's a Ptolemaic model of orbits.
Do they work?
Yeah, they work. Yeah, they work great. They work better than frickin' Newton's model or Kepler's model. Yeah.
Can you reference that?
Oh, sure can.
How do you spell it?
Never heard of epicycles? Jesus Christ, man.
No, I haven't.
Some elementary shit.
Do you speak any English?
Epicycle model.
Yeah, they use them in a planetarium when you go there. When you go to a planetarium, they project the planets and the stars on the ceiling, on the dome ceiling. They use epicycles. They don't use the heliocentric model to model them. Just because you have a model that works doesn't make the model physically real or have some ultimate reality there. This shit is well known. It's not even an issue.
What do you mean by works? Do you mean as if we model something out, we get a result? Or do you mean as
and you got a result. Yeah.
Build things based on it or measure things based on it?
Yeah. That's called engineering. Yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah. What it's called is predictive evidence.
Okay. So
what they did is they predicted that the water would curve. They predicted in order to get their rail to match the water, they would have to make their rail curve. They then predicted that a string line would have to deviate at certain points by X amount in order to fit that curve prediction. And then it was all true. That's called science, buddy.
No. First of all, that's not called science.
I'm not seeing anywhere
that all would be like post-dictions. Those are all like post-dictions. Because they had to alter the string. I'm reading it right now.
No.
They had to adjust the string until it so-called aligned.
What part? Where's that?
I'm going to read it. A 0.33 millimeter dynamine fishing line was attached to one bespoke winch at each tail end. The line has a breaking point of about, that sounds precise, about 25 kilograms and very little stretching. Oh, that's scientific too, man. Very little stretching. It's not even like they have two things here that they didn't even quantify.
Sorry, you haven't validated your claim, mate. Go back to your claim.
Listen, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. Don't worry, man. There's more here. So, but I'm just saying, this does not sound like precision. Okay. Anyway, which allowed it to be pulled very tight and reduce the catenary effectively. A microscope was mounted on the rail to look down at the line and perform the adjustment with high precision. Right, so they adjusted the string until they got it to match where they wanted.
That's really sad.
So this is your repeated thing I've been listening to over and over again. When you get cornered in this box, you start talking about us and how our argument is and how sad our argument is, and you just start talking about us. The way we're talking, the way we're arguing with you. Shut the fuck up. You're here for round 3 to get knocked out, dude. This is like, Hearns versus Haggard. There was never fight 2 and 3.
Where'd they move the string?
Anyway, this is not a precision measurement. This is garbage, dude. Garbage.
Yeah, I'm referencing some experts that built something according to the curvature of the Earth and it worked. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Are they lying? Do you think they're lying?
I think it's confirmation bias. That's what I think.
Okay, so they specifically machined and came up with a system to make the rail curve to fit what they thought the water would do, and it was correct. And you think that's confirmation bias? How does that work?
Yes, I do.
So if I was to think something like, no, like, if you just use like a base iron to make a camshaft, that'll be fine. Like, it's great. I believe that. Someone told me it had worked before because I used it in an old steam engine once. And then you do it and it fails because it's not the correct, metal to use.
Yeah, and how is that analogous to this?
So confirmation bias failed in the practical, didn't it?
Yeah, because that's why engineering, you do things by trial and error.
No, you
right. So things are manufactured all the time that fail, break.
Engineering is doing things by trial.
It is.
That's the dumbest thing I've heard. Honestly.
Well, then you've never actually made anything. Have you ever made anything in a manufacturing process? Have you ever worked in any manufacturing environment?
Yeah, I've worked in a couple of factories. They're shitty jobs, but yeah.
No, an actual manufacturing environment where they actually engineer, design, and make the product, and then have samples, and then the samples are gone through tests, and then you have the production line, and you start making it in production, and then you have to have quality control because not even that is a perfect process. It's called trial and error.
I did all that. Yeah.
So you start with an idea, right? You maybe apply some models. And then you engineer some prototypes. Some of those prototypes will work. Some of them won't. Right? If they could just do it by equations, then they should just be able to fill out the equations, do the math, start pumping out the products without ever testing them.
The one I worked in made fire-resistant suits for firemen. Right? But it was for firemen working with the army, so it was like armed personnel, fire-resistant suits. And what they did is they got the known tolerances for the fire-retarded capabilities of certain fabrics, and then they got their heat sink capabilities of other fabrics, okay?
Yeah.
They added all that in with the dimensions of a human being, and then they modelled that out so that any stitching would be covered. And then everything was cut, everything was manufactured, and they tested at the end to make sure that everything they'd done was correct. But everything they'd done was correct. They then updated it depending on user needs, but that fabric had known properties, and they
how did they know the properties?
That they
did they use equations, or did they test the fabric? So they got the fabric secondhand from somebody.
Someone else did.
Exactly. So they got it from somewhere, in that place that manufactured the fabric.
Steel, do you? The manufacturer tests the steel to make sure the grade is correct and then sends it to you.
Yeah, they have test samples. They test samples, right? So they manufacture fabric samples.
Engineers buy things of known properties. They don't test everything.
Yeah, it's known because they tested it to trial and error and figured that stuff out.
Yeah, a long time ago, and now they're known properties. So engineers can make things using those known properties, like the engineers.
Yeah, so they're just using trial and error.
They knew the known properties of that fishing line before they started.
Not within any certainty, obviously.
Yep.
About 25 kilograms with quote unquote very little stretching. Not the stretching was not quantified. The break point wasn't actually quantified.
And
it could listen.
And
the catenary curve that they calculated existed might not have existed.
How do you know that? You're just coming up with that. If they've had some monumental failure.
Because you think this is a precision, some sort of precision. Listen, because you think this is a precision measurement of curvature.
Precision in that document. How do you know they didn't have the precise properties of that string line and just vaguely referenced it because they couldn't be bothered going and looking it up again?
How do you know these people weren't fucking aliens from Mars and didn't just fucking throw a bunch of random words on the pick of paper? I mean, come on, dude.
We've never seen aliens in existence, but we've seen people in existence. We've seen engineers in existence. We've seen the properties of certain string lines in existence.
We don't see bodies of water in existence.
We've seen that when engineers calculate as much stuff as possible and it all works, then it's reasonable to assume these engineers are competent, aren't they?
We don't see curved bodies of water in existence. Look, no, that's stupid.
Where, heretic, where? Is that all you got?
You're just assuming shit, right? You're just assuming shit, which is par for the course.
Yeah,
it doesn't shock me.
Induction. I know it's scary to you guys.
Yeah. Inference and induction. Yeah, great. Affirming the consequence.
Oh, God. Can you say it again? Inference and induction?
Yeah, inference and induction, yeah.
What's inference?
Inductive logic is hinged on making inferences from observations. Is that not true? Is that not a true statement? Is that not a true statement? Yes or no?
You get, sorry, did you say inferences?
Yeah, dude, how come every time, see, the problem, one of your problems is you talk too much.
What you said properly.
You talk too much. Do you know how many times you have to say, I didn't hear you? Because you're fucking flapping your gums?
People. We're on Discord, mate.
Yeah, because you can't listen and talk at the same time. That's why you can't hear people.
Induction also doesn't lead to concrete conclusions. It only leads to strong or weak potentials.
Well, he didn't even do that. He just assumed his conclusion in the first place.
Well, no, I didn't. I gave.
Yeah, you did.
So what I have
no, you didn't.
And
you already admitted
my hypothesis is either
you assumed a curved water level, you matched some railings to the curved water level that you assumed, and then went, good, it's all curved. That's all you fucking did.
No, I didn't. What they did was they made the railing.
You're right. I misspoke. You didn't do that. That's what you think someone else did.
So we're at the point now of just muting me all the time? We're finally done? Do you want me to just go now? Are we done?
You can do whatever you want.
I can leave if you want. If you're just going to mute me anytime I'm halfway through a sentence.
Well, you can sit here and cry, or you can leave. I don't care.
We just told you that, basically that you're over talking. I tried to tell you what the problem was, why it's not a good thing. Because it means you're not listening, right? And we're just wasting our fucking time, which I'd rather not do, right? So
no, I was listening. I just think you're wrong. The reason I couldn't hear some people is because some people are low. So I'm trying to figure out who's talking, whose sound is low, so that I can turn them up so I can hear them better next time. Make sense?
Anyways, Linda, feel free to be a beta and leave if you want, but that wasn't what we were trying to do here.
Why would I be a beta if I left?
And you still haven't proven curvature or anything else. All the stuff you said is crap.
Why do you use the word prove?
I can't
I'm using
even
inductive
read
evidence, which can never prove anything. It's called the problem of induction.
Trying to figure out why they need to compensate for curvature for this design.
Why
the rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth. Vertically?
Vertically?
Yeah, the rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth. Horizontally and enroll in Southampton, Saginaw, oriented tank of 138 meters.
Yes, that's talking about the...
Is about 0.6 millimeters.
That's talking about the rail, in this case, has little, like, jacks under it to move it up and down before they set it. So they have to be aligned vertically. Those jacks have to be aligned vertically so that the horizontal lines up with the horizontal curve of the water. What's wrong with that?
Horizontal curve?
Doesn't seem necessary for what they're doing.
Why? They're trying to do
I'm reading it,
measurements of different hull shapes.
Well, do you know what uncertainty and precision is?
Yes.
Okay.
Uncertainty is an unknown, and precision is to the highest degree of measured known. So for this tow tank, they need to know if there's a deviation in the railing, because that deviation in the railing would cause the hull of whatever thing they're testing to push further down onto the water, causing more drag and changing the results, or to go higher up over the water, which would reduce drag and ruin the results.
Okay, and if they didn't do it right, what would happen? Let's say they did all this process and they did something wrong and they didn't know about it and it's not in this document. What would happen?
What would happen would be that the boat, when they move it along the railing, would experience more drag in some spots than other spots, which would mean they would...
You mean, so they're trying to model drag. So this is a tank that's trying to model drag.
Amongst other things, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what the even purpose is. It just seems like just some nonsense.
I can answer the question. It's very simple.
And you get a hull design of that boat.
You're saying
some hull designs go faster than others.
Brother, you're saying the same thing, so we're going to break it down to simplicity. All you're saying is that the rails must be parallel to the water surface. So this entire procedure is to make the rail parallel to the water.
Yep.
Yeah. That's
only the center of Earth curvature is in calculations. Thank you.
I couldn't hear you start that again because you were too upset and you cut out.
Well,
or they measured the curvature of the water level that they assumed.
All right, I'll say it
talking again while he was talking. So let me translate in normal speak.
Oh, I wasn't
normal
talking
speak
while he was talking, but I'm talking while you were talking because it's kind of sad to start off like that. So, Arden, do you want to just say what you said again? Because I couldn't hear you because you got too upset.
Yes.
See, once again, talking about how we're talking. You're being exposed. You're a chump, dude. You're just a chump. If you're going to talk about us, I'm going to talk about you. You're a chump.
Anyway, I'll validate my position, which is this. I'm driving a truck, which has axles, which make noise. And I have auditory feedback in my ears to my voice, where I increase the amplitude of my voice based on how much roid noise. Right? It's not that I'm upset. So again, you failed. But anyway, I'll say it very calmly. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so here we go, friend. The entire methodology of the rails, the only thing that must be accomplished for the principle in question is the rails must be parallel to the water. It's all that has to be done.
I agree.
And all you need is a methodology that makes the rails parallel to the water, and all that is a distance from the top of the rail to the water's surface, and that's all they have to do. All that other methodology and including calculations for Earth curvature is superfluous.
Sure, if you look at the document, they didn't actually measure it off the water surface. If you were to look at Figure 4, you can see that tank isn't full. They're not measuring off it. And Figure 7 shows that they're using the microscope and the string line and the rail to check the deviation.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about this particular setup, but the other setup, which we already critiqued the last time a guy came in here with tow tanks, is they have a water channel next to the rail, and they use that water channel as the leveling channel. It's not the water in the channel.
Well, I'd love to hear about that. So which tow tank was that?
They're assuming the equipotential would be equivalent in both instances. So what they're doing is really, truly, they're just making the rail parallel with the water. That's it.
Yes.
You said so yourself. That's the ultimate goal, is that the rail is intended to keep the same drag line on the boat, continuous over its entire journey on the rail. Now, in order for that to be true, it must be what? Parallel with the water's surface. That's all they're attempting to do. No, which is assumed to be curved in your worldview.
No. Well, yeah, they assumed it to be curved. We gave them the prediction that if they set the rail at a certain curve, it would match the water, which came true. And predictive evidence is the only good evidence.
Listen, how are they making the curve on the rail, friend?
They get the string line and they
listen, the curve the entire rail
based on their model.
What's the length of the line?
They adjust the rail, though. They adjusted the line.
Wait, no, they adjusted the rail. They didn't adjust the line. You were wrong about that. Remember? You
so what I read was wrong.
They adjusted.
So what I read was wrong. That wasn't me freestyling. I was reading.
What you read didn't say they adjusted the line. If you look at Figure 7, you can see that on the rail where they have two pins and they have a microscope pointing at the string. Okay. So that means at any given point, they can look at their model and they can see how far should the pins be from the string at this point.
So they didn't measure it in between the 2 points, right? Just like the laser test?
Say again?
So they didn't measure between the 2 pins, right? Just like the laser test?
They did, yeah. They measured between two things.
Right, but I still haven't gotten the answer to two questions.
In between the 2 points, because so if you have a curve, then you need that like the hump in the middle of the curve. So you're supposed to have
That's
this
what the strings for.
The strings to measure the hump.
Yeah. The string is a reference. It's completely horizontal reference, right? So from 2 points, it will be.
Yeah, he also claimed 2 points. Yeah, before you continue, we got a caveat before you continue. That the allegation is that they.
Go ahead. Excuse me, Indio. I'm trying to listen to Arden right now.
Yeah, well, no. So they presuppose the.
I yielded the floor, brother.
Wait, Indio. Arden.
Yeah. Great. Stop moderating our fucking chat, douche. Okay.
Yes, if you were paying attention.
They took the rail.
I yielded the floor to Indio.
I know. I don't know why you have to say it again. Stop humoring this clown, okay?
My apologies.
So, listen, I'm not falling for the distractions, man. So they have this beam, right? This rail, and they can adjust the rail, and they pull the string. And so, what are they adjusting both at the same time until they're within
Why do you think they're adjusting the string?
Because they think the string has to be within a certain distance of the rail, right?
No. The string just has to be a reference, a horizontal reference.
But they don't know if the string's horizontal.
Yes, they do. If you get
How do they know that?
You pull it taut between 2 points with very little catenary effect, it is a horizontal. It is a straight line.
How do you know there's very little catenary effect? That's what I'm asking you.
Because that's what they say.
Yeah, but very little is also some. They're only seeing a small deviation, which is very little. So they're seeing the very little catenary curve. What are you talking about?
How do you know? You're assuming that because you're biased.
You just assumed that there's very little catenary curve. Your answer was because they said so.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask a question.
What is the value for the catenary curve? And then, like, how did they measure this? Because you're going to have two inverted curves, right? You have the curved rail, and then you have the curved string. And the curves are opposite to each other. So one's curving down and one's curving up.
And it's a very...
Yeah, but I also want to know how long...
It's so hard they can't even measure the amount of catenary curve in the string.
That's not my problem. That's your problem.
Right, but also I just want to quick qualify.
Some catenary effect doesn't mean that catenary effect is enough to screw up their model.
They have to measure it, brother. Otherwise, they wouldn't know. By the way, also, you were asked... Hold on. It doesn't matter, dude. I just said they would have to. I'm trying to get to a different point.
The entire problem is that there's a catenary effect. Isn't that your entire problem at the moment?
Listen, the catenary effect is a constant in physics, bro. It can't be negated.
Yeah, but there are all sorts of problems that anything that you physically do, like there's some form of like tiny 0.0000000001 problem in every single thing you do. But if it's not enough to screw up that thing, then who cares? It's like saying...
Right, so friend, for goodness sake, stop talking.
That thing can still work.
We all know that. Okay, what I want is the brass tacks. How long was the string?
Doesn't know.
How was the... Shut the fuck up, kid.
Why?
Thanks.
All you're going to do is you're going to ask...
Because I'm trying to complete it, dude.
When the...
Alright, I'm just... Dude. These things matter. So stop frickin' sidelining. For goodness sakes. You were asked how they know it was horizontal. You just said they affixed it to 2 points. Being randomly affixed to 2 random points in free space doesn't prove that anything's horizontal. You then said they got rid of the catenary. That's how they knew it was horizontal. But you didn't prove how they knew it was horizontal.
Didn't have a great
Dude, I'm speaking. Thank you. You then said that they got rid of the catenary problem somehow for whatever methodology they used, which you didn't quantify. You didn't give us the length of the string, so we can't even calculate any of these problems to even begin to say. So far, all this is a fanciful assertion with no data and no quantification to it.
Yeah, the engineers made it. It worked. They referenced they referenced the methodology they used. You just don't have the actual numbers in front of you, so therefore it's wrong. That makes no sense.
Dude. You haven't presented them. And your appeal, again, is just to the pragmatic at work. Dude, listen, the methodology they used got, let's just say, for lack of a better term, it got the rail parallel with the water. Great.
Right.
What does that prove? Nothing. It just proves that the rail is pretty parallel to the water. That's it.
Pretty parallel?
Yes, because of the sentences that you just talked through, everybody, about error bars and all this other nonsense. You know it's not perfectly parallel. Good grief, dude.
So, Heretic, you said it's a pragmatic appeal again, but it isn't actually a pragmatic appeal.
It is. You said it works.
No, a pragmatic appeal would be for something unknown and unmeasurable.
What?
Where's the measurement?
It's for something unknown and unmeasurable, something abstract, like astrology work.
It is unknown. You already told us it was a gap in your knowledge, dude. You already told us the measurements that we needed were a gap in your knowledge, so they are unknown. And you don't have the measurements. Yeah, okay, how do you know? You don't know what they know.
You also admitted it was a gap in their knowledge because they didn't add it in there and have it nowhere presented. So
let's link their engineering specs for this whole thing. Do you not understand that?
Right, but the other one that we did, bro.
Find a flaw that you can exploit in this when you guys don't have a single measurement of straight. Like, I gave a glaring flaw in your laser test.
You didn't. Actually, you just showed your ignorance. You actually just showed your ignorance.
Did I, Indio? Do you want to talk about that? Do you want to? If I get 2 points across a bay and I just measure what point A and point B's temperature are, does that tell me the refractive index across the bay? 1, 2, 3.
No, it does not.
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about
across the bay.
It could,
because
possibility.
Could you explain how it could?
You could apply modeling and you could assume it.
They didn't apply modeling, though.
Yeah, why would you?
So
You need
they
to
didn't
first
calculate a
establish that
value?
there is refraction. You need to establish that those models are correct.
But you can't establish if there's refraction unless you measure a difference across the bay, can you?
They
Yeah, that
did.
would be something different.
They did have 2 meteorological stations at each end.
Yes,
You
of
know
course
that,
there'd be
right?
something different, Drace, you fucking idiot.
So you
No,
do know
you're
that
the idiot
2
here,
meteorological stations, right?
Yes.
You know?
And they said meteorological station 1 and meteorological station 2 show X, but all that distance in between, they didn't measure any points on that and then map out the refractive index. Refraction doesn't happen between point A and point B. It happens the entire way in between. There's any sort of change.
No, that's not how
deviation in the
refraction
atmosphere
works.
happens
That's
between
not how
point A and
refraction
point B.
works.
Of course it does.
No.
Light goes
Show
from
that.
one dense medium to another dense medium. All that has to be is a change in temperature, pressure, or like humidity of that air.
No,
Any
it's
change
not.
at all,
It's
any
called
deviation at all will
optical
cause
density.
speed of light to
It's
move.
not just the density
Yeah,
of the
we
medium.
covered this with him before. Yeah, we've been over this
Yeah.
optical density. He
What
was
about it?
furiously Googling or something.
Yes, you guys say it's optical density. Optical density can be changed by factors like temperature, the density.
Yeah, it can, but you also require the correct boundary conditions to those temperature gradients to be able to refract things, and you don't have those conditions all the time. And it also it depends on those angles and the optical gradients.
So
which
you know what,
direction
like
the light goes. The
ISO,
light can go up and down.
So you know what, like ISO, not only did they horizontally pan it, they vertically panned the laser, and on top of that, they did it twice. They did it twice, 3 weeks apart. And they got the same result. So when they just have like,
what does that mean?
So they have to have the same magical refraction conditions, the same 2-3 weeks apart.
And in different directions at different ranges. They didn't just horizontally pan the laser. They panned the laser horizontally.
Seems like they had different outcomes.
See, here you go again.
I'm speaking, brother. Okay.
AI, please.
Yes. They panned the laser to targets at different ranges. So, for example, in the 25-mile shot, the 25 miles was the final target, but they panned it through like a 4-mile target, a 14-mile target, etc.
And this was done 3 weeks
it seems
apart.
like they've got different. It seems
The firing line is hot.
It
seems like they have different what?
They have different measurements for every single laser test that they did.
What does that mean?
Well, considering
different measurements of what?
They say refraction exists. Yeah. And they say that the laser is hitting different points, but it's just within the tolerance they set based on the refraction that they think, to fit a flat Earth model, right?
No, they're tested. They tested the WGS-84, and it's outside those values by 2 orders of magnitude.
Because they didn't look at the refractive index between the 2 points. So the 2-week change would cause a small change in refraction in the refractive index, right? It wouldn't be
Okay, so how much refraction does there have to be to get the result they got?
Well, we could look at that if you'd like.
Yeah, let's look at that. Give us the model that can make that prediction.
Let me know when you're done with
the Bislin Advanced Earth Curve Calculator.
That doesn't, first of all, there's no predictions in that. I said a model that makes predictions, not post-diction.
Yeah, so the Walter Bislin Advanced Earth...
Yeah, those are post-dictions. I want predictions.
Observation data, and then you just change the refractive index.
Yeah, that's a post-diction. That's not a prediction.
I just.
Yeah, hold on.
For a second. Let me know when you're done with this point so I can jump in, because I wanted to ask him a question. But I won't mute him.
Yeah, but I want to. No, don't unmute him.
Amount of time, Miggy. I'll just yield for you.
Yeah, I will let AI, because I don't know. You guys were in the point right now, but I don't know. AI.
Yeah, we can wrap it up very quick. So what he did there is he has an ex post hoc solution, because he's going to go to this calculator and just change the dial until the dial fits the observation, which he already said he will do, which is no observation can debunk the globe, because you can always input refraction to be sufficient ex post hoc. which is not proper reasoning or proper anything. All right,
And,
I yield.
and basically, the calculator doesn't simulate anything. If you look at the Black Swan so-called simulation, okay, if you look at the rays, they invert. So the image that you should be shown should be half inverted. But he doesn't show that, right? So all he's doing is adjusting pixels up or down, but never adjust the orientation. So that calculator doesn't simulate anything.
Well, it does simulate one thing, so let me finish up with this, is that it simulates an increase in the radius of the Earth to lower the Sagittar via the circle segment formula. In other words, it models a lower hump between point A and point B, which means it's effectively flattening out the Earth to account for observations that debunk the globe, conceding that the Earth looks flat. I yield.
Okay. I'm going to unmute him. Dogs, if you can hear me, I just need to ask you a question before you go on. Or maybe you just want to respond real quick so I can ask you?
Yeah, it'll only take me 2 seconds to respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
The problem is what you said about Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator flattening out the Earth is that it flattens out the apparent geometric horizon, not the actual one. You get that? And there's no problem with a post hoc falsification of an experiment. The problem is if you have a positive claim and you want evidence for that positive claim, you then need to make it predictive. So I'm not saying the Earth is a curve because I can post hoc use refraction to account for a flat Earth like experiment.
Man, I want to respond, but go ahead, Miggy. I'll bite my tongue till later.
Yeah, we'll just, I guess you can respond. I just wanted to ask you maybe 2 questions. Can we know 100% sure that the Earth is a globe in any way?
No.
Okay. Second question. Has anyone directly measured surface curvature?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me who?
Transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Who? No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying who directly measured it? Was there, what persons were there, or people? Was there a group of people?
I could find the people that did it, but
I know that, but I'm saying, do you know?
That's called a genetic fallacy, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I'm asking you a question though. Either you know or you don't, right?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so you don't know. Yes, it's a problem. It's definitely a problem because the whole topic and the debate surrounds the information of a baseline of knowledge that you do not have, which right now currently seems to be stemming from.
How does the knowledge of who made the?
Okay, so I'm trying to tell you, unless you want to interrupt me and then form your own conclusion. It's up to you. So the knowledge base of what you have right now.
You lagged there, so I interrupted while you were lagging.
Oh, all right. So, can you hear me now? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So basically,
go ahead.
Okay, so the knowledge base that you have right now is built on derivative topics that's surrounding like a giant puzzle piece that you're trying to put together. They're like all these little clues are going to equal to like curvature. That's what I've been listening to for the past, I don't know, hour and a half that you've been in here. That's what it sounds like to me. You have a lot of evidences that are going to equal to your answer. Is that correct?
That is correct. What's wrong with that?
Because it's not one single direct measurement of the thing in question. So let's put it this way. I'm just going to give you an analogy, right? Like the ones you've been using. So basically, if I have a basketball and I tell you it's a cube, you would be telling me that it's incorrect. And I would be saying, how? You said, because we can directly measure this thing, which it turns out it's going to be a sphere with a radius, diameter, and circumference. And you can show me how in math, also in principle, how this actually operates in reality. So if I was to tell you to do the same with the geometric shape that you're actually standing on, it would not be the same. And I would ask you why? Because it's the same thing in reality, something tangible, something you can actually look at, and you can actually apply maths and then directly measure the thing that you're in question, right? So in this instance, it feels like it's a bit more obscure, and all these little clues that you're talking about don't seem to add to the single direct understanding that we know that the Earth is curving with the set rate that they're telling us with the diameter and radius. So what we're doing right now is we're going round and round and arguing about derivative topics, never getting to the underlying premise that the Earth is indeed measured curvature, because we have all the metrics, as you may or may not know. They're made public to everybody, so we can pull those up and we know what they are. So what I'm saying is that it's a fruitless endeavor that you're on right now, this quest to actually try to prove the thing that you're actually trying to prove, but without proving it directly, but indirectly. And so maybe to you that makes sense, but to everybody
how
here,
knowledge works.
I know, but I'm saying, but to everybody here, it makes more sense to directly measure the thing in question, and that hasn't been
can
done.
you directly measure something that is as large as the Earth?
Yes, absolutely. With the variable. Listen, because I'm going to tell you.
Can you do it the same as a basketball in your hand?
Yes, absolutely.
No, you can't. You can't, because you're big, and you can have bigger things to use as measuring tools for that Earth, right? For that basketball, sorry. But for the Earth, you can only measure a small patch of the Earth at a time.
So that's the thing, though. How did we do it in the first place? Because we have these metrics.
Transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Okay, so is that how we derive the metrics of the Earth? Yes or no?
Well, no. What we did is we have tested it many different ways. Some haven't been exclusive to globe Earth. Some could be experienced on a flat Earth, but we have then done some that are conclusively for a globe Earth. Did you hear what I just said, or did you start talking after you'd rambled for like 4 minutes?
We have the metrics. You don't want to look at the metrics.
Do you hear what I just said? Do you hear what I just said, buddy?
No, because it's not the actual direct measurement of the Earth's curvature by which we have.
Do you have a direct measurement of flat Earth? Yes or no?
I don't need to directly measure something.
Exactly. You're a fucking hypocrite.
Okay, so now you're resulting to insults because you're losing. You don't know how to provide evidence for the direct measurement of the Earth's curvature, so you want to spiral.
Transcontinental arc of the parallel. What's wrong with that?
Is this your out? Because it's not directly measuring the surface curvature. That's why. And I asked you, is it? You said no. You conceded. That's great.
No, it is. Transcontinental arc of the parallel directly measures the curvature of the Earth.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Does it do we derive the metrics of the Earth's size from that?
Yes.
Show me where.
Great. I will link you the document.
It's a document that you didn't read.
Yeah, the one I did read that you didn't understand. You thought that
dude, you can listen.
That they listed as direct measurements. You thought they'd already applied some form of transformation.
They did.
Page 47 this time.
They did.
They didn't, Indio. Remember, you linked it to me and you read it, and it said that they had put the data in and then they put the calculation.
Sorry,
it's called a horizontal reduction.
So,
right?
like, listen, I asked him for direct measurement. He said no. Now he's saying yes. He's going back and contradicting himself. But what he's going to post, because we've all seen this document, right? This PDF. I think is it page 19? Is it on the 4th paragraph? He's going to be astounded to know that it's not. They didn't directly measure anything. They actually pulled it off the Clark spheroid model. That's what they're using. So they didn't measure the curvature of the Earth.
He's denying that that's what they did.
Right, but that's what it directly says on the PDF that he's probably going to post if he hasn't posted it already.
He's denying it means that.
This dude is infamous, though.
In his own meaning.
He's infamous for denying his own references. That's all he does here.
So the thing that I asked him were 2 questions. Can we know if the Earth is measured to have curvature? He's 100%. Like, can we know that? He said no. Second one was that has it ever been directly measured? And the answer was still no. It was because he's trying to use all these derivative topics to ruffle feathers and try to make it seem like he has a point when he does not. And he starts to get angry and starts to put out insults because he doesn't have an answer. But that's all I wanted to say, just to expose him that he doesn't have an answer and he wants to dance around and that's all he knows. And that's all I have to say. I yield the floor.
I did notice he had a lot of direct, pointed personal insults. Now, I did swear at him to say shut up because he was constantly over-talking and through-talking.
Okay, can I talk about Mickey for a second? And how he started off with a genetic fallacy?
We'll talk about him, or do you want to talk about the arguments?
No, his argument. His argument was a genetic fallacy. His argument was, I didn't know who did the measurement, so therefore the measurement is wrong.
That's not a genetic fallacy.
No, he was talking about you. He wasn't talking about the argument.
I don't know who measured the transcontinental.
No, he's pointing out that you have a belief. That's what he's pointing out.
Yeah, you just have a belief.
That's exactly how he started his argument. Is that how you started your argument? Because I wrote it down.
Yeah, that's okay. If you think about his first question,
I said no because we can't be sure of anything. It's epistemology. If you knew anything about knowledge, you'd know that.
Oh my goodness, dude!
You said that because I don't know who did it, I'm lacking some knowledge that makes that an actual like a good argument. When that's
that was your interpretation, but he never said any of those words.
He specifically said I was lacking some fundamental.
Yeah, that's right, but he didn't
sources that would make my sources incorrect.
No, you're adding that yourself. The incorrect part, you're adding that. He never said that part.
Okay, so for everything I've argued so far, what have I done that have made my arguments incorrect?
Okay. He wasn't arguing against your arguments. He was illustrating the fact that you have a belief.
He was using a genetic fallacy, yeah.
No, dude, what don't you understand? He was just illustrating the fact that your claims about whatever measurements exist out there, the results of which that you don't actually know are just a belief. Oh my god, dude.
Anyway,
it's about you, dude. This isn't about the measurements. It's about you. Are you like some weird narcissist?
Page 19 of the Arc of the Parallel. Isn't that great?
Dude, listen, before you read that, you need to specifically rebut the claim that they pulled that stuff off of that model.
Well, how about this? I can get right to the heart of this. Why do they use a reference ellipsoid? Why do they use a reference ellipsoid in the first place? Why is this even used? They're just measuring curvature.
We have previous information that tells us the Earth is a sphere. So based on that previous information, people now assume it because it makes sense to do so.
But why is it used in anywhere in any calculation ever? Why do they need it? Why is it necessary?
We have previous evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, that's awesome. But why do they need it? You're not answering the question. Why do they need it in the equations? Why does it exist?
For the
why not just use the raw measurements, right, and then just come up with it like that? Why use the measurements and reduce them to an ellipsoid? Why are they doing that?
They have the raw measurements and they have the ellipsoid measurements.
Okay, so why are they reducing their raw measurements to the ellipsoid surface, the sea level? Why are they doing that?
Because they want to fit the measurements that they've made onto one larger, grander set of maps or measurements.
Okay, that are based upon old measurements. Were they reduced to another ellipsoid?
No idea what you're talking about.
So you just said the ellipsoid is based upon measurement.
Dude, don't
overtalk me. Don't overtalk me because you know you're fucked now. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Yep, that's right. You're fucked and you know it. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Sorry. You know you're fucked. That's why you're trying to fucking rabble-rouse right now. Listen, you said the ellipsoid's based upon some previous measurements. So these new measurements, arc of the triangulation, they reduce the measurements to the horizontal directions to the surface of this Clark ellipsoid. Where'd they get the Clark ellipsoid from? And when they took those measurements, did they reduce it to some other ellipsoid? How far back does it go?
Assumption upon assumption upon assumption.
To the first measurement of the radius of the Earth, you fucking moron.
When was that?
Do you
When was
understand
that?
how stupid you are?
When was that?
I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Oh, you don't know. That's
probably prior to Eratosthenes, but Eratosthenes did the first one, and then we.
Wait, sorry, I missed that. I missed that.
Actually correct, using different styles.
He's going to talk about Alberuni?
We've done it
Yeah, I
dozens
missed
of different ways. How do you guys not understand?
When was this measurement, dude?
Hey, the radius of the Earth's never been measured and can't even be measured in your paradigm.
His whole argument is based on he doesn't know. That's it. I've been saying I don't know this whole time, dogs.
You blow your father with
That's embarrassing, bro.
Look, you know what the answer is.
Look. Should we just
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself, dogs.
Yeah, you're so emotional, man. What you talking about? AI's emotion?
Go back and learn some more.
Let's have a good cry.
Yeah, I got a shoulder you can cry on. Go on. Go back to McToon and go get some more information from him because you're not up to date, bro. This is weak sauce, bro.
You guys haven't given a single argument for flat Earth.
Bro. You don't know about
Eratosthenes.
I don't know. Are you 100% sure? No, we can never be. Well, you don't know anything, bro.
Dude, it's not.
Anyone that knows about epistemology knows you can't be 100% sure about anything except.
Well, then you don't know the Earth. Thank you for admitting that.
Yeah,
And
it's called fallibilism. It's provisional knowledge. It's knowledge that isn't 100% complete, but is still knowledge. If you have two competing hypotheses, and one has over 50% probability of being correct based on predictive evidence, then you should go with the hypothesis that has a greater predictive evidence. This is epistemology 101. It's fallibilism.
Dude, you just don't know.
Your lack of fundamental knowledge about knowledge is the problem. That's why you're all fucking flat earthers, because you're too dumb to understand.
You don't know anything, dude. I love it. I love that you don't know. Please.
What he basically said is that if
tell me why fallibilism is incorrect.
If something has a greater than 50% probability and you have no other alternatives, you should accept it as true until something new comes along. Then it becomes false. Hooray.
Great. That's great. So give me something new that comes along that disproves the globe.
You don't know. That's all.
Nothing's come along that proves the globe.
That's all, folks.
I just gave you like 4 different things, didn't I?
Yeah, 4 different things that don't prove.
Yeah, 4 different things that you don't understand.
From towers is one. Yeah.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't, dude. Towers are not evidence of curvature. You're a clown, dude.
Go try to make.
We need to find some way to disprove these things instead of just saying.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, you weirdo.
I didn't add in this specific number.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, dogs. So don't even be saying that you got all this evidence. You got shit, bro. You ain't proved nothing.
Can you tell me what's
you're over here saying that? I don't know. That's what you said, bro.
We got to do that again.
Jesus. If you read that document, there's not enough information in that document to make an evaluation. And
but
you
that
claim
doesn't mean
that
it's wrong, does it? The experts, the people that built it, say
the experts. Exactly. Exactly. You just said it all. Your actual true epistemology. The experts.
Oh, by the way,
you talk all highfalutin.
By the way, that's a genetic fallacy. The experts, it comes from the experts, therefore it's true. It's a genetic fallacy.
A genetic fallacy would be because they are the people that did it, it must be correct. But the problem is that they did it correctly using the methodology that they chose.
Are you keep saying I don't know, dogs? We're used to you saying that already in here, so just keep saying I don't know. That'll win an argument anytime.
What's the correct methodology? How do you know the methodology is correct? Give us the methodology then.
I don't have to. The toe tank works.
Okay, so you don't know the methodology, but you know it's the correct methodology. How does that work?
The same fallacy. This is crazy.
It works, dude.
The tank works.
And because the experts worked on it, and it works.
Because the rail and the...
So nothing to do with their methodology, just the experts, exactly like these guys just said. Cool.
No, the thing itself, the toe tank works. That's evidence that the engineering works.
Yes.
Works because the thing works. That's how engineers work, you idiots. Do you not understand this?
Yeah. So I got a PDF from an engineer from Australia that says just because it... Oh, do you want me to... Okay. Now, hold on.
I read your last PDF. Do you remember what happened there?
No, I don't. Well, you read what PDF?
Big failure and them not calculating refraction across a body of water?
Yeah, they don't. They don't need to because it's an unproven quantity. Gee, that's why I asked you. Let's actually go back to that.
Wait, is this a YouTube video?
Let's go back to that
video. This is the calculus they won't teach.
Listen, don't mute him anymore. Let him talk. Right? Don't interrupt me. We're gonna have a real interchange. Fucking interrupt me, I'm just gonna kick you the fuck out of here. Okay? It's gonna be like that. So check this out. I asked you, what model for refraction should we use to make predictions? You are aware that there are probably a dozen to maybe 24 models of refraction going back 150 years. Which model should we use that makes predictions? Which one?
Snell's law.
Snell's law doesn't work.
Why?
Because it doesn't preserve the angles.
It doesn't preserve the angles. That's the whole point of refraction. Refraction is the angles changing.
Okay, so in a gradient index medium, you can't use Snell's law because the angles are not preserved. Okay, so hold on, I'm
The angles are not preserved. Can you explain what that means? Because the angles aren't meant to be preserved. The angle is meant to go from A medium to B medium. The angle is to change the inference angle.
Yes,
and then
that's
from
right.
B C medium is meant to change again. Then from C to D, it's meant to change again. Then from D to E, it's meant to change again. So at what point?
Sine theta is a conserved quantity in Snell's law.
Say again.
Right.
I didn't hear
Sine
that.
theta. Sine theta. The angle is a conserved quantity. Okay. So the angle of incidence and the angle of refraction have to sum to 180 degrees. Right? Because they have to be normal.
Sine theta has to be 180 degrees.
The sum of the angles. The sum of the angle of incidence to the medium's interface, right?
Yeah.
And the angle of refraction have to sum to 180 degrees.
Okay, and?
Okay, so in a gradient index medium, that's not the case. If you apply Fermat's principle, I just posted a PDF that runs through the mathematics. I don't expect you to go through it now.
Live stream text?
Is yes, right? I even posted the PDF, right? So it says sine theta conserved along the light path. And it goes on. Snell's law states that the quantity sine theta is not changed in the refraction of light passing from one medium to the other. We acquire whether this is true in a general case where the speed of light varies continuously within a medium. That is a gradient index medium. Right? So you have to apply Fermat's principle. Right? The principle of least time. So you understand that. Final result of these exercises is that, contrary to initial expectations, the answer to the question in the title is negative. So there's problems with using Snell's law and a freaking on like some gradient index medium, because you would end up having weird ducting, weird reflections, right? So if you modeled, right, so a medium with n number of indexes of refraction mediums, how many freaking layers are you going to use? Right. So what you could end up happening is the light being trapped within one of these layers and never exiting, especially if the light ever ends up going horizontal. So if it ever ends up going horizontal, it's never going to transition some barrier, right? Some interface. So if you look at Andrew Thomas Young's website, he admits this, that it results in a singularity if you use Snell's law, right? If you use Snell's law and the Earth is flat, right, and you have a medium at that level, so 6 feet, right, and you even have a gradient, right, you can even have a temperature gradient, that light, if it's horizontal, will never transition into any other refractive index medium, because it's horizontal over a flat plane. So if you model out mathematically, yeah, it'll just go on forever. Right? The only reason you all say there's bending light, right, is because you have a curving gradient. I'm not gish galloping. Just because you can't comprehend what's being said, because this is above your pay grade, ain't my problem. That's your problem.
Well, I'm reading through this and I'm not seeing the part where they conclude. So what page is it where they conclude?
The conclusion? Scroll down. Yeah. The conclusion's literally in the abstract. You don't even have to read the conclusion. You can scroll down to it.
So in the introduction.
So you see, you've never read actually any scientific material, so this is just like fucking Chinese to you.
Well, the conclusion is usually.
Well, I've been reading this shit for 20 years.
It's in the abstract.
The conclusion is in the abstract. The answer to the question in the title is negative. Is sine theta conserved along the light path? That means, says, Snell's law states that the quantity and sine theta is unchanged in the refraction of light. Is sine theta conserved along the light path? The answer to the title is negative. The answer is in the abstract. They don't use Snell's law to model in physics, gradient index medium. Abstract, I posted it literally in the chat.
It also provides.
Look.
The final results of the exercise is that, contrary to an initial expectation.
Let me ask you this: does Walter Bisgun's simulator use Snell's law?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It uses Fermat's principle.
Okay, if he uses Fermat's principle, who cares?
Okay, so does Mick West.
What's the difference? What's the applicable difference between the two?
Is that there's no boundary.
In Fermat's principle?
Yeah, there's no boundary. You integrate over the light path, basically.
No. Yeah.
If you use the calculus of variations of integrate over the light path. Whereas one is just simply algebraic or trigonometric, if you want.
And?
That they're not mathematically equivalent, dude.
They are
You understand that these
the outcomes are still generally the same.
No, Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
They're still
where you have a well-defined medium. No, they're not.
Yes.
Snell's law is a special case, right? Snell's law is a special case where you have two well-defined mediums with a well-defined boundary.
Based on Snell's law and Fermat's principle, would they be roughly equivalent?
In one case, where you have a medium where you have two mediums with different refractive index that are homogeneous, isotropic, and have a well-defined boundary. That special case, that's what it models. Which is great for designing lenses. Right? You can use the thin lens equation, no problem. Easy peasy. Then you still get to the engineering.
That's principle, which states the light travels the path which takes the least time. By taking the derivative of the optical path length, the stationary point is found, giving the path taken by the light. And there are situations of light violating Fermat's principle by not taking the least time path, as in reflection or a spherical mirror. In a classic analogy, the area of lower refractive index is replaced by a beach, the area of higher refractive index by the sea. And the fastest way for a rescuer on the beach to get to the drowning person in the sea is to run along the path that follows Snell's law.
Yeah, because you have a well-defined boundary. Sand in the water. You go one speed over the sand and another speed over the water. So you want to find the path which is the most efficient to reach the person. Well, the principle of least time. Which one takes you the least time? Should you run through the sand more? Should you freaking swim more? Which one should you do?
Great, so they both use the principle of least time.
Fermat's principle, or Snell's law, is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Right? Okay, great. So why doesn't Snell's law work?
I told you, because it's a gradient. So now you have the sand, right? So the sand is continuously varying. In the water, your speed through the water is also continuously varying. Actually, there is no sand in no water because there's no well-defined boundary. It's just all sand. And your velocity through any given point in the sand, like at point, there's 0.0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, but there's a continuum. It's a continuous change. It's a continuous change, right? It's not a discrete change, like at a boundary, which is Snell's law.
Why is that a problem? So think about it like this time. You have X speed on sand, X and Y speed on water, and then you replace that water, and you have the speed across just sand being equivalent to the average speed between X and Y. And all it is just
I don't know how to explain this to you. If you don't understand basic mathematics, I just don't know how to explain it to you.
Well, I just explained to you what Snell and Fermat's law, the difference in the principles. One says you go from X to Y, and the other one says there is a gradual change between X and Y. But if they both end up with very, very similar end results based on, the different optical...
Do they end up with similar results?
Of the mediums. Yeah.
Yeah, where's your evidence for that, dude? Like, seriously.
The paper you cited. They only found very, very small deviations using different calculations. In your paper that you cited.
Well,
every FLIRF paper disagrees with them.
What did you say?
Every FLIRF citation disagrees with them.
Dude, okay, you just said that there's a difference. Previously you said they were the same. Okay, it doesn't disagree with me, it disagrees with you. That's a crazy projection. Now it's close enough. Before you were saying it was the same.
I'm waiting for evidence that it isn't. Can you tell me why Snell's law wouldn't work across a lake?
Because it's not a well-defined boundary. It's a single medium, so they have to
You can take all the different mediums, and it's not a single medium because optical densities changes depending on the temperature and the amount of air, the amount of water in the air, and the density of the air and the pressure in the air. So you can.
So tell me, how, in reality, how would you model this out? How would you model this out? This gradient, right? This air gradient. How would you model this out?
I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge in maths for that, but I understand the concept.
Yeah, yeah. So you would have to use an infinite, like an infinite amount of
to B density, or X density to Y density.
How many layers
do you need? Is that there is a gradual change between A density and B density. That's all it is.
How many layers until you approximate Fermat's law?
I don't know. I don't care. But that doesn't matter.
I know you don't care.
And this is amazing. This is amazing. You're doing a reification.
Yeah, now you're going to talk about me again. How predictable.
You're doing a reification fallacy.
No one is reifying it. I'm asking you. You say refraction exists. I'm looking for the evidence that it exists. I'm looking for the model that makes
mathematical so that we can. Is it something that exists in reality?
Refraction as a general phenomenon exists. Refraction bending light around the curve of the Earth. Does that exist? That's what we want to determine. Does that exist? What is the evidence for it?
What is the boundary in Snell's law? Does that reference something actual? Like an actual boundary? Or does it reference a mathematical?
Yes, it's an actual fucking boundary. Yes.
No,
it's where one medium becomes another medium. The atoms on one side is...
I've ever heard. It doesn't.
Oh, so water... No, Elijah, please don't. Please don't. Please, I'm asking you, please. Please, I want to finish this. He's going to try and get off it. I'm not letting him get off of it.
Why would you calculates the optical density of A and the optical density of B, and then it arbitrarily pops in a boundary between them.
Where do you think they would pop in that boundary?
What?
At the end of A, at the spatial end of A, and at the spatial beginning of B? Do you think that's where the boundary is? So if you have two substances, one's water and one's glass, the water's not the glass, and glass is not the water, and where they meet is what we call the boundary.
They can both be water with two different optical densities.
Water can be water, and glass can be water and glass at the same time?
No. Indio, listen to me, okay? You can have air, just air, but if the optical density of air is different at 2 points, in Snell's law, you'll take those 2 points of measured optical density, so the different temperature and pressure, and you will put a boundary in the middle of that calculation, and that boundary calculates the deviation, the refraction.
That's why I asked you how many layers,
going from A to B. Whereas in Fermat's, it will be a gradual change. It won't be a defined boundary they put into the calculation. It will be between A and B, there is this amount of change, not it changes at a defined boundary, okay? It's all abstract, it's all mathematical, and it's called a reification fallacy when you say that there's an actual boundary in spatial reality.
No, what I said was there is a continuous change in Fermat's principle, and you just made my argument. Thanks you very much. Snell's law. Snell's law has a boundary. Snell's law has a boundary. Dude, Snell's law. Oh my God, the fucking spiral. Snell's law has a boundary. You said that you can make an arbitrary boundary. Where do we make that boundary? How many boundaries? That's why I asked you how many layers. You didn't even understand what that was talking about. Like, how would you model this? How many layers do you have to do? If I take 6 feet of freaking air, right? How many layers of Snell's law of different refraction index to model this gradient do I use? Do I use 10,000? Do I use 1,000,000? Do I use 1,000,000,000,000? Do I use an infinite amount? Right? When we use an infinite amount, well, oh my God, that's fucking calculus. And we use a continuum. And look, the continuum's more accurate than the so-called simulation of boundaries. I don't know why you don't understand this. Oh, because you don't know anything about mathematics. But your whole idea of refraction is based upon mathematical models, which don't work in reality, which make no predictions in reality. That's why I'm going to ask you again. I know someone muted you. Give me the model of refraction that makes accurate predictions that we can test, so that we know which one to use, so that when we make our post hoc claim, we can be using a model which has some predictive power. You even said We need predictive power to tell us what's likely true. Give us the model with predictive power.
Both.
Give me the exact model with predictive power.
Both.
Okay, so those are models. How are they tested?
I can find some journal articles if you'd like me to.
Yeah, I'm sure I've read them all.
Awesome. But are you willing to admit that the boundary is just what they put in? Like it's the maths that they add in to say that there is a defined...
They don't use Snell's law for a gradient, you clown.
A defined point between the refractive index of A and the refractive index of B, right? So all they've done is they've said there has to be a boundary here instead of it being a gradual change.
Okay.
No. So you're saying that is bullshit.
No, when they model it, listen, when they model it in reality, right? Like if they model it between glass and water, they'll use Snell's law. But if they have a gradient, they're not going to use Snell's law. So when I say the Snell's law is an actual boundary, that's what they're modeling. They're modeling an actual boundary. They're not going to use it in a situation you're talking about. They're not going to use it for a gradient, index, medium. They're just not going to use it. So it's like,
why not use it? If it's easier, because Snell's law is
because it's inaccurate.
Principle, isn't it?
Because it's inaccurate.
To what percentage? To what percentage?
It probably depends on the application.
Oh, okay. So we can use Snell's law if we want, say, a couple of percentage points of accuracy. And then Fermat's if we want, say, a couple more points of accuracy. It's the same with Newton's and Einstein's, isn't it?
Well, it depends on the distance, right? So it depends on how long the light is within the medium, right? So that's the defining factor. How long the light is inside the gradient versus, or how many layers you model. So there's all different, depends on your model, right? So that you could probably make a situational Snell's law model and use Fermat's principle and get them fairly correct, probably for good enough for practical purposes and make it quote unquote work, right? But it's not what's used in the common practice. They just use Fermat's principle because it's more accurate. That's just what they do.
So they both would work. One's just more accurate.
But the fact of the matter is, you can use Snell's law. You can use whatever the fuck you want.
You thought that this boundary was a physical boundary, you fucking goose.
No, listen, in the use that they model it, it is. Yeah, in the use that they model it, it is. Where they actually use Snell's law to model something,
it's real. When they model it, it's an actual boundary.
No, listen, they don't model gradients using Snell's law. Only dumbass fucking anti-flat earthers use it for that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Only you fuck clowns use it for that. Nobody uses this. If you go read all the literature, no one uses Snell's law for this shit. Nobody. Not a fucking person. Only Dunning-Kruger.
Does it still work? Does it still work?
No!
Why? What's the percentage difference? How many decimal points are different?
I just told you. I already answered that question. Depends on the application.
You don't know the implication fallacy and you don't know and you're trying to lecture me about the maths. At least
No, listen. I told you the situation. It depends. It depends on the situation. It depends on what you're modeling. The error depends on what you're modeling. If you're modeling how long light's in fucking 1 millimeter of a gradient, dude, yeah, they're going to be almost identical. But if you're modeling how far, like if it's going through fucking 1 trillion miles of air, that's something else. You're going to it depends. It depends on the application.
I think we're done with this now.
No, you're going to give me the predictive model. Dude, you're just going to give it to me because we want to know when we do our post hoc, ad hoc bullshit at the end, right? So we can't falsify the globe. I want to know what model we have to apply.
You're obviously too
I want to know what model, dude. I want the evidence. No, I want the evidence for your foregone conclusion. I just want the evidence. That's all I'm asking for. What's the evidence, dude? What's the evidence? What's the evidence any of these models work? What's the evidence that that light is bending around the curve? What model predicts that? And then that model has been validated by observation.
Great. I'm looking up
really simple.
Theoretical and experimental study of refractive indices of water, acids, and nitrile and salt systems.
Yeah, so I'm talking about terrestrial refraction.
They calculated the refraction.
I'm talking about terrestrial refraction. This thing that's supposed to be like bending around the curve, making everything look flat.
If you apply it to the surface of the Earth. No, these are physical constants, buddy. Do you know what a physical constant is?
Dude. Okay.
Dude.
That's a cool story. Physical constant, yada, yada, yada. Cool story, bro. I'm asking for the model that makes predictions that we can apply in real life.
I propose a simple theoretical formula for describing the refractive indices in binary liquid mixtures containing salt ions. Our theory is based on the Clausius-Massotti equation. It gives the refraction index of the mixture in terms of the refractive indices of the pure liquid and the polarizability of the ionic species by properly accounting for the volume change upon mixing. The theoretical predictions are tested by extensive experimental measurements of the refractive indices of water, acetonitrile salt systems for several liquid compositions, different salt species, and a range of salt concentrations. Excellent agreement is obtained in all cases, especially in low salt concentrations with no...
Are you almost done, like, doing nothing?
Expression of the refractive index for low salt concentration is also given, which can be a theoretical basis for determination of salt concentration using refractive index measurements. So it seems like they've come up with a very, very simple equation for refraction based on this one specific liquid, and it's been correct. They tested it, and it was correct.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're going to apply that to the air. What model is used for the air?
Just a second.
It doesn't matter. There's not a big deviation.
It doesn't matter.
What I love is they're using a tank and a solution and allowing it to set so it becomes homogeneous and isotropic.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they? Because what I just read out.
Because when you stir the solution, I've seen many demonstrations of this. Okay. When you stir the solution, you see no deviation.
Look, I'm just looking for the justification for claiming that there's terrestrial refraction fucking up all our measurements with a laser. I want the justification for that. And you can't seem to come up with one. Other than because I said so.
Experimental determination of the refractive index of Snell's law. This experiment uses a narrow beam of light passing from air into glass and then into air. The experiment is practically easier using a hemi-cylindrical prism of glass with a beam entering the curve.
These are inapplicable to what we're talking about.
Why?
You're just Googling random shit on refraction, dude. Terrestrial refraction. Google that, brother.
There's
dude, you think I don't know you didn't look for this?
An experiment showing refraction works, but you don't like it because you don't seem to understand that Snell's law, being a model, means that there has to exist things in real life.
You can claim it works in different applications that have nothing to do with... We want to see it works in this application.
In what application? Through air?
The application of a laser or a ray of light through air, dude.
Great. Refraction over water experiment. Have you never typed these things in?
Look, dude.
No, you haven't, have you?
What are you talking about?
It's much easier to just sit here and go around in circles about things that you don't understand. Other than just
yeah. Talking about me again. The old standby.
Hey, so anyway.
No. We're gonna finish this point. I don't care how long it fucking takes, dude. I don't. So we're gonna finish this. I want the predictive model for refraction so we know that there's a justification for saying that it exists. We need a justification. We can't just say, hey, willy-nilly, we're just going to throw in this phenomenon that we say exists. We need a justification for saying it exists, right? And one justification would be a model that's been tested and makes predictions. But that model doesn't exist, and you know it doesn't exist. That's why you're bringing up all this ancillary bullshit. And you know what? By bringing up ancillary bullshit and
predicting atmospheric refraction with weather modeling and machine learning.
Yeah. Okay. I read that.
Would you like to read this?
I've already read it.
Have you?
Yes, I have. I read it about 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. What do they do in it?
I think they're looking at the side of a mountain, if I remember right. It's in Arizona. It's like in the desert.
White Sands, New Mexico?
Yeah, I got a pretty good memory. Seeing I only freaking skimmed it freaking goddamn 2 years ago, 3 years ago maybe. Yeah, but even if listen, so check this out. I'm pretty sure the AI successfully made predictions, but AIs are black boxes, so we don't know how they actually make predictions.
So you've read something that confirms that...
No, it doesn't confirm anything. They just...
Weather model data results were computed for 10-minute intervals and ray tracing procedure was applied. The data is interpolated in time to align with the time-lapse image frames. Shows results of the experiment as a function of time of day, blah, 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 blah. Where is it? Measurements only available for daytime. General downward drift through daytime hours is an effect we commonly observe in clear weather, and this corresponds to a reduction in the average refractive index gradient of the atmosphere along our line of sight.
Yeah, claiming something and showing the actual mathematics to support it are two different things.
Well, they've got the mathematics in this.
Not for that specifically. That specific claim you just made, they do not have.
I'm looking at it right now.
So what model do they use?
They have a machine learning model.
Well, you said it just matches the gradient of listen, you just said it matches the gradient of the refractive index. What is it matching? What is the machine learning matching? What model is that?
So the machine learning takes the image and then the ray tracing, whatever it is, and adds that into the known distances, and then takes all of the weather data and then calculates a refractive index based off that.
Okay, so what model is it comparing it against?
I mean, I can just link the paper. It's got all the maths for it here.
What model does it compare it against? So what you have is you have a model, and the machine learning looks at the images, right? And then the machine learning goes, if this model existed, how would this image match that model? And now I'm going to make predictions. When I take an image, how does this image fit this model?
It doesn't matter. It works.
What's the model, dude?
Refraction exists, and it's between Fermat's, Snell's, and this model, they would have similar outcomes, right?
No.
And the deviation doesn't matter because the deviation can be changed by any of the variables changing. So the refractive index should actually just be like a range, okay? So if you have like the black swan image and then you apply refraction to that, you don't just add a set refractive index. You can make that range of refractive indexes based off the measurements you have and the variables that could change. That's how science and data works. And then from that, you can see whether that image can fit the predictions based off refraction, which would be the range of refraction.
What predictions? That's what I'm asking you. How do we make the predictions? What model do we use to make the predictions?
It doesn't matter. For math, it's machine learning.
I'm going to use chicken bones.
Be fairly similar, right?
No, not really.
Not really. Okay, so what's
depends on what model you use. They'd actually. They've tested models, in the literature, they've tested these models against each other, Well, then so you actually don't know anything about this topic. I'm asking you this for a very specific
literature, champ.
Because they're so... Dude, you want me to link hundreds of PDFs that say, fuck you, we don't know?
I want you to link one.
Hold on.
Here, look, I'll add this in showing that machine learning can predict refraction.
So what? Machine learning is black boxes. We don't even know how it's doing the prediction. If you knew anything about machine learning, no,
that's genetic.
The machine learning is at modeling anything. You don't understand how machine learning works. So let's not talk about it until you know how machine learning works. Then there's nothing to talk about.
It's a genetic fallacy.
No,
isn't machine learning where the machine takes in multiple sources of data and then it comes up with an algorithm based off that data that would predict any two sets of data outcomes further on?
Okay.
Let's look. Machine learning, subfield of artificial intelligence that deals with systems that are able to acquire their own knowledge by extracting patterns. There we go. Extracting patterns to get new data. Great. So, have you found that study yet?
Yeah, I'll just read you a whole bunch. How about that?
No, just link one.
Where should I pick?
Have you linked one? Have you dropped one in voice chat yet?
Yeah, I'm going to link like 10.
Well, I just want one, so link your best one. I'm going to just look at the top one anyway. Top one better be your best one.
So what? Just so I get the right thing, and I give you the right thing. What exactly do you want?
Show the difference that an observation using Snell's law refractive index versus Fermat's law refractive index.
I already did that.
Deviation.
I'm not doing it again. They don't use Snell's law, and they don't use Snell's law in any type of surveying, anything to do with
they use
terrestrial refraction. They don't use it.
Why'd you ask which one's best?
No, oh my God, dude!
So why would you ask?
This is what you don't understand. There's models for terrestrial refraction. They involve temperature, humidity, CO2, yada yada yada. I
explained all this to you, you fucking idiot.
Listen, no, dude.
Yes,
there's
I did.
multiple models.
10 minutes ago, I went through all the things that can impact refraction.
That's right. That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome.
I explained it to you already. So every single image you guys have of a flat Earth can be explained using refraction we know to exist.
Okay, cool.
Is that true, yes or no?
Yeah, cool. No, it's not true.
Okay. Give me one image that shows that the Earth is flat that can't be explained using refraction.
Using assumption, you mean?
No,
refraction. Okay. I just went through machine learning.
You just have assumption. You have no evidence that there is refraction happening on those days.
Hold on.
Machine learning was able to calculate a refractive index.
They're not calculating anything.
Yes, it did.
No, they're not.
You're just assuming things. You have no values, so you're just assuming things. There's no values in the laser test.
Data goes in, it calculates, it comes up with an equation.
It doesn't calculate, it does. It doesn't come up with a fucking equation. You don't know what you're talking about.
When you get data and you run data.
Dude, machine learning is basically a lookup table, dude. That's basically what it is. It's a lookup table. You have no idea what you're talking about. Dude, I got a degree in computer science. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
X equals C, depending on some variable.
It's not. They use gradient descent, dude. In this machine learning model, they use something called gradient descent. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Stay like you don't know what you're talking about with refraction. You really don't know what you're talking about with machine learning.
Even if I don't know what I'm talking about,
I'm not going to explain it to you.
I can understand.
Look, I want to go back to these variables.
Someone who's been doing this for years.
I want to go back to these variables, right? So these variables that you say exist, it's cause refraction. Right? You think they exist because there's models that exist that use these variables to make predictions about refraction. Well, none of these models actually makes accurate predictions.
They do.
No, okay, where is that?
The Fermat's law. You just explained yourself that surveyors use it. Surveyors get accurate data over land masses, don't they?
I'm not talking about. So listen. Okay, so to apply Fermat's principle, you have to know the refractive index at any given point. How do you calculate that?
No, you can average
temperature, humidity.
Snell's law assumes that there's some set boundary, but Fermat's law can say that given like the known variables, you can average it out over a distance.
Well, they don't do averaging, but whatever. That's
what Fermat's law is. It may not be an average, but what it is it's going from A to B using a function rather than going from A to B.
That's right. And so there's different variables that they use in these different models to model terrestrial refraction.
So
none are accurate. That's what I'm trying to tell you. None are accurate.
As a function, it would be centimeter 1 is 9 from 1. Centimeter 8 is bloody 2. Centimeter 2 is 8 from 1. Centimeter 3 is 7 from 1. That's how the function would work.
Yeah. Great. Fantastic. How do they figure out what the refractive index is at any given?
Maths. I only I don't know much advanced maths, and I was able to explain to you how that would be.
You don't have to explain it to me. You're just you're trying to convince yourself of something, dude. You're not understanding what I'm saying, or you're deliberately being obtuse. There's a model. There's a model that uses these variables. So you're starting to talk over me again. There's a model that uses these variables. And none of those models make accurate predictions. These variables that you say exist, which cause refraction, to validate whether these models cause refraction, you need a model that makes predictions which are tested and known to be accurate. You don't have that. You're putting the cart before the horse. Where's the fucking horse? Where's the model of refraction that makes predictions? So that we know these are the variables that matter. These are the variables that cause uncertainty in our observation. These are the variables that we need to account for so that we can come up with a refractive index or a change in the refractive index from which we can make predictions with. That doesn't exist. And do you know what? It's been tested. So there was an experiment, this laser experiment across the Hawaiian Islands. and they took 3 lasers. And they went from one Hawaiian island to the other. And they did this experiment. They were measuring turbulence in the air. They picked up all 3 of these laser frequencies through their telescope. Then what did they do? So there was other research students there. So for his master's degree, he tried to model it. And when he applied the model of refraction, right? Gradient, standard US temperature, when you modeled it across the same distance using the same laser frequencies, he found out the experiment should not have worked at all. Because the divergence, because refractive index is wave dependent, right? You have, what the hell do they call it? Can't remember the name of it. Dispersion of light. That's where the wavelengths separate.
Why are you still talking? Have you linked the PDF about it?
Oh, I will if you want.
Yeah, of course I will.
I've asked the PDF spiral into oblivion, but whatever. So, so what happens is the spread of the wavelengths of the laser are greater than the width of the telescope. So when you model it, right, when you model it in this refractive index air, the spread, so you have 3 frequencies of lasers all starting at the same point. They spread out because not all of them refract the same. They refract differently. It's wavelength dependent. So they're spread out by some spatial distance. That spatial distance is greater than the width of the telescope. But somehow they picked up all 3 beams in the telescope at the same time. The only way that can happen is if there's no refraction.
How do I find this? How do I find this?
Hold on, I'm gonna post.
How do I
want the underlying experiment? Yeah, hold on. So I'll find the underlying experiment. So this was there's experiments based upon. It's done by the Air Force. So the person that wrote this master's thesis, he tried to model what the results were. And when he modeled the standard, terrestrial refraction, using the same shit Bisgan uses, using the same shit Mick West uses, found out that, like it says, I'll read it to you. For the 150 kilometer path simulated, the rays are misaligned by about 4 meters.
Okay.
With respect to the point, the telescope's 3.4 meters wide.
And?
That means they should not have, if the refraction model was correct, they could not have picked up all 3 lasers simultaneously in the telescope. But they did.
What did they say about it?
I mean, what did they say about it?
What was their conclusion? What was their conclusion?
Well, see, they did the test first, and then after the fact, they applied the model, and then realized our test should not have worked. If they would have applied the model before the test, they probably would have never did it. They would have probably designed a different test.
Okay, so they came up with there is some variable or phenomena that we cannot explain. Is that what they came up with?
What they were testing was... Okay, so was it test
was their answer? The presented experimental results on intensity scintillation characteristics reveal complexity of the observed phenomena that cannot be fully explained based on the existing atmospheric turbulent models.
Yeah, so there's turbulence models, there's refractive index models, and he tried to use a mixed turbulence refraction model. None of those models worked, but the turbulence model, called a non-Kolmosov model or some shit. Can't remember the name of it. Because there's actually 2 of them. There's the non one and there's just a regular one. Anyway, so the turbulence model fit more closely than the so-called terrestrial refraction model. The terrestrial refraction model says that the experiment should not even have been completed. Because you can look at the simulation. He simulates it the same way Walter Bisgan simulates it, using the same methodology. So the fact that, and I have more stuff, right? So I have more. They've done terrestrial laser measurements using 2-frequency LiDAR. I can post that. And what they measured was the deviation.
What's that going to prove? What's that going to show? What's that going to show?
It shows that when they so-called measured the refractive index, right? They measured the angle of arrival of a beam of light of 2 different frequencies of light. and then they measure the angle, like how much deflection they are measuring, right?
Yes, but the argument.
And they're measuring they're measuring a max 4 mgon deflection, which is equivalent to 0.009 degrees. So if you extrapolate out to 25 miles, that's 8 feet.
And?
That's an 8 feet deflection at the max.
And?
The laser, like ISO laser test, would have to be a 420 foot deflection. A 440 foot deflection.
And?
You don't understand that the observation at Lake ISO is 2 orders of magnitude off the prediction, right? Even if you say you use 76R, it's 2 orders of magnitude off that prediction.
And what was their conclusion?
Dude, for FD core? Yeah, that does not fit the WGS84 model.
Oh, you're talking about FE core again. They didn't add in any refraction, you fucking idiot.
And I'm trying to justify adding it in. So don't you get it? We're trying to justify adding it in. We're not just saying, yeah, it exists.
The surveys use refraction.
Let's say we use 76R.
Surveys use refraction.
Surveys use refraction. How much refraction
do they accurately measure the surface of the Earth in distances?
For practical purposes, yes.
Great. Do they use optical measurements?
Yes.
Great. So why didn't FE Core do the fucking same?
We can do the same. We can use 76R.
Then do it.
We can use. So if you look at, so I'll give you an example. We in the United States, different states build roads. If you look at the surveying manuals for the transportation departments in different states, they all use different refractive index ratios. They use different values for terrestrial fraction. So, for instance, in Massachusetts, they use 0.17. In Washington State, they use 0.13. In Europe, they use 0.13. So, different places use different values. Listen, the point is, the value, the largest value anyone uses is 76R, which is 0.166, right? So, you take this 0.16 that they use in surveying, right? It only takes 5 meters off. You have to, and the value is 137 meters off. The measured value is 137 meters off, dude. So, okay, we'll give you refraction. We'll give you terrestrial refraction model. We'll go 76R. Yeah, now you have to make up another 132 meters.
I didn't say this FE.
Now we can go, okay, there is even double extra special refraction. We'll multiply it times 10.
Drop in the FE laser measurement link again. I'll look at it again using the highest and lowest refractive indexes.
What does that even mean? First of all, you just quoted surveying.
If I'm right,
they use a 76R value.
Stupid rambling way. If we were to add in the standard refractive indexes into the FE core measurement, it still would.
Yeah, the ones you just appealed to. Surveying. Those are the ones you just appealed to. You said surveying, they use refraction, that's what they use. They use 76R.
Big fella, if you add those into the FE core data, it still won't explain the data. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying if you add that value into listen, I'm explaining it to you. If you add that value into the data, it only moves the laser down 5 meters.
Okay, great.
You have to move it down 137 meters.
The FE core thing again. I'm gonna download it. I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna do the maths. I'm gonna come back. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Fine with me. I want you to keep in mind that they didn't just. This isn't a one-off. They did it 3 weeks apart. So make sure that you read the dates.
Don't care if they didn't add refraction. I don't give a fuck.
You don't even know why they should be adding it, other than somebody told you they should add it.
No, I know why they have to add it. They have to add it because as light moves through a medium, if there's any change to that medium, then the angle of incidence changes.
And that means what?
And that means that the light can make things look further up or further down.
Okay. Yeah, you're claiming that. But you're claiming that. But what's the evidence? Dude, that's what you don't understand. You don't understand there's a difference between claims and evidence.
Open the fridge, mate. You've never opened the fucking fridge and looked at it. You cold air when it hits the warm air and things get all goofy behind it.
Well, that would be evidence.
There's experiments. But there's one where some dude like pours cold water over, or I think it's liquid natural gas, over a propane tank, and you can see some, I don't know, colours that you couldn't see before, some bands of colour.
Thank you for proving. You just proved flat Earth. Thank you very much.
Affecting what you see.
Yeah, that's great, dude. Do you know what that proves? Because you have to use this butane. Listen to me. Because that proves that you're applying refraction. Listen, you don't get it, dude. Butane has a okay. Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Okay. So the refractive index is butane, by the way. And the refractive index of butane is 1.33. Right?
I don't care. I don't care.
So check it out. The fact that you have to use, listen, the fact that you have to use an extreme, non-physical, unequivalent demonstration to simulate what you say is happening all the time demonstrates that it's not happening all the time. The fact you have to use butane to show it to happen demonstrates that it's not happening all the time.
It happens with cold air. It happens with cold air.
Yeah, with cold air, but that has a temperature gradient of something like 70 degrees per centimeter. Is that physical? Do we experience that in the real world? Do you ever have your feet get frostbite while your knees were burning off? I didn't think so. The fact you have to use extreme examples of demonstrations, non-physical to what we experience in everyday life, proves that it's not happening.
Oh my God, that's because the demonstrations are done in people's houses, you fucking moron. You fucking idiot. If you're going to demonstrate something in your house, a very small area, then you have to use extreme refractive conditions because you can't have some massive change over a long area. It's numbers, you dumb cunt. It's numbers.
Oh.
What numbers?
The language on you. You blow your father with that mouth?
Oh my God. So you have, say, I want to test something in a very small area, okay, and I want to test some variable that usually happens over a very long area. I have to make that variable much bigger in the small area to make sure that I can observe that variable in action, because over the very, very, very long area, that variable can have very insignificant changes, but because it's such a long area, those insignificant changes can cause a massive change over that long area. I'm explaining this to you like a child because so far you've shown that you may be a child.
This is actually pretty humorous. So what you're saying is,
look, here's a video.
We have to scale down the experiment to demonstrate that the phenomenon, which should be happening all the time in the air, is actually possible. And to do this, we need extreme conditions. But the underlying phenomenon, you can't actually demonstrate is happening.
Extreme conditions, just people show that it's possible using extreme conditions because they're doing it in their little house.
But they're not equivalent.
Of course they're equivalent. It's just scale, mate.
Okay.
If I want to make a square, I can make a square 1 centimetre by 1 centimetre or 1 mile by 1 mile, but those fucking squares will still be square.
Okay. It's not equivalent, and the scale's not equivalent, okay? Because the refractive index of air, I'm going to explain to you why. I'm trying to explain to you why the emotional child. Irony of you calling me a child with your spasming, dude. That's hilarious. Anyway, so the refractive index of butane is nowhere near equivalent to air. Air's refractive index changes. Yeah, you don't give a. I thought it was dude. I thought it was numbers, but now you don't give a fuck.
Past butane onto air, but you're stuck on.
I'm going to cover them both.
You consider anything that goes against your biases.
So I'm going to cover them both. See, don't presuppose what I'm going to say, dude.
Well,
I'm going to cover them both.
Don't talk about butane because I don't give a fuck.
No, you don't give a fuck. Okay, so let's talk about the air. The temperature, the extreme temperature gradient, right? That you're demonstrating. So I've seen the dry ice demonstration. The refractive index of CO2 is not the same as air. And then I've seen I think they use a cold plate or something like that, or ice. I think it was Mick West used ice. Was it Weiss? What did he use to make everything cold? Was it turbulent air?
No, he didn't use Barry Weiss.
What was used to make the temperature
I don't know,
gradient?
because I'm not obsessed with people that do these experiments like you retards are.
So you cited an experiment that you don't even know what happened. Great, let's go
one
with
that I've watched. I cited an experiment that I've watched, but I don't remember the people that did it because I don't give a fuck. Look, I found.
So what if they use dry ice? Let's look at the Mick West. What if they use dry ice to
I did. I found the one you wanted. You wanted me to talk about Mick West, didn't you? Because you have pre-prepared.
No, I don't care about Mick West. He already got smashed in here. You can fucking listen to the video on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, there's Mick West. I finally found the thing you were talking about that I wasn't.
I don't care about Mick West. I'm asking you, if you don't know the details, if you don't know the details of the experiment, you don't know if they use CO2, if they use some equivalent. You claim they're equivalent, they're just different scale, but you don't actually even know that. I'm asking you, if they use CO2, why did they change the air? I'm trying to figure out the iron. See, you make claims that there's no evidence for. That's the hilarious part. You just keep,
What claim?
You claimed that these demonstrations are equivalent and they're just a change in scale. So I'm asking you details about them and you don't know the details. So you're just talking out your ass.
What detail do you want? What detail do you want? The guy put up
what they used to cool the air. What did they use to
laser changed it?
What did they use to cool the air? What substance? How did they create this temperature gradient?
Nothing. They warmed up the air using an iron.
They warmed up the air using an iron? What?
Are you just going to repeat back with a dumbfounded?
I don't understand what you're. I don't understand what you mean by they warmed up the air using an iron, like an iron for ironing clothes. Iron, like
you don't seem to understand anything. I linked the video.
Because you suck at explaining yourself.
You know, an iron, like you iron your clothes. Yeah, it heats up the air. Look, here's one of nice wavy air patterns in front of a heater. Why would that happen?
Turbulence. It's called sensible heat flux.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's called sensible heat flux. Yeah. So, like when air gets hot, it goes up, right? Right. It tries to equilibrate and it moves around. It's like why you don't survey in the wind. So there's something called the Fresnel effect, where a medium that's in motion will deflect light in the direction of the motion.
Oh, okay. So there is refraction, deflection.
That's not refraction. It's a completely different thing.
So did they look at what the wind speed was over the water in the FE core experiment?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. I mean, it sounded like they took pictures of the meteorological
Anyway, I'm out of here. My earbuds are about to die, and you seem to be thicker than a brick, my son.
Yeah,
Hypothesis in science, baby.
Oh, does that qualify as a wig, bro? I'm sorry to everyone that I cut off, but I did not want to let him out of that. Otherwise, we're going to be looping on that shit forever. I'm sick of this guy. I'm sick of looping with this guy.
That counts as a wig with the earbud still attached.
Ew. How about the ear still attached? How much glue did you use on that wig? Listen, this is, to me, these refraction claims, like, I'm so sick of it just being like a foregone conclusion. You didn't include refraction. You didn't account for refraction. Why should we? Give us a reason why we should. Oh, because everybody else is doing it. That's not an argument. Surveyors do it. Yeah, so what? And? They're measuring 50 meters at a time. The uncertainty is like 2 millimeters. Do you think that like if they don't use refraction, it's like, oh my God, now the fucking road's all fucked up. It's a 1,000-mile road and now it's messed up because we didn't account for refraction. I mean, come on, man.
Dude.
Get serious.
Did they account for refraction when they used the microscope on that fishing line?
Dude, that's somebody that's like, have you ever done asphalt AI?
Not really, no.
I
Cement,
have,
though.
when I was a kid. So I've done asphalt. I wish Mike was here. Like, you're precise, but you're not that precise. It's fucking asphalt, dude. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
Fucking not measuring to like, oh my God, we didn't account for refraction of the road, man. Oh my God, like, no, the road doesn't work. I mean, get real.
I've done sidewalks and stuff and foundations, but yeah, same principle.
So they only use the geodetic surveying so-called techniques for practical purposes in road work. They don't use them. And it depends. It depends on whether it's an interstate highway versus, state road versus a city road, right? Depends on whether they're going to use a state plane system versus like the geodetic system. And the geodetic system is going to be has to be long, and like any error of not using refraction is going to be so negligible it isn't going to matter. They never like built roads and were like, fuck, we built this whole road and didn't account for refraction. No wonder why it's messed up. No one has ever done that. That's never happened.
Yeah, you were trying to tell me. I thought that the point that I wanted to jump in that was annoying was that he was trying to say diametry wasn't like the part he was missing was that to Snell's law it's two mediums.
Yeah, well, I went over that.
That's the boundary.
He denied that.
And I posted. It's like because I would have pointed them to the screenshots of Snell's law. I'm like, what's that?
Look, I really didn't want to go into these rabbit holes with him. I just wanted to point out that there was like I was laser focused on one thing. Point out that he has no justification for including refraction in any calculation of anything ever. That there's no actual justification for it. There's no there's oh, we have a model and this model requires refraction to make it unfalsifiable, but other than that, there's no reason to have it.
Well, there you go. That's the rationale.
Oh, you got him so hard, AI, dude. You got him to admit we're making our model all falsifiable. Like, that's pretty much what he admitted. That is perfect.
That's like that day when me and Kiwi were going through and I was teaching him how to use the Bislins, and the refraction slider, I thought it went up to 60 million radius, but it actually goes up to 60 billion radius.
Oh shit.
He's like, oh dude, what's these extra 3 zeros here? And I'm like, hold on a second. I resized my screen, because sometimes it cuts it off if you have like 20%, 70%, whatever.
Yeah.
And then I saw the rest of the numbers, the rest of the zeros. I'm like, damn.
Oh my God, Earth's the size of the solar system. Actually,
well, one of our
galaxy, right?
Yeah, so one of our friends asked a question, which is, how does he explain the Canigou shot? Well, lo and behold, this is what me and Kiwi were looking at. So we went and we did the slider, right? And we did this calculation for how much we would need to get to the Canigou shot. Now, check this out. The number of that value was only like 0.003 different than the category that you can click that just pre-calculates what's called extreme refraction. So let that sink in. And Walter Bislin's calculator, when we did it, and by the way, it's recorded, so if it was changed, there's proof still there. He literally labeled extreme refraction the exact amount of refraction needed to defeat the Canigou shot, proving the point that it's just an unfalsifiable ex post hoc excuse.
Yeah, that's the same thing he did with the Black Swan. That's why I brought it up, right? So he created this piece of software, and then he manipulates the variables until the piece of software looks similar to the image, and it doesn't matter what the values say. The values can be non-physical. It doesn't matter. So in the Black Swan, unlike all the other simulations, he tilts the camera up a tenth of a degree. I don't know why. If you put it at regular degrees, it doesn't match. So he takes the camera. So he's got all, he's got the tabs of different observations.
You mean level?
Yeah. So he tilts it up 1 degree from level, or
right. Yeah. From level. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but he doesn't do that for any other observation in his little, his little tabs of Soundleys Bridge, Pontchartrain, he's got all these little tabs, right? So This is the only one where he does this, the Black Swan. He tilts it up. And then when you look at the ray trace, the rays flipped it over. That should make an inverted image. When you have ray tracing paths, right, and then the rays cross over, like the top rays become the bottom rays, and then the bottom rays become the top rays, that's an inverted image. But when you look at it, it doesn't invert the image. I don't know if he did this intentionally, or it's an error in the software, or a combination of both. It's not a bug, it's a feature. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if there's a point of inversion, your lens would have to be there in order for it to be an upright image.
He has a little graph where it shows it has the variables, and then it shows like this crazy it has a graph of like the variables for like the temperature, altitude, that right. So that is just insanely all over the place. So if he had to fiddle around with the variables until he got something close enough, right, to what the black swan looks like, but didn't think past like, oh shit, these rays are inverted. He doesn't care about that. As long as the software comes out the way the image is, that's all he cares about. That is some bullshit, dude. Like you couldn't get away with that in like 9th grade.
It works. It works.
It fools people like this guy. You know what I'm saying?
So it does work.
Yeah, it does work.
Dude, once you're told that there's like he said, a greater than 50% probability, right? When you apply this Snell's law or whatever, that the horizontal rays will remain horizontal, right? That would be an impetus for you to maneuver the thing like at an up angle, right? Because if you just have the rays going straight and they're not passing any variability, they're just going to stay straight, and there's going to be very minor variability. But in their worldview, they have infinite variability of paths probability, so they can just pick and choose any paths they want, and then draw lines like as if they're heat-seeking missiles shooting you straight in the eyeball. And again, that just makes their claims unfalsifiable in principle.
So I'm going to take a screenshot of this shit.
But by the way, all his claims also backfire on all optical observations that the globe makes, because the scrutiny that he demanded of the flat Earth side was not applied to any of the globe Earth observations.
Yeah, like, did you measure in the middle? Remember that? We got to measure in the middle. He don't. But the middle is where you're going to actually have to measure it, right? You're not going to measure it at the edges.
Yeah, all the models, all the refraction models are based on measurements that were taken at some point, not current measurements of the current conditions, anything like that. And then it's like you can stretch those boundaries, so it's just used to fill in the gaps to make things match.
Yeah. Well, the Hitchhill test, they did measure in the middle by hitting the panned targets. And they demonstrated the variableness of whatever alleged refraction would have been there. Well, it really just all about the bias that we already know the Earth is a globe. This observation doesn't fit geometric wise. Therefore, the light must have curved. Oh, well, what model did you apply to know how the light curved? Well, simple. We just plotted out the geometric points and then applied a circle, and then we said this light had to follow this trajectory to get to you, therefore it did. It's the most ex post hoc bologna sandwich of rationale.
Doesn't the infrared observations just throw the refraction argument out the window anyway?
Yeah.
Not having a globe radius to refract does that pretty well too.
Yeah, it's just they make the claim that all the light is bending around the globe, so it appears flat, and so we can see 10 times further than the geometry in the black swan, and they just bend everything to make it match. But if that were true, then we would be able to just use infrared and be able to see that the horizon is always closer in infrared. Do we see that in real life? I don't think so. All long-distance photographs in infrared that I've seen taken close or with short duration between a visible light picture show the infrared actually seeing further. So I don't see how they can get away from that.
Dude.
Well, that was.
Yeah. Hold on. I gotta show you all something. How far is the Black Swan? How far is 10 kilometers? Or 10 miles in kilometers? That's
16.
Okay, 16. Yeah, I should have known that. 1.6. Should have been able to do that in my head. I'm sad. That's just sad.
Well, that's just the next greatest whole number after the demarcation point of the rig. It could be much further than that.
Yeah, how interesting would it have been to see that Black Swan taken, one with infrared and one with visible light? Like, how far would we have seen the beach of the island that's back there? I don't know. It's hard to see because it's the light is so diffused near the horizon.
Look how insane this is. This is Bislin's ray trace. These are the path of the rays. Look how just insane this is. This is what it takes, right? These extreme situations as evidence for the globe, right? That there has to be an extreme, and that's the only way that they can even approach what they're claiming is happening all the time. That's the thing, is they're claiming that this is the general condition, right? That we see too far, and we have to apply this refractive index, this standard refraction all the time. And occasionally it's a little bit worse. How come it's never a little bit better? Oh, that's when ships go over the horizon. Well, how come refraction doesn't make it look even closer still? How come the refraction doesn't make it look like an extra curvy ball?
Exactly. Or make the horizon appear like at 30% in the top of your viewpoint.
Yeah, why doesn't it make the horizon appear like a mile away when it should be 1.2 miles away or 500 feet away or right in front of your face?
How come they can't even show a picture that even matches their claimed standard?
Yep.
Good question.
Dude, why does this picture you post have a big yellow block for obvious contrast? Like it's flashing at me and it says custom refraction.
That's I don't know why you're there bragging about that.
I know.
So the way I figured out that this was tilted, right? These rays are tilted up. Was I'm like, man, look at all those rays that are all really close together up top. I mean, that's kind of weird. I'm thinking, and I'm like, he must have did something. So I start clicking through the tabs, and these rays are tilted up, right? So they tilted the camera up, so the rays that are entering, so what you're taking is, so what they're doing is, right, they're taking the image, right, and they're taking one pixel in the image, and they're moving it across the grid, right, and moving it up and down based upon, the angle of change of the refractive index, and then they're projecting it onto the image that is going to be presented on your screen, the one that quote unquote matches the observation, right? So there's just moving this pixel up or down relative to that. But apparently that must be clamped because they're not moving it into their correct actual location. But in order to do this, he had to tilt the projection plane. This is being projected on. He had to tilt it back to get the geometry, the shifting to match to match the so-called black swan, and it still isn't even a match. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's A for effort, but not quite.
It's also if you look at like your image at like 2 minutes after the hour, like if you follow those rays, why like on the globe, you'd be seeing the ground like up in the air, really high up in the air.
Yeah, it's all messed up. Like this is I just use this as an example of like post hoc, right? It's just completely post hoc. We're going to sit here and fiddle with the dials until we get it to match, right? And we're going to make, refractive indexes that are absurd and not seen in nature. Like dogs are gods was citing, right? We're going to do tests that aren't seen in nature to prove that these phenomena exist in nature. No, dude, that's not how it works. If you have to do an absurd test, then that phenomenon does not exist in nature because you're going outside the natural order to demonstrate that it can happen at all.
Yes, a roided, jacked up, serum-induced, Neanderthal can lift, 2,000 pounds. Therefore, I can lift 2,000 pounds. Therefore.
Yeah, everyone can lift 2,000 pounds. 2,000 pounds is happening all the time. People are just like picking up 2,000 pounds. No, and here's I didn't want to point it out because I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole. Kept saying you're using a genetic fallacy. Literally, he was doing the exact same thing he was complaining about. Remember when he started talking about epistemology? Right? And what he said was a genetic fallacy was, because I don't know how somebody did something, that means it's not true, and that he used it for epistemology. So some people had to come up with the epistemology, right? So they said that this epistemology is correct, and that we don't know about it, therefore it's not true, right? He did the exact same thing, the exact analogous thing, 5 seconds after he complained about you doing it. Or he complained about Miggy doing it, quite honestly. Yeah, that was Miggy. So, I mean, it is what it is. I just want to illustrate that, like, that was my only laser focus. I want to illustrate there's no rational basis for applying refraction just because. Right? We can say other phenomena exist, and we're not just going to willy-nilly just apply them to, like, observations. So you could think about it like this, right? So we have diffraction, right? So we can model the path of light as if going through a shitload of holes, right? There's an infinite amount of holes, and we can use this diffraction model. There's an infinite amount of holes between point A and point B. And then we can just say, well, the light's just all over the place because, it's actually, that's not even a real image. That's just like a hologram of an image because you have all these little, you can model the air as like a hole because the light's going between the freaking atoms, right?
All
so that's
the little
just
balls,
like,
exactly.
Yeah, so it's all scattering and diffracting, and so when you actually see it, it's just a hologram of the image because of wave interference. It all just comes together and coalesces in your eye, and and we have a model for this, so we're going to apply this all the time on why the Earth, ships over the horizon is bullshit because we have this diffraction model. Okay, so we have a model. It doesn't make predictions, but we're just going to apply it post hoc to every single observation. Nobody would accept that, and they should not accept it. Because it's bullshit. And this is what these guys want us to accept. This nonsense.
Wait a minute. Did you just say that every space between a particulate is an aperture and therefore compounds diffraction? So you have an infinite diffractive path model, which essentially would become the same thing as their infinite refractive path model.
Yeah.
So you could just pick any path you want, and as long as you can trace that path from the source to the observer, then you can validate your claim.
Yeah, I mean, we could all play the same game, right? We can say refraction makes the Earth look, the Earth look like a globe, right? Like, I mean, we could say anything. That's the whole point of unfalsifiability, is that the underlying claim can prove both propositions. Well, not prove it, right? Or you can be used as evidence for both propositions, right? We can claim
either one.
Yeah. So we can claim refraction makes the Earth is actually flat, and when it doesn't look flat, that's refraction. And and they can claim the Earth's a globe, and when it doesn't look like a globe, that's refraction. It makes it unfalsifiable. Well, how about there is no refraction, and that we're just misapplying it? Like the optical phenomenon that we're seeing is not refraction. It's turbulence, or internal reflection, or any number of things. The point is, because the refractive model can't make accurate predictions, that's actually wrong, and it has to be, because they've been trying to figure it out for 150 years, and they still aren't any farther, right? And to the point, man, I wish he was on here. I should have asked them, if they have a predictive model, why are they using AI? What's the purpose of that? They have a predictive model. That's redundant. Why even use AI to do anything, right? We have a predictive model. We can just take a picture, and we know what the refractive index is. You understand what I'm saying, right?
If I was gonna feed my AI, right, what I would do is I'd take a bunch of pictures that have supersedery information according to globe geometry, feed them with that presupposition that the bottoms of things are cut off because of globe geometry, and then you have the squashing effects, right? And then I would tell the AI, create me a model that traces the path of light that assumes globe geometry from these images, and then it would give me all this, spaghetti string nonsense, right? So now they just have an even better Earth curve calculator. So you say, oh, look at this image of a mountain 500 miles away. Oh, yeah, well, look at this spaghetti string.
Well, see, this is, I didn't think of it at the time. I should have did this. So you could have took this AI, right, and fed it a model of gravity, right? So little g, not big G, right? So that when the mountain is displaced down, that means there's a greater acceleration, and you could put in the equations for it, you put the mass of the mountain and the acceleration of gravity at that particular spot, and you would just say, okay, what's the acceleration of gravity if the mountain's in this location? What's the acceleration of gravity if it's displaced this much, right? And then you could feed the AI a bunch of data, and the AI would say, yes, it matches. When the mountain's here, the acceleration's this. The mountain's here, the acceleration's that, right? And you could just come up with, because you're making correlations between one model and the AI in the image, right? So you have a model, right, the equations of gravity, and then you have the images, and the AI is making a correlation between a particular image and a particular value in the model, right? But it has to start with some reference location. And as long as it has that initial spatial reference, right, then it can measure the displacement of the pixels relative to that. And so you have a reference, okay, the image is here, the acceleration of gravity is this. Now, we're going to show you all these images. How does the acceleration of gravity change based upon the images? And you apply the vertical displacement is because acceleration increases. And the AI just figures out what's the correlation between those two. That's what I was trying to tell them. You don't understand what machine learning is doing. It's just making correlations between two pieces of data. But you have to start at some reference, right? You have to start at some reference location so it knows how to make the correlation. And you could have literally stuck in any mathematical model of any phenomenon and told it programmed the AI so it said, oh, if any causal mechanism for the displacement of the pixels, right, up or down in the image.
Yep.
You literally could have just said anything.
I choose women's feelings about the color blue presently.
You could actually do that, which is kind of scary.
So the more women who are happy with blue, the more refraction is present.
You could have correlated to the menstrual cycle, how many times freaking someone watches clown porn on Pornhub. You could have done anything. people don't understand like AI. Like they're caught up in the hype. Like this thing's thinking. It's not thinking. It's not doing anything. It's just like making a correlation and giving a probability on like how two particular data points are correlated within their data set, right? Within the data set that it was fed. Because when you start increasing the size of the data set, values change, right? Or if you decrease the size of the data set. So it reaches like different quote unquote conclusions. It's not reaching a conclusion. It's just, it's just a giant fucking lookup table.
So long story short, how this all works is you have a distance between point A and point B. You have the assumption of straight line rays, right?
Yeah.
You can't see the bottom of something, so you shift the rays down. You then assume a curved Earth horizon is blocking it. Then after that, when you see any observation in the real world that supersedes that, you then say, oh, well, maybe these straight line rays aren't straight, they're curved. And then you just draw curved lines. And you notice how all of this just occurred on a piece of paper and not actually out in the real world.
Yeah, amazing, man. It's amazing what you can make up in fiction. I mean, there's no difference between writing down a bunch of refraction equations and saying that's terrestrial refraction and that's evidence of it than me, like, writing a book of fiction about wizards and elves. There's no difference. It has no relation in the real world.
What always got me is this idea of curvilinear graduations, right? And how they would apply these apparent straight line redirections of the light, because it seems like they would just be driven off rather quickly if you assume any kind of curved boundary. So you almost have to go into this infinite boundary. Do you remember that refraction model where it was vertical gradations from the target point to the observation point? And that's how you could get it to the light to go with, I think with Snell's law, maybe.
Yeah, well, yeah, what they use, like, yeah, it's like, I'll put a graphic. I mean, there's the best really way to just show it in images. Wherever the hell it is. Yeah, so I got, Refraction. So we got this. So this image, right? So each one of these, this is how you would model Snell's law, right? You'd have a bunch of layers like this. If you look in Livestream voice text, you have a bunch of layers. So it's like the how many layers you want to use. Basically, you're like, how cheap is my computer? That's what you're asking, right? How long do I want the simulation to run? How cheap is my computer? And as you start adding layers, right, like, it deflects more because it has like this set value. It's not like a smooth curve. And like, it'll approximate a curve, but that curve isn't going to look like the curve of the Fermat's principle. And like, I don't know what he didn't understand. Like, it's a divergent value, right? So say you compare them at like 110 kilometers distance, the divergence is going to be small. But if you have a longer and longer and longer optical path, the divergence becomes larger and larger and larger, obviously. It's not like a ratio. It's not like they stay like in this ratio. It's only 10% different forever. No, it's like the difference like increases over time. The divergence becomes greater.
Right, but
because the error accumulates, right? So the error, like if you were going like, okay, this ray would hit at 10 feet versus 15 feet. Well, as you move down, right, because that angle is continuously changing, right, and they're not continuously changing the same, that difference compounds over time. Right, so now one ray is like shooting up at a 45-degree angle, and the other one's only going up at a 10-degree angle after some distance. Well, now when it starts like curving some more, it's going fucking straight up, and the other one's going up at 45 degrees. That's a huge difference. That difference went from 30 degrees to freaking 45 degrees. Right, so like I don't know if you don't understand or what the issue is. I don't think he wanted to understand quite honestly. Probably how I should have characterized it. He didn't want to know.
Yeah, well, he did call you a cunt, so...
Yeah, well, he could be right about that.
Right, but those are still horizontal gradations, not curvilinear gradations.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So what they're saying, like, you know, with calculus, like, if you take an infinitesimally small straight line, it'll approximate a curve and yada, yada, yada.
What?
You're hot. Way mixer, you're hot, dude. Your mic's hot.
Also note that, like, there's a specific angle here. They would require all these specific angles and boundaries to get things around the ball.
See, in Snell's law, you have to calculate where the light intersects, the angle that it intersects the boundary, and then it bends towards the normal. So you need to know 90 degrees from that. That's what the normal is. The normal is in mathematics is called, it's 90 degrees from a boundary, right? So that's the intersection point. So that normal in a gradient keeps shifting, right? So you have to keep calculating that over and over and over again, and then, like, to get to the angle of incidence at the boundary, and right, like, one location isn't going to be the same as some other location, which is why they just use Fermat's principle, because it's just simpler. It's simpler, more accurate. It's just like, why would you use? They just don't use it. So, like, saying it's this whole shit about, like, whether the boundary is physically real, not in the application you're using it for.
Well, look at my picture there, man. Look at that picture. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
See where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
If you got curvilinear gradients, bro, your little 180 degree summation is going to take all that light and just drive it into the ground.
Yeah, man. It just ends up a mess. That's why they don't use, like I said, it doesn't sound redundant. Why they don't use it. Like, they don't even think about using it. They know it doesn't work. They know it, like, you know.
Right,
but for a long time.
And does nobody remember that vertical gradient thing where it says this is the way it would have to be, and it shows, like, it's black and white, and then it's got vertical columns, but they're splayed out in radials, and then it shows the path of the light going through. Yes,
all
right
that,
there.
yes, yeah, Trace, you're the man.
Yeah, like, that's what you need to chart it out nicely and spicely. Otherwise, you get my picture.
This is wrong. Culver say this is wrong because the gradient is radial, right? It goes up from the center.
Right, but if you have a radial, like, curvilinear gradient parallel to the alleged curved surface of the Earth, then in my opinion, you get the nonsense that I drew.
Yeah, but your nonsense supports the globe, so it's obviously correct. Actually, it doesn't support the globe. I don't know what that supports. That supports insanity, I guess.
Concave Earth, welcome.
Oh, fuck, dude. banning you right now, man.
This was an elaborate troll to get you all set to the concave side.
Gandalf has entered the chat.
Wait, what's concave Earth?
Exactly.
It's a mental illness, man.
It's a giant.
Concave Earth is very simple. So go to your house or go to a store and look at a globe, and you're seeing a ball with everything on the outside of the ball. Now just imagine all of that is exactly the same, but on the inside.
Yeah, all the math works too. Yeah, the math works perfectly. You just add a negative sign to all the values.
I was imagining like a bowl.
It is a ball, but you're inside the ball on the inner surface.
A bowl, like we.
A bowl? Oh no! Oh, I mean, it's two bowls upside down, touching each other, and you're inside each bowl.
Well, there is a model of like that. It's, what is it called? It's what the Brazilians did.
Oh,
What's the difference between hollow Earth and concave Earth?
Hollow Earth is Earth's the globe, but it's hollow on the inside, right? So there's like lizard people or whatever's in there, and then like concave Earth is where you're like, I don't know, held to the inner surface of a hollow sphere.
Yeah, it's basically concave Earth is you're on the inside of the sphere right now. Hollow Earth is like there's like a concave Earth on the inside of the sphere. Although there's also hollow Earth conceptions and there are like many different other conceptions. It's just
there's a bunch of hollow Earth ideas. Like they're pretty varied. Some think there's subterranean, right? So that there's subterranean stuff. Some think there's like there's a whole land, like a different, complete ecosystem. So like
the concave also has different conceptions. Some of them are just like our ball wrapped on the inside, so we're just the same sphere, but just we're on the inside of that sphere. Others are just like it's a flat spot on a gigantic sphere, and there's a ton of them.
Yeah. So concave Earth versus globe Earth is globe Earth thinks your feet, someone is antipode to you, your feet are pointing at them. And in hollow or concave Earth, if you're antipode to somebody, your head is pointing at them. Your heads are pointing at each other. They're at the top of the inner sphere and you're at the bottom. And what's in the center, the thing called the stars, right? The night sky, is also a giant sphere that is too big. That it's so big that you can't see that it's a sphere, right? So it goes all the way to the horizon. And that, like, when you travel, right? So if I, quote unquote, fly, do they even have a word for it? I can't say fly around because you're not going around anything. So what happens when you go, quote unquote, around the world in a concave Earth, what do you call it? Is there a word for that? Like, is there like a mathematical term? Okay, so you can't you go around a ball, but if you're inside the ball and you go like you're on the inner surface and you like trace a path on the inside, that can't be going around.
Yeah, it's called centrifugal navigation.
Going within.
Just like skimming the crust.
We call it in round. We call it in round. You go in round or
in round.
Okay,
I don't know, man. I'm grasping at straws here, man.
So the Brazilians called theirs convex Earth.
Yes, that was it, convex Earth. Yeah.
I'll show you the picture. Since you're gonna love it.
So also about the concave Earthers, they're led by someone. Did he pass away, Lord Stephen Christ?
Well, if he did, he certainly didn't rise again.
Well, I mean, he's like a paranoid schizophrenic perennial jail inhabitant that kind of like it's like cell Earth, concave Earth. So what they think is that the sky is a big giant ball that you can't see the edges of, but like when you walk around the Earth, you are basically walking around this ball thing. But the sky is projected from the Great Pyramids in Egypt. It's called the Black Sun, right? So the sky is the Black Sun, and the sun and the stars and everything are within it. So when you look at the stars, you're not looking out, you're looking in. Everything is backwards. Like I said, all the math is the same, just add a negative sign to all the values.
Yeah, but there's a big problem with negative curvature.
What's that?
I'll show you. 1 second.
Oh my god, that image is so cringe, man.
Dude.
That really is, man. That image is mad.
Dude, it's mashed potato Earth with blue gravy and a little parsley.
I know, man. There's some chives in there. Is that chives or parsley?
So a sphere with negative curvature. What is it going to look like? You guys ready? Hold on. I got to get the photo. download. Now, this is actually very relevant to what we were talking about earlier, which is the catenary curve problem. Because a sphere with negative curvature forms a catenary curve. If you take the two ends and flip them around, so the inverse, the negative, and then you end up with a catenary. Here it is.
That whole debate was a train wreck, man. 100%. That's where I live, man. Ouch.
That, my friends, is a sphere with a constant negative curvature.
In 2 dimensions? How many dimensions is that?
3.
You sure there isn't a 4th dimension I can't see?
I don't know, maybe.
That's a black hole.
Yeah, that catenary curve thing, that was a train wreck, man. That was an absolute train wreck. Like okay, they pulled the string taut. Well, there's a catenary curve. Well, it was negligible. How do you know? Did they measure the string? No. Like, what?
How long was the string?
He said it was very slight, so there was curvature of the string.
Right, so he couldn't answer how long the string was, which means you don't know how much of a sample size it was of the overall structure, and he couldn't tell you how they affixed the string in free space, meaning, did they just put 2 sticks in the ground and attach the string to 2 sticks? How did they make sure those sticks were level to each other? Because the whole point was, he claimed, is that they were referencing the curve of the Earth based on calculations that they were applying to the string, and then they were using a string as a reference. That literally makes no sense, unless you can tell me all the parameters of how the string is oriented compared to the size of the overall structure and at the 2 points, the 2 ends.
Well, let me talk about how much of a useless exercise that whole thing is. What they did. Now, let's say they did everything they said. They're going to make 2 tanks. They're going to make a tank where they think there's curvature and a tank where they don't think there's curvature. And then they're going to stick a toy model boat in there and simulate the boat's action through water on the ocean. Right? And then they're going to build a boat. And then they're going to stick the boat in the water. Right? They made one with the tank designed one way and one with the tank designed the other way. Do you think there's going to be a fuck bit of difference between those boats in the ocean that you can tell? Oh my God. This one's going 13.0001 knots faster. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It would be so infinitesimal because when you actually model fluid dynamics, the functions are nonlinear, so they normalize them. So there's errors that are greater. There's uncertainties within the mathematics that are greater than fucking their tolerance of their measurements by probably 100 orders of magnitude or thousands.
Yeah.
So the Navier-Stokes equation, which is about fluid dynamics, is a Millennium Prize problem. And if you can figure it out, if you can prove it, then you can have $1 million. It's considered the hardest one out of all of them, other than the Riemann. I mean, the Riemann one is thought maybe provable. The Navier-Stokes equation, because of the nonlinearities, is probably not provable, whether it's valid or not. But they use it to model shit within a range, right? They just basically clamp the infinities, right? Normalize the infinities, and that's it. But what I'm saying is that they didn't need to do that. They didn't need to do that. They didn't need to do that like engineering adjustment, because for practical purposes, he kept saying it worked. It worked to do what? Yeah, they made a tank, right? And they stuck a fake boat in it. Yeah, it worked. They didn't have to account for curvature to make a tank full of water and stick a boat in it. It makes no difference, right? Because what were they designing? A yacht or something, right? A racing yacht? Okay.
Well,
I don't understand what even the purpose of this was, because it seems like just doing it to do it. We got to publish a paper. Let's do this bullshit.
assuming a curved water level and lining stuff up to it worked. Would it not have worked if they hadn't assumed the curve that they never measured or verified? What's his point?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, they
like when they built the boat, when the boat like sank because they didn't curve the fucking tank 0.06 of a millimeter. But
yeah, that's key. Yeah, you first have to imagine that there's 0.6 millimeter of a bulge, and then everything will work.
Yeah, and then everything will work, or your ship sinks to the bottom of the ocean.
No, but you got a good point, which is, I believe he read they used a bubble level.
Yeah, it said they used a master level, whatever the hell that is.
Yeah, it's probably the brand of level that they used. Which, by the way, you can only level with the precision of your ability to hold it level, and your ability to judge the bubble between the lines.
Okay.
So they're just using local water techniques or liquid leveling techniques, and then they're just trying to make it parallel to the water surface. That's pretty much all they're doing.
Yeah, well,
what else could they do?
They think that parallel. They think that they're trying to quote unquote level it to the water surface, but in their model, level is curved. So they have to curve the rail so that the rail is one height above the water, and that it has to be, for some reason, 0.6 millimeters different in the center than at the edges, right? So it has to have a 0.6 millimeter curve over this distance, whatever the distance was.
Right.
I can actually, and that somehow if they didn't do this, it would work.
If you intentionally put a curve that's higher than the base with the water, it'd be arced in the center.
Hey, what's up, Jules? I'm just trying to figure out why they would even do this. Like, what was the purpose? I really don't get it.
Like, if you have a 170-foot long piece of metal and you just go to the middle and jack the middle up, dude.
The tank is, so just to tell you, AI, the tank is 138 meters long and 3.5 meters deep, which corresponds to 3,000 cubic meters of fresh water. Despite appearances, the bottom of the tank is flat. And the maximum carriage speed was fixed at 12 meters per second, which is high for a facility of this size, but gives the ability to run a wide range of experiments. The dimensions were selected based upon the experience of university staff, past recommendations, and the site's physical limitations.
Yo, what are you talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about some corny ass dude that came in here earlier saying.
Yeah.
So there's a tow tank, like it's a tank to model boats. It's like I was just describing its dimensions. And they claimed that they measured that they had to account for curvature to make this tank because there was 0.6 millimeters of curvature higher in the center than at the edges on some rail, and the rail had to be exactly the same height above the water. So they took a string and then they pulled the string tight, and then they measured and adjusted this railing to make sure that it was curved exactly with the water. It's a bunch of horse shit. Anyway, we had someone come in, we were just like laughing at it basically at this point.
Yeah. Well, it is a joke.
Well, it is a joke because his argument was it works. Right, so their design of their tank to test boats, it worked. Like, yeah, what if you didn't account for 0.6 millimeters of curvature and 153 meter rail? What would the result have been? Like, you wouldn't be able to design boats anymore, and like your boat would sink to the bottom of the ocean now because you didn't like account for curvature in your little tow tank. Like, you're being dumb. Just shut up. You're embarrassing.
You know what's weird is the last guy who came in and argued that, which, by the way, we have recorded, and you guys could go watch that if you want. It was much more technical, but his argument, I believe, was that the sled or whatever that pulls the boat wouldn't be able to ride correctly on the rails if they weren't perfectly, in tune with the curve of the Earth, to the degree of like what, a 0.6 millimeter or 0.06 millimeter or some nonsense. Less than a credit card thickness, supposedly.
I'm reading like what was the justification for doing this? Like I can't find anything. Like
I just can't believe that people still in 2023 people still think we live on a spinning ball. It's just crazy to me.
Dude, it's worse than that, man. The last week, man, we had 3 people coming in. I think it's a ball because of the authorities. After what just happened with that Mexican beer germ, why you're trusting the authorities is beyond me.
And they call us, conspiracy theorists and nut jobs. And no, they're the nut jobs for, they're just brainwashed. Like zombies. Like the Night of the Living Dead.
Safety, man. They think there's safety in numbers, right?
Yeah.
So you ever seen the penguins in Australia? They like all huddle together, and like birds do the same thing when they flock. They all flock together because if they flock together, there's a probability you won't be the bird that gets eaten. It'll be some other bird. Because I've seen it, right? Like where I live, there's pigeons that fly around in flocks. But when there's a hawk around, they go mad, but they stay in the flock. And you're the bird in the flock. You're hoping I'm not the pigeon that gets like snatched by the hawk. Some other bird that's right next to me. So that's kind of like a defense mechanism that they have, right? Stay in the herd, right? And they do it with antelope, elks, bulls, you name it. Go ahead, Trace. Sorry.
That's all good.
Say, I've been listening on YouTube all morning. I couldn't get in here, but I tell you what, it'd be more productive to shit in your hands and clap than listen to dogs all day.
Yeah,
that's how I feel. I mean, thank you.
Yeah, that's I like listening to India though. Man. But the thing is, they're the conspiracy theorists. They're the ones saying like, you shouldn't believe your eyes. Like you see the sun moving, it's not moving. It's trying to fool you. It's actually you that's moving. Like the Earth looks flat. It's just the light is all trying to fool you. The world is all just out there, out to get you. It's actually a globe.
I really don't understand this tow tank argument because all that rail is doing is towing a modern boat. What is that boat going to, not float on top of the water? Is it, what's going to be the
I don't that's what I'm trying to figure out by reading the document is why did they do this? Why did they go to all this effort? Because one way or another, it doesn't make any difference in what they're doing.
Dude, right now, check this out, friend. I specifically told him because I said they parallel this with the water. Did I not say that multiple times? He said the tank is empty when they do this. I told him they have a leveling trough that runs along the sidewall, and they use that to level against the rail. Okay? He said, oh no, I said, I know that we did that in the other one that we did, right? He said, well, I don't know about this one. Now keep in mind, this is something he posted as proof. So let's read from it right here. The tanks are fitted with a small trough in the concrete. This trough was filled with water. 2 steel pins were precisely machined. A datum bracket was installed at one end of the tank to adjust the length of the pins, so their pointy end just broke the surface tension of the water. Another bracket was then moved along the tank to the desired alignment location. Each pin was checked and readjusted. Was the curve, did I get it wrong, but was it like 0.6 of a millimeter? No, let me pay attention. Pay attention, you ready? I'll read it for you. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth, horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the Sagataw for an east to west oriented tank of 138 meters is about 0.06 millimeters. That's an assertion based on the model. It's not a measurement that they did or took.
Oh, it gets better, AI. Read farther. Dude, this is hilarious. Listen to this, though. Sorry. The towing tank only has a walkway on its south side, so the north rail alignment had to be performed from a floating pontoon, which was complicated. Dude, I can't believe this.
I don't know. Anybody who works with steel would probably be able to tell you that, 0.06 of a millimeter was
over 153 meters, right?
Over
That's the span, right?
meters. That's like their tolerances are higher than that.
Dude, that is a higher tolerance than CERN, probably.
Dude, look at this photograph of the pin system at the brackets. Look what they're doing there, bro. If you're looking, it's the brackets with the red thing and the 2-pin system. So the 2 brackets are at the joints of the thing, right? And so when those pins touch the water, they break the surface tension of the water. That means that the distance from that bracket down is correct. So they are just paralleling it to the water. Exactly like I said. What else could they do? How else could they have 100 and plus meter continuous level unless it was a trough of water? They also said in here that they couldn't use lasers to do it.
Yeah, I'm going to read that citation too. I'm going to find that. They cited something about them making a different tank in Australia. I want to know why they think they can't use lasers to do it. And now there could be reasons, right? Legitimate reasons, like inside. Sometimes you have differential heating inside of a building and stuff that will throw it off. Yeah. If you're trying to do a long span, I mean, you guys could do it incrementally, like you do in regular construction, right? Right? I don't know. I have to read it. My God, dude. This is what passes for a Glober citation. I swear to God, that dude was just Googling furiously. The most frustrating part is that he didn't understand when I was predictive model, I'm talking about not Snell's law, not Burnett's principle, an actual model for terrestrial refraction as a phenomena, right? Not like the general role of refraction, right? That model, generalized refraction model versus a model applied to a specific phenomena. Like that shit was going over his head, man.
They just try to talk big so that they sound important and they know what they're talking about. And then, as Mickey would say, they get their wig snatched. They like to repeat. But not
it must have been frustrating to listen to, like from your point of view, right? Like when you're in it, it's a different thing. Like, dude.
I just want to get in there and tell him what a fool he is. That's all. I've had some experiences with this guy before, as well as heard a fair few debates that he's had, and I just can't stand him, to be honest.
Yeah, his debate techniques are transparent, dude. Whenever he gets cornered, he starts talking about you, or talking about flat earthers, or start calling you dumb, right? So he just does this all the time. Or he postures and pretends like you don't know something and he did, or you're freaking but it's a pretend, it's a freaking ruse, right? It's a diversion, right? To take eyes off the topic. Look over here. No, look over here. Look over here. Just don't how long did I talk to him? I never got an admission that there's no predictive model. I had to go through every goddamn iteration, right? Of just I call it
How's it going, everybody? Good afternoon, or evening, or good day. Whatever. How's it going, Paul?
Good, man. How you doing?
Doing pretty good.
So I jump in and see what's going on in here. It's like nothing.
It's quiet.
Yeah.
I was about to go throw something on the bot, but I reckon we can chat for a minute. Maybe others will start talking too.
Yeah.
The lobby's a bit silly right now. Folks keep on talking about China, and I'm like, China's just a government, though. That has nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
Yeah. Who cares?
Non sequitur. It was on the conversation of trusting government or whatever, and then it got to China, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah. What do we even know really about the Chinese government?
Jack shit. Does anybody speak Mandarin?
Yeah, I don't really know anything other than what my government really tells me about them, and I already know I can't believe a word they fucking say.
I know one thing and one thing only about the Chinese government. The Han Chinese tend to run things, and there's multiple different versions of Chinese people, and we can't fathom how many there are. There's just so many different subgroups of Chinese that don't even try. Don't even bother.
Yeah.
But the Han Chinese run it. Like Han Blue, like that.
I knew this guy from China, right? No, you're all right. I knew this guy from China, and he was a ex-Triad member. I forget the name. It was like 24 karat gold Triad or something. And he told me he got exiled from China because of his drug convictions, because he was a drug dealer. And so that's why he came to the United States. However, when I got to know him a little bit better and we were spending more time together, one day we were hanging out, just sitting in the kitchen, sitting at the table, and he just all of a sudden says, the real reason why I came to the United States is because the Chinese government sent me here to distribute fentanyl. And I didn't even bat an eye, and I was like, yeah, I don't doubt that.
Well, I didn't expect that, but damn.
And he said, what do you mean? And I said, well, okay, what am I supposed to say to that? And why would you just say that to me just out of the blue?
Yeah, this might be a convo where we should go talk in the chill.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm done. I just thought it was weird, and so I know nothing about
it. It is weird. I agree. That is weird.
I thought that was an interesting story, and I figured since ain't nobody listening anyway.
I think the same thing happens. So weird, chaos from this nation to that nation, that kind of stuff. I think it's like across the board. Everybody's trying to F with everyone else.
Well, and it might just be that they're not trying to F with, it's, all the governments are working in cahoots together.
Yeah. It's like fluctuating the economy, really. Like both the dark economy and the open economy.
Agents. They have little agents and worker bees all over the place doing their bidding.
Really, it's the cult of money, honestly. That's what it boils down to, is just money.
Yeah.
If it ain't about the money,
Bro, and that's and all this is tied into the heliocentric model.
Oh yeah, dude, I hate money so much because it doesn't actually represent anything. For one, it's a horrible representation of time, because how much is your time actually worth? And it doesn't represent matter, because it constantly prints more where the matter remains the same. And supply demand, that's very much like a stationary thing. Like it's going to fluctuate literally in a linear path, ebbing and flowing like ocean tides. So everything that goes above those peaks is orchestrated. All the panics that go above that shit's unnatural.
Have you noticed sometimes that these celebs who they say are so wealthy and so rich, but sometimes something happens where all of a sudden all that wealth is taken away and they have nothing. And it's like, wait a minute.
Look at the live stream, bro.
So is that not real?
This is weird as hell that somebody shared. Yeah, this lines up what we're saying though, but yeah, that is weird. This right here, what really weirded me out was the Y2K, the 1999 thing, the 2019, and then the 2035, because we know that at 2035 or 2030 they talk about the whole, whatever reset thing and trying to end poverty, whatever. And you notice that the panic thing is exactly 5 years after that date, which we know it takes time for stuff to actually affect things across the whole world. Like it takes a little bit. But then if you look at the actual time point right there on that bottom peak and the top, it happens in the same year on the next one. And this one's only 1 year difference. And then there's a 3 year separation. And then there's exactly the same year was Y2K.
Bro.
And you look back at the other one.
So crazy. Because that is happening. Everything, their manipulation and steering of society has ramped up so fast. And it doesn't take that many years anymore to completely avert people's minds and implanting something.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? To completely change.
By the way, if anybody is into the crypto thing, pay attention to this. I'm pretty sure this will help you out a little bit with your waves, your little up and down waves with your bull and bear markets, bros. Because, I mean, it's a pattern, and it's obviously happened before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just saying, there's a pattern here.
I don't see how crypto can actually be a thing that isn't controlled by,
It's, well, that's the thing, is it can exist in a limbo state between being controlled and uncontrolled, because it's going to still be fluctuated by, like the tides, by people's movements, and those are predictable, because people are predictable, and then they can kind of whale wallet that shit and then control those movements, which is the real method of control, because then they can dump or buy like as fast as possible whenever they want. Bear market is buy all they want to, bull market sell all they want to, nobody stops them.
It's amazing.
And they sell on those peaks too, and these dudes got freaking AI to sell maximum profits too, so they're not even running this shit. They're not sitting there clicking buttons like, oh, I gotta sell, oh, now I gotta buy. No, that's just running.
Money too is to the elite. Money is just a system to control us. The actual elites, they don't live in those boundaries. They don't. They don't need money. They have everything. They don't buy anything. They're not consumers.
Half of them, they're so connected with the wealth type thing, like the generational wealth types, that it's more about flexing movements than the money itself. Like, yeah, they can just go and make stuff happen. And now I have land in this company over here. All they do is make a deal, sign a piece of paper. There's no money involved. Just, yep, here's this agreement. We'll trade this for that.
Yeah, I get irritated sometimes when people talk about, oh, they do it all for money and blah, blah, blah. No, that has nothing to do with money. That's
nobody. Because
they control you with money.
Why the fuck would they care about money when they can print it?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, they can just make more. They're not trying to get our money. They want to control the banks. And then that's all tied into this, the flat earth beast system. You can't serve the creator.
Sometimes I think too, when they tell us that this
money system is a worship of a god,
billions of dollars. Sometimes I think that's bullshit.
Why would they?
Yeah, I think it's just something to another mind fuck for us.
If they printed 3/4 of all the money in existence over the course of the past, like, I'll say 5 years, then why would they need to tax us for money when they could just burn the money and print more?
Yeah, dude, it's such bullshit.
It's like, people don't understand how the system works. It's monetary, and it's not gold backed, which if it was, because you used to be able to transfer it for gold and silver. You just take a straight up actual silver certificate and go get silver.
Yeah, we always are in the same place. We never really, it's
like a treadmill.
We never really gain any actual wealth, because all they keep doing is raising interest and raising everything, so that we're really stuck in the same place. Yep. And they always lie to people and say, hey, we're going to give you more money and raise minimum wage.
Oh, and everybody has short-term memories, bro.
Yeah, then they just raise the cost of everything, and you're still making the same money.
Well, they did predatory loans on everybody with the banks, and then they basically bailed out the banks after the banks collapsed and screwed. After the banks took people's houses away, banks get bailed out, individual citizens went homeless, or now they're paying rent at an apartment, or they're trying to buy a new house because of getting screwed up back then. I remember that shit, and America has not recovered from that.
Yeah, me too. I mean, there's so many instances where I look at people that I know that are falling for these same things, like 4 years later. Their memory span is awful. And I'm like, don't you remember what happened 4 years ago or 3 years ago? Like, we've done this already. This is the same scam. Oh no, Trump. Shut up.
It'd be like, it's like getting the same exact person, but they've got a different fake mustache on. And it's like, oh yeah, no, that's not him because he got a different mustache. That can't be him. Like, what the fuck? This is still Mustache Man.
Trump was such a perfect candidate at that time. He really was perfect to create more division.
He was definitely sold as that. I mean, that's the thing. I don't consider myself a Trump supporter, but as a troll, like, I think he was a funny as shit troll. Like, he definitely was an excellent troll. Funny. Like, I give him props for that. Yeah.
Bush Jr. used to do that shit too. He used to just be like, have this attitude like he didn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? But
I regard him. This is the thing, is I'll respect the animal for being the animal that it is. So a shark is a shark. Cool, it's a shark. I'm not going to stick my hand in the tank. So if you've got a businessman doing business stuff and he does business things because he's a businessman, well, duh. I expect him to do business things. I'm not going to be surprised. Huh?
A little bit wrong.
Like the way it is divided people even farther. They've separated. If you didn't think we could get that the left and right couldn't get any farther apart. Boy, it's way worse.
It goes in circles. Actually, it goes in circles.
Yeah.
You find someone who's so leftist that they're like, this specific race is superior just because they're oppressed. You went in a circle. Now you're on the right. You get me?
Yeah.
The way I look at it, there's 360 directions that we can go, and only one of them's right. Exactly. So there's 359 wrong directions that we can head as a human race. And it's just that's how it is. What it is.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Also, no, America just had a very bad choice. You had a choice between Trump and Hillary. Now you have a very bad choice. You're screwed.
You're not choosing them. They're presenting
South Park did an episode on this.
Oh yeah, supposedly it's a popular vote, and then the electoral vote.
The illusion of choice, but you're not choosing them.
Yeah,
they've manufactured this to
Yeah, it was made. It was it's a construct.
I could tolerate the whole electoral college shit, but when they brought in the Dominion voting machines and now it's all really weird and digital, it's okay, you can hit a button and change everything at that point. I know how this shit works.
Well, that's a slap in the face too, because everybody is aware of that, and it's like, hey, look at what we're doing. We're showing you that your vote ain't shit and it don't matter. You know what I mean? And
exactly.
You're still voting for it. You're still voting.
And then everyone's like, "What? Well, don't forget to vote."
You're still. Yep. It's funny, man.
I don't understand why they call it a democracy. Okay, look, you have a popular vote, which is supposedly determined by how many states or how many people in those states. The states are ruled by this supporter, this politician. And then you have the electoral vote, which really decides the candidate. And you know what's also in the electoral? A whole lot of corporatocracy. If I'm pronouncing it correctly, the corporations put a bunch of money into this politician so that they will endorse this specific law or this specific thing. And they also will put in money to the electoral college so that they would favor this specific party over the other.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude. And they... Forgot what I was going to say, but fuck. I get
lobbyists around the world.
Lobbyists,
it's just so crazy and silly.
Also, by the way, lobbyists. I don't know what place they have in government. I don't understand what place they have in government. They have zero.
Their job is to go to the lobby and just throw money at politicians until they get their way. And then they go back to their bosses and say, "We did it."
It's a loophole.
Yeah, I think they're there too, because the guards are changing at low levels in some of those, and new people are coming in, and I think they're making sure that if somebody doesn't understand that this is a rigged game, and you think you're going to change something, no. This is how this works.
You got to be Tony Stark.
Is nothing.
Exactly, your decision is nothing.
They're pretty much social media influencers.
Yeah, that's what it is. Best example of this might be a little bit funny. There was the senator of Idaho, Larry Craig. I will assume that someone paid him to act this way, because I'm sure he wouldn't have acted this way. He was a politician who was very well known for being anti-gay, anti-LGBT. Now I'm sure that someone paid him to act like this, because a few months later, he was caught. Guess the amount of men, and I'll say higher or lower.
Oh my god.
Over 9,000.
At one time? In one room? Or what do you mean? I missed the beginning of what you said.
Sleeping with this amount of men at the same time. Higher or lower?
Oh god.
Oh jeez. This is
higher.
This is non sequitur to everything this server stands for.
Yeah, I don't care, dude. I don't want to know. Honestly.
Time's up.
Yeah, 94. I don't want to know. I don't care. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is non sequitur to everything here.
Politicians don't have beliefs. They don't have them.
And there's no such thing as a lesser of two evils. You can't say that, oh, the problem is we don't have good candidates. No. So you just have to pick the lesser of two evils. That's not a real thing.
Yeah, the lesser of two evils is still evil. So it's like, oh, well, let me pick this devil over that one. But both them devils hang out behind closed doors and tell to each other exactly about what they're going to do. All right, I'm going to do this next. And if they do this, then you do that. All right, I got you, bro.
I like it when you ask people, why do you vote? And they say, it's my right. It's not a right. It's a way to take away all your natural rights. You're subscribing. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say like a religious right.
Yeah, like it's not. It's a total con job.
Facts.
So if you've got to go forth for the ritual and rites of voting so that we can bring forth the new leader and under the sun god. They really do, though. They actually do a sun god ritual when they're bringing in the new president.
Big Brother, the leader of Oceania, he is here today. Also, there's literally no way. To win. Hillary changed her beliefs like 20 times. That's because there's money involved.
They don't have beliefs.
They don't have beliefs. She changes her quote-unquote beliefs.
They have one belief, but it's hidden from us, and they just blow with the wind to try to stay, in the limelight and be relevant. So
I'd say they have one belief. They believe in money.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and they want people to. They do want people to sort of like worship them and hang on their word and
or maybe fear them. But they want all of that.
Who said that they were social media influencers? Who said they were social media influencers? I need to credit you real quick.
I did. I was saying,
awesome.
They're basically social media influencers.
Exactly.
High-paid social media influencers.
Now, look, it's totally possible that back then voting was a thing. It's totally possible that a long time ago, in America's super early days, that when there was no corporate involvement, which I don't even know if that's true.
Back before men were corrupt?
Yeah. Maybe.
When was that?
Maybe there was a fair vote. Maybe there was. Maybe there was totally a fair vote.
I mean, anything can be possible, but honestly, there's no way. I don't believe that at all. I think from the start, it was just a different form of the monarchy system to control people.
It's because you got too many people. You can't have direct democracy no more. It's not Athens.
Yeah. And forms of control have been changing all throughout history. They tried different things, monarchies and tyrants, and they, they're constantly kind of, changing things and trying to tweak it to make it better.
Who are you, Nero?
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
So, in the year of the Revolutionary War was when the Eye of Providence was put on American currency. Something else really big happened in that year. I mean, obviously war, but something else big must have happened that year. Because I've been researching the Eye of Providence and when it was put on the dollar bill, and it's not always been there. It was put there at a specific time.
Mm-hmm.
This also ties into Gad, the pan-Semitic deity of fortune, and how one cannot serve Theos and Mammon, or Momoas.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Guys, we need to add more theories to our thing here.
What sucks?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Oh yes.
Oh my god!
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh no, I'm just reading this bumper sticker critical inception put here. Just oh my god.
We're gonna add a new theory to the mix. Do you guys believe?
Speculation Sunday. You got some evidence for your theory?
Believe that the Illuminati is real? You guys believe?
No, I trust George Washington when he said they investigated and found that there was no Illuminati in America.
We investigated ourselves and we found that we're innocent.
Yeah.
So stupid.
The Illuminati knows the answers, taking bone samples to clone rappers, but the artists in prison to silence the vision, genetic copies going home after they look different. I'm Thomas, and eyes shifted, skin lifted. It's scientific. If they can't control you, replace the old you, get your duplication to enforce the message. Let me quit.
You know, the 9/11 Commission, the Warren Commission, they appoint all these people to investigate these things, but all the people they appoint are the people that would be under the investigation that committed the so-called fucking crime, you know?
Yeah, I investigate myself, and I think I'm innocent. That's like, yeah.
It was great when they investigated during the Nuremberg trials and then took a bunch of Nazis and brought them over here and made NASA. That was pretty cool. That's totally lit.
Wasn't it?
The first, or the founders of NASA were pretty interesting people. I think Kanye West.
Werner von Braun was such an excellent Christian. Like he was so pious. He would never mess around with demons or anything like that.
Oh yeah. So let me rephrase. Do you believe there's a group of very powerful people that you can't see, that you don't know about, that control the world behind the scenes? Do you believe that?
I got a bunch of money and you got a bunch of money. You want to hang out and talk about money with me?
You want to start satanic rituals on a secret island in the middle of nowhere?
I don't know. I've already done everything else. Why not,
Some
right?
other questionable things we don't want to talk about here?
There are some other stuff, but if we leave here, it'll go silent, and we won't be talking shit about the.
We talk about the Jeffrey himself. We might get a little bit of a spicy conversation. So I'm just gonna say, it's totally possible. There's a bunch of rich people that they do everything and they control everything. Totally,
Well,
it's totally possible that they're not.
Here's the thing: how would you know who they are if you're rich enough to basically hide your identity? How would anybody know who that person is? If people think Elon Musk is rich, but imagine if you're rich enough to hide your identity to the point where nobody even knows that you're the richest person on earth.
The greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing man he doesn't exist.
Exactly. So my thought is there probably are people like that who have that level of power, but also they literally can't do anything that isn't permitted to happen anyway. Like their hands are bound. They have certain authority, but the rest they do not. They can't. And they're limited by the laws of physics too. So
yeah, there's.
Thinking about that,
they still lead.
That saying though, I'm not so sure if that's accurate because wasn't the better trick when he tricked Eve in the garden?
You won't die. You won't surely perish.
Yeah, I wonder. I would think that'd be the best trick.
Speaking of which, I don't know if you're here yesterday. We had a conversation about math is reality, and debating that. That's not true at all, by the way. We were like,
math is reality?
Can I get some negative apples from the negative apple tree?
People have been bringing that up a lot lately.
Yeah, we were just talking about that yesterday. I was like,
simulation theorists would swear to you that it's within the realm of possibility that there's an antimatter alternate universe where there are negative apples on a negative apple tree that's made out of negative matter or whatever, antimatter and all this other shit. They would. They'd swear that, there's negative apples. For every apple that grows here, there's a negative apple over there or some shit.
Oh, yeah, dude. It tastes like you're in debt. And you eat one of those.
You eat it and just get more hungry.
Yeah. Can you die of starvation though by eating enough?
If an apple a day keeps a doctor away, though, if you eat a negative apple, do doctors just start showing up?
Doctors don't even go to houses anymore.
It's because there's no more negative apples.
And there's no more. What are those weird things they put on their heads? Is a little spinny thing.
Oh, that little shiny. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like they have a light, but prior to that, it was a reflective piece of material to aim the light at what you're looking at. Yeah.
Whoa, that's super cool. They don't use it anymore because you have better tools. But
yeah, we got
that was
LEDs
pretty cool.
And shit.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you can't put a lantern on your forehead, so you've got to reflect the light.
The lighthouse man. You shall shine a focused
The
beam
devil
of
whispered,
light.
"I'm coming for you," and I whispered back, "That's gay."
That's okay.
He should have said, "I don't know, man. Sounds pretty gay to me." The dude shrugging. Like, I don't know, man.
Let's discuss more ridiculous theories. Reptilian people. Let's discuss the more ridiculous theory. Yeah, me personally, this is sure they have a lot of weird stuff going on, but this is out of the question. And how do you even get into the reptilian people group, guys? I need to know. How was Mr. Zuck a reptile?
He looks more like an android.
I'm so glad you've come to join us.
There's like stories where there's good reptilians and there's bad reptilians.
So
some are here to help us. And
being a furry.
It sounds like furries. It does sound like furries.
It sounds like furries. Or scalies. In this case, they're scalies.
Oh shit.
Yeah, screw that.
The dark side of the internet.
The dark side.
You don't know the power of the dark side of the web.
Alright.
That was funny too, correcting the grammar.
Was the dark web a real thing?
Yeah, the dark
it is
web's
a real
basically
thing.
everything that's not put in a database, it's not recorded, you can't just type in an address and go to, that's all the dark web is. It's all the stuff that's on the bottom end of the iceberg. They try to, but the mainstream media will demonize it like there's this dark web network you can connect to if you're elite hacker.
It's not like that. It's not like, oh my god, you're just gonna find hacks in like 10 seconds. No, you have to hire a hacker.
It's a lot harder.
You have to pay Bitcoin or Ethereum, and then they're going to be like, oh, what do you want me to do? And then you tell them what to do, and then they probably don't do it.
Yeah, in all likelihood, they're just going to take your money and be like, fuck you, and just leave.
It's Bitcoin. It's Bitcoin. It's a non-traceable currency. You can't just go to the Bitcoin bank and be like, hey, can I get my money back, please?
I think what I think is funny thinking about that, probably 99% of attempted hacks fail because somebody just takes the money and run. The same thing goes for any attempted assassination type of. They just take the money and leave. Like, screw you, and they just take the money and leave.
It's like ransomware. You know, there was a ransomware.
What are they gonna do?
When you pay it, they don't even give you your stuff back. They just take your money and you're screwed.
They make you think they can uninstall it, but they really can't.
I syskeyed your computer. Give me money so you don't lose more money. Huh. Turns out you lost money and you also lost more money in the process. Perfect.
Hey, so if you know this, let me know this. The antivirus software that you buy for computers, somebody told me that actually opens your computer up to bring in the viruses.
So you mean to tell me if I quarantine a virus, or if I actually get it's not Spy Sheriff, okay? It's Avast. If I get Avast to destroy a virus on my computer stops acting up. No. That's not true. There's a lot of crazy theories, but that's not true. That's just not true.
What is true, though, is back in the day, Bill Gates did actually create viruses so that he could sell antivirus.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I'm pretty sure
every the antivirus software are creating the viruses.
I'm pretty sure every major programmer started somewhere when it comes to that.
Weird shadiness.
We made at least one virus. Come on, it doesn't even have to be like a deadly one. It can just be like a little text box that doesn't go away.
There's one of the most simple ones is basically making a type of file that if you open it up, it'll keep on opening up until it fills up all the hard drive space and it's undeletable.
Isn't it like the Flutter virus? Isn't that what it's called?
It's like some weird thing, and all it's doing is just making a ton of zeros or something. It's not even doing anything. It just keeps expanding forever. Yeah.
I hate that. I actually did that on a school computer. Not even joking. Did that on a school computer. I made a flutter. They had to buy new computers. Also, one thing I really wanted to do, I wanted to install Bitcoin miners on all the computers. I mean, they're already slow.
That would have been funny.
No one would notice. I'd make
Especially get them all running at a really low rate, and you just have it constantly sending you money.
I can make bank.
You graduate school and just live off of the public schools network as they give you money for the rest of your life.
Oh yeah, dude. I think I like a little botnet here.
I thought I saw
That's
a story
possible.
about that in the news that somebody actually did that.
They made their school into a Bitcoin mining rig.
I swear I've heard that before.
That's insane.
I could see some kid doing that. That makes sense. There's some kid knows how to do that and did it. And I know that because there's a kid who, when I was in school, he knew how to get into all the administrative access stuff. Like he could hack directly into it easily just by creating a little file. And then he opened it up like it was an application and it did something and gave him full access to the computer. I'm like, oh shit.
There actually used to be a glitch where you could get the admin permissions. You know when you try to install something on a school computer and it says, oh, you have to log into to admin account to make changes and stuff. Well, turns out there used to be a glitch. I think it was on Windows 8 where you could go to that thing that says import disk whatever. You could put in like I guess a batch file that you made that it kind of, I guess, will log you into the admin account, and then you can change everything to your liking, and you're admin now, and you can install Steam. I actually installed Steam on the school computer to play Team Fortress 2.
They used to have something called Xstop, but I found out if you change certain things in the URL that it could bypass the Xstop and you could go wherever you wanted to.
Yeah. Nowadays they got blocked websites.
Yeah.
Okay,
Which I didn't use it to go anywhere bad, but it was like gaming websites were banned, and yeah, kids can find out it was gaming websites. What's funny is this actually is relevant to this subject because all this is like the experience that led all of us up to what we're researching now. We didn't think the same as other people, like just following orders and doing whatever we were told. We were trying to figure out ways to test the borders, the boundaries of the box that we were put in. Most people didn't do that.
If thinking outside the box is hacking your school computer so that you can play games on it,
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
Hey, playing those games is probably more constructive than learning all those fucking lies.
I mean, yeah,
better.
I guess. No time that you spent having fun is time wasted.
Yeah.
But,
the method.
you really need to get that 6 figures, so you gotta get that PhD. You need that 6 figures so you can be the successful slave. Not the non-successful one. You ever notice the richest people in the world, supposedly, are none of them are doctors? Zero. Nada. None of them are doctors. None of them are lawyers. Maybe one of them are. Wait, yeah, but they own the firm. They're not a lawyer. And none of them are the high-paying jobs. You don't see an anesthesiologist within the richest people in the world, because those guys work. They do the job that someone else owns. Someone else owns it. It's not them. You don't make nothing. Within the
yeah, it's pretty difficult to start a private practice, and it's a lot easier to join into something else that already has their own insurance and everything else.
Exactly.
And go work for a hospital.
Historically, I thought the richest people in the world were the ones who own banks. If you owned a bank, you're really, really rich. I always thought that. Like, dude who owns Chase Bank, the dude who owns Wells Fargo, the dude who owns whatever, Visa. That dude must be rich. Really rich. Like, Zuck, he owns PayPal.
It's kind of weird that banks are like temples for money. They go visit the temple of money.
It's a religion.
I have to talk to the priest there and see if we've qualified or if we have too many sins to burden us so we can't get a blessing from them.
Ah, yes, the apostle, Mr. Krabs himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're a little bit off topic, but we're still there. We're on.
Well, money makes the world go round. That is part of the whole thing. Like, it's a sole currency system. Like, you can't have pressure without containment. What do you think government borders are for nations? And I'm not talking about the borders of an actual location if you feel so worried about somebody invading. I'm talking about the actual systems, what they're used for. And then the propaganda used to make us versus them tribalism mentality of this location versus that location.
Yeah.
They generate revenue off of that stuff. It's all pressure from containment.
Yep. Alright, guys. I'm gonna find some other crazy conspiracy theories so we can make jokes about it or something. Do I have to go for the nine? That one's gonna be super offensive though. Okay, inside job theory. Let's go. Let's do it. Inside job theory.
I think it's more disturbing that everybody said never forget and everybody forgot.
Yeah. Remember when it didn't take a national tragedy to bring us all together? Yeah, I don't remember either.
No. I don't talk about Bruno.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck?
I'm just joking. It's because I'm trying to avoid anything related to mass casualty events.
Okay, then I'm not going to talk about oil thing, oil president oil. I'm not going to talk about that. That one's a little bit interesting. I don't know how that guy became president ever.
So the timeline's much greater, but if I just start at Bill Clinton, you've got the Internet Protection Act, which basically, under the guise of protecting children, they decided that they were going to set it up so they could spy on pretty much everybody. The Patriot Act, when Bush came in, expanded upon that so that they could actually literally spy on every citizen, including into your cell phones and everything. And Obama expanded on that with the Patriot Act expansion pact that allowed them to do way more, including just sign a little executive order and boom, martial law or other stuff. Like if you want to go over there to the sand people, they can do that at any time. And then Trump decides to start building a wall. Well, that's interesting. And then after he's gone, then Biden's still building the wall. I thought that y'all didn't like the wall.
Why do they claim to do all these things to pass all this shit? Why don't they just do it? Why do they need to make
it's just, to me, just more and more control, like reining in the drawing in the reins.
Legal. It's so it looks
how
legal.
How can they have more control than they already have? They can do, you know what I mean? They don't.
Uncle Sam doesn't want to go out naked.
Well, I guess there is. Isn't there some conspiracy theory where they actually have to follow certain rules?
Yeah,
and they have to make us. What is it? Make us think we. No, how does that go? I don't know. Somebody fill in what I'm trying to say.
You have to make us think that what they're doing is legal.
Well, they do follow certain orders, things, but then after stuff happens, people forget about it. And they're like, this is all legal, though, because this. Oh, okay. And then now you got people defending them because it's technically legal.
Yeah, Uncle Sam never goes out.
Permission. Somehow we're giving them permission to do what they're doing. They need our consent or something.
Not really. But
the average person's mindlessly just submitting, and then we're the minority who's I don't really consent to this, and everybody else is tough shit because this is what we're doing.
Uncle Sam never goes out without his Liberty clothes, guys.
It's definitely mob rule.
Yeah, he needs to wear the Liberty clothes.
I wasn't given the choice to say, hey, now we've set up this society and we've made all these rules. Now, you can stay here, be a member of the society, follow these rules, or you can fuck off and get in this boat and sail away to go somewhere else.
Well, they do give you the option, but you gotta earn it first, I guess. You gotta make up enough money so that you can leave. You can leave, but you're just gonna have to go bust ass.
It's called
It's
a
just
law of
funny when you
soil.
grow up and people try to challenge you and say, "Hey, we've set this system in place and blah blah, and we've all agreed on this." I didn't agree on shit. All this shit was in place before I got here. I didn't have a choice in anything. I didn't have a say in nothing. But they act like we've all decided on this is how things are going to be.
Yeah, nobody. It's like a Starship. We built this city. Yeah, but in this case, you didn't really have. It's not we. It's they. They built the city, not you. You had no part in it.
They, them.
And it wasn't built off rock and roll. It was built off a lot of illegal stuff.
We didn't start the fire.
Yeah. If it was democracy, it would totally not be allowed. But
Did you know that democracy is the antithesis to aristocracy? Like the Democrats are actually the opposite of aristocrats. That's where that word comes from.
Aristocrats are where rich people do stuff.
And what's weird is you look at the kind of paradigm, even though the Democrats are led by aristocrats, you look at the Republican paradigm and what they uphold, that side, it's pretty much like an aristocracy bubble thing, republic. And then because the people control the vote. Then you have the other side of Democrat, but that's also run by these freaking aristocrat level people who, they're taking care of the people. No, they're not. They're just.
Well, you don't got much of a choice.
Yeah, so pick this rich guy or that rich guy.
You don't have much of a choice. Would you rather have this this little quote unquote democracy, or would you rather go to Soviet Russia and then die because purge? So you don't got much of a choice.
Don't they boogeyman everywhere else too?
Or would you rather?
Well, yeah, your country sucks, but the other countries they suck more. So stay here.
Yeah,
they boogeyman other countries.
Would you rather go to Bingchiling and get killed by Chairman Mao, or Cambodia and suffer a very, very brutal fate that I did not wish to talk about here? Yeah, you don't have much of a choice.
It's nice when, I don't know if this is for everybody, but for me, when I realized that the Earth is flat, it really freed me from all those other systems, like the elections and the government and everything they do. I don't give a fuck. I don't pay any attention to it. I don't have any interest in it, and I don't have my mind bogged down with that fucking nonsense anymore.
But when you turn the TV off, you don't have the fear of propaganda anymore. It's just gone. And then you go looking out the streets and interacting with people, and they're not acting like what the TV's talking about. All that fear, it's not there. That's not how the real world is.
And everything, a lot of things that I do see, like when I go to see my parents, because they always have fucking Fox News on, and they'll be showing just these ridiculous things of Biden, and it's like it's all done on purpose just to make people angry, to make my mom even more angry, because she's like, oh, and I'm like, Mom, this is not real. All this is you're feeding into exactly what they want you to do. If that's not what it was, do you really think they'd show the president if he had real power, stumbling around and bubbling and falling and not being able to fucking talk?
You have to look at the imbalance, or sort of the distribution of power. So the legislation is the one who signs the laws, who makes the laws. The executive branch, the only thing they really do is they represent. They're the kind of like the figurehead, or if you want to say it, a little puppet. Except they don't really have the hand up the specific place that I wish to talk about. In this case, it's a little different. We've got the guy in golden handcuffs, and he can't really think for himself. Especially this one, because he can't really think in general. So
So the hand isn't up the puppet's butt; it's up all of yours.
Exactly. He's representing everybody, supposedly. I'd say he does a pretty good job of representing the majority. Okay, this guy's posting liberal stuff. Okay, that's amazing.
I'm surprised they can breathe on their own, actually.
This guy said, "How dudes that vote Democrat like to be kids." Bro, I don't got nothing against femdom, okay? I don't got nothing against femdom. All right. If you prefer the woman taller than you, I don't got nothing against you. All right. Typing.
To think you're better, to think one person that's brainwashed by one side of the aisle, that's total bullshit, and then another person that's brainwashed by the other group, calling the other one fucking retarded. It's really funny.
The conservatives and liberals are kind of both getting screwed. There's no difference.
Yeah. No shit.
They're all following the same thing. Liberals and conservatives have one thing in common: America #1, amazing, the best country. Now that's probably right in terms of
everything that's wrong with the country is Democrats' fault, and everything, and the other side says everything is wrong is Republicans' fault.
True. Sure, Republicans might have, freed the slaves and all that, the civil rights, but that doesn't mean that they didn't cause bombs over Baghdad over there in Iraq. They still did their fair share.
Are they really free though? Are any of us really free?
No, not really. If you define free as like you can do whatever you want, you're able to think freely, you're able to have freedom of thought, whatever you can express yourself. No, you do not have that. Trust me, you're getting screwed with the same rubber. Trust. Conservatives and liberals both, and whatever else in between. Green Party, yeah, they're getting screwed the same. Oh hell yeah, dude! I love Outcast.
It's funny too how they think we can take this back. We just need to get the right people in there, and they start these little organizations like the Tea Party. Where'd that go?
What
happened to all those people? That got totally taken over, but they all do. All those movements get totally taken over.
It's hilarious,
and nothing happens.
It's hilarious. America has a communist party. No joke.
I mean, you could say that
it has one.
America,
like those little extra groups, parties that people make, like the Libertarian, this and that. There's a communist one.
Yeah, along with those, the ones that have the little A that actually stands for anti-Jesus. Those are all.
Anarchy.
Anarchy. Yeah, the anarchists. They're a bunch of communists. They want you to suffer because you're like normal. Like you have traditional standards of value. They want you. They want you like dead. They don't even want you to exist.
That's fascism, isn't it?
Yeah. They're the most corrupt organization. Like all these people, loosely knit anarchists. That's the whole entire democratic group are all involved in the same thing. They want to think that they're not, but they have to take the whole ball of wax. You people chose this bullshit, so you get all of the nuts that are on your side of the aisle.
The whole idea that our government is a republic is a fucking lie. It's not a republic.
It's not. What is a republic? Like the definition of a republic. It's not. This is not what a republic is by definition. It's not. Not free. What it's supposed to be free. I'm pretty sure the guys who made the United States probably had it in mind, but
yeah, technically speaking, yeah. If it was a democracy, we would have an entire new set of laws written after every election.
Wait, you guys see that video of like the news anchors? They're all speaking and they're all saying like the same thing.
Yeah, it's a danger to our democracy. It's a danger to democracy.
Yeah.
Sonny, when you said the term fascism, what did you mean?
Fascism is when there is a.
No, I'm sorry. Sonny, I'm sorry.
Like fascism. So the most strict according to their own ideologue, and the most willing to bash, destroy, subvert anybody that has any other belief system than they do.
Yes,
they want to destroy anybody that has anything. They don't care what the cost. They don't care.
Familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they just be bigoted belligerents?
Yeah, in a way.
And it really, I haven't read this whole novel, but the Gulag Archipelago, I've read excerpts. I've heard people talking about it, and that's clearly what it seems like we have. There's lots of well-meaning people on that side that would fully be willing to become guards as you go shuffling into the gas chambers.
Yeah.
That's who they are.
I despise that also. The reason I asked is because people use that term in such a wide, undefined way. So, I usually try to ask people what specifically do they mean by that term. Thank you.
It's like,
I suppose I could get more specific about the definition and use it more properly. I may be using it a little bit out of line, so I'll take a look at that myself. Make sure I am not off.
I think you're using it right. Like, by definition, it's if you don't agree with us, it's over for you. That's what fascism is, kind of. So, I would say you're right, but I don't know.
This is what I saw when you type in define fascism in Google.
Yeah. That's kind of what it is. If I really think that it's totally possible that the founding fathers of the United States might have had an idea that, oh yeah, we can be free and stuff. They might have had that idea. Possible.
Right. But so, see this definition here. Now, I would like to change something or at least bring light to this definition. So, it says a mass political movement that emphasizes extreme nationalism. Now, on that part, I want to change that because look, it could be either extreme nationalism or extreme anti-nationalism.
So you hate your country, or
what's a country?
What they call a big piece of land with the government.
Are you the?
It's just
I'm not a country.
Yeah, it's an idealized idea of a group of people. So this is an idea, like, let's say America is an idea, right? So there's people that have an extreme disgust for America, freedom, and everything it includes. They want to see that destroyed. So they've got a bunch of minions out there that they started in the 60s. They started these groups way back when. There's over 300 front organizations. It's called the Committee of 300. They're the ones that are subverting America. They say it right up in front. If you haven't read this book, what is that? Yeah, I think it's called the Committee of 300. I actually have the book. 1 second. And they definitely don't want you talking about this.
If we pause and take the term seriously, this is why I'm so deliberately calculated with my words, is because these what is called verbal disputes, where any given word is being said in multiple different senses by at least two or more persons, and so there's confusion. But rather, of course, to avoid confusion, I'd rather say my words deliberately and say them with specificity. Now, the reason I say this is because, for instance, this is evident with the term nationalism and nation. Many people don't understand what a nation really is. And so they either use the word nation to refer to the sense of a particular territory under the jurisdiction of whatever given government, or they refer to a people of common genetic descent Now, I use it in the sense of the latter rather than the former, because there's already a word for the former. All right, that would be a country or a territory or a dominion. A nation is the humans themselves, the particular individual humans that have common genealogical descent. And those are specified in Genesis 10. I can make sense out of the notion of a nation given Genesis 10. But these other worldviews that teach other anthropologies, other doctrines of man, don't make it make sense. You see, right there, as Ethergrass highlighted, nat, from the Latin nat, born, right? Your genealogical descent.
Yes.
So, with that being said, nationalism, which seems to be actually consistent with the definition that is written in Wikipedia, nationalism is to whatever degree, greater or lesser degree, just or unjust, an extremely high interest and emphasis on the well-being of a given nation, no matter where they are, but an extreme emphasis, just or unjust, on the well-being of a given nation within whatever dominion or territory. I think that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, most people like to use nationalism to refer to as just a lot of pride for your country that sometimes is like a bias. In some cases, it is a bias.
Yeah, effectively, it can become an alternative religion, the same way that a disciple of Jesus will emphasize his supremacy and supreme adulation being given to him. They will also do the same with whatever given people, right? Whatever given country. Either your religion is A or it's non-A, whatever it is. And I'm saying religion in the sense of supreme value, whatever you value above all else. And you squeeze someone hard enough, you'll find their religion. Anyone, as it were.
All right, we had this conversation yesterday.
Every single man, woman, and child has a distinct belief in something greater than themselves, whether they want to admit it or not.
Or it's themselves.
Exactly.
Some people can be so arrogant.
That's true. That's a good point.
We had this conversation yesterday. Do you guys think that the Bible is still concise today?
Well, I suppose if you said concise deliberately, I would say yes, given what it's talking about.
Do you think it really means what it used to mean back then? Do you think it's the same as it was?
Well, its meaning can't really change, given that the authors haven't changed their meaning. So they said what they meant and wrote down what they meant, and that's what it's been ever since.
I think of some of what might be lost is the context that is separated. The books are separated, and a lot of times there's not much that connects them. They're just like individual stories. Some of them are long streams of events that are connected within the story, but a lot of the places, people, and things created. I don't know. Just a thought.
I was just going to point out that old dude is messaging the live stream.
We need to get back.
I had always thought that the Bible, since it's been through so many translations, interpretations, etc., for example, the King James Bible, they have different versions of the Bible, that the Bible, it might have been altered. It could very much possibly have been altered throughout history.
Yeah, so you guys, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and change the topic back to Flat Earth. So let's kind of wrap it up and move it back into Flat Earth.
Yeah, let's do it.
So however you want to do that, it's up to you. And all of this does tie in, but we have to keep it to what's, the ground beneath us, and that's the topic that we're on. And so this all does tie into everything that's happening above the surface. All of those things that were happening, those people knew the earth was flat because of their own experiences and developed methods for laying out their cities in that manner. So those things, those ancients. So if you want to talk about the ancients, they knew something that was lost in time to people who think they're smarter and don't know what a straight line is. So let's talk about that.
Okay. Vibing, if you want to continue that subject, you can come down with me into biblical.
We can talk this. Yeah, I can probably talk about that as well. As to Earth's shape throughout history, or supposed or thought shape throughout history, what the government can tell you, or what Wikipedia supposedly will tell you, is that now they will tell you that the shape of the Earth, the round or the globe, was discovered many years ago by a certain mathematician. That's what they supposedly will tell you. That a mathematician, a long time ago, discovered the shape of the Earth. It's not recent. That's what they want to tell you. What do you guys think about that?
I'm not sure I got the entire gist of what you're saying. Could you...
Like, the ancients. So you said that the ancients had also discovered the Earth's true shape. But what Wikipedia or any mainstream source of knowledge, or supposed source of knowledge, will tell you is that the globe was discovered a long time ago.
Right.
Do you believe that's true?
No. Well, let's go back to the people that we were both talking about. They're on the ground. They discovered the surface condition. That's all. They looked out and they said, okay, these light sources are clearly moving above us. I know when I run after a deer, I'm in motion. That they use their own innate experiential abilities to like look at what's going on around them in a very simple sense. Like motion is motion. You know when you're moving, whatever you call it. They might have had a different word. They saw those things moving above us. Clearly, it goes from one side and then goes to the other side. All during that time, during the day, I know every other motion. I don't feel any of that kind of motion. It's obvious to anyone. So they went out probably and they started building. You know, when they started building, they're building just like everybody else does on a flat planar surface. You lay things out, right? They knew how to do this. They probably learned how to do this. So, like, I think the city of Baghdad was laid out in like 3200 BC. Now, definitely take a grain of salt with the timelines, because we don't know how long ago, if that was, but just take it relatively speaking. As far as it's a long fucking time ago. So,
yeah.
Farther back than we know. Now, if that 3,200 years was only 300 years, who knows? It doesn't really make a difference. They were on the flat ground. They were using the luminary bodies to get elevation angles. And that's how they were able to lay out these foundations of these structures. The ones in the Yucatan and all over South and Central and North America are aligned to celestial bodies.
Because
I mean, like, so they obviously knew that those things, they knew something about those things above that seems to have been lost, like I said. Like, people are confused because they've been given this other story and they're being told that they're in motion when they're not in motion, because your vestibular system tells you every single motion. But not only motion, folks. This is where it's been hijacked. Your vestibular system knows when you're sitting still in a complete inertia state, not in motion. That's what it detects. Does this with the gelatinous substance in a fluid that's set to freaking level.
It's worse than merely being told that you are living on a spinning ball, because in order for the doctrine to become as popular as it is and to become as strongly believed as it is, humans have to deceive themselves. You have to deliberately say within your mind and heart that I'm going to devote myself to this premise to interpret the empirical data before me, even though the premise is antithetical, completely contrary to the empirical data before me. You see?
Yeah.
So it's much worse than merely being told and that's it. Just boom, you said the sentence in the hearing of the other person, and then they believe that supposition. No, you have to devote yourself and deceive yourself into believing that this is the case.
Yeah.
That everything contrary to your empirical senses, everything that you're detecting by your empirical senses is the very opposite of what you detect it to be.
Yeah, and then you'd have, I think you'd agree, Gregory, that what this causes is like a built-in structure of presuppositions that are just layered upon each other, each lie supporting the next one, because that's the only way you can do that, right?
You have to have some sort of support structure if you want anything to remain standing, right? Be it concrete or abstract. If you want the building that you're sitting inside right now to remain standing while you try to have a discussion on Discord, then you need a solid support structure, of course. And if you want your belief about anything, including profound philosophical doctrines, including the cosmos, to stand, then you need a solid support structure. And of course, the greater in magnitude or gravity the lie is, the more support you need, of course. The more heavy the building is, the stronger the foundation and pillar you need. The more heavy the cosmological doctrine is, the more stronger you need a set of premises, or at least one or more premises, to support it. Or at least structure.
And it becomes a very... sorry, go ahead.
Globe Earth has been backed by hundreds of years of supposed discoveries, hundreds of years of supposed technological advancement or whatever. They've been backed by hundreds of years of basically their supposed evidence. And that's how you can make this extremely heavy building, or lie, I guess, supported. But even then, you can see it, because in reality the supports are just other lies supporting another lie.
Yeah, they're completely missing. So that's what we do, take it down at the ankles. Like they have no feet to stand on in the first place. So the whole thing topples over. Yeah, that's a good analogy. And that's what we do here. And that's what I love about this place. Because it doesn't... These conversations go on for hours and hours and hours and days, but really their whole schema has been disassembled at the very beginning. We're just listening to the whining afterwards. Quite literally, I think. What do you think about that?
Now, of course, when talking about what I call the cosmological controversy, there is no avoiding talking about the necessary implications of exposing this cosmological doctrine to be false. Because that means so many given systems, so many given institutions within the whole world order are at best incompetent, or at worst accomplices, right? Self-conscious co-conspirators in this cosmic crime, as it were, this cosmic crime against humans. And so the reason I unreluctantly and remorselessly mention that is because that is what's in everyone's head when the conversation comes up. I mean, we hear it, we've been hearing it for years at this rate. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Right? Which is not how you do an investigation into a crime. That's not how you do an investigation into a conspiracy. First, you establish what happened, and then you ask, what is the motive? Right? The detective doesn't go to the crime scene, struggle to think of a plausible motive for the crime, fails to get a motive for the crime, and then forsakes investigating the scene to establish what happened. If that is how we investigate crime, we would be in a much worse situation. No, you're okay. You're okay. If that's how we investigated crime, we would be in a much worse situation, right? Unless think of a reason why they did what they did, then there's no point in asking the question, well, what did they do, supposedly?
Yeah, like always looking for after effects of the crime itself, so just like we talk about, like the evidence itself, like the body's laying on the floor. We have the chalk drawn around it. It's right there. So these people on the globe are going like, okay, we're saying the body's on the floor. They're going, but wait a minute, the colors of the drapes. Literally, like that's how ridiculous it starts to sound.
Now let's be charitable, right? Because the average person the common person does not think on that level. The common person does not think on the level of, I'm going to be the spearhead or a member of such a gargantuan conspiracy that I deceive millions, if not billions of persons to believe an entire cosmological and whole entire philosophical doctrinal system that is antithetic to everything they've ever experienced ever.
Yes.
Wow. And I'm going to fabricate devices and machines and apparatuses and a whole economic system and a whole ideological system. I'm going to make so many different things, and I'm going to put so much effort into this conspiracy with several hundred, several thousand, several 100,000 personnel of varying quantities and qualities of knowledge in all the accoutrements that come with real life. People don't think on that level. So of course it's mind-blowing to consider that there are persons that such a thought process is possible, and not only possible, but has happened. So you want to be charitable and give people credit for acknowledging how baffling and horrifying such implications are.
Yeah, I've talked about that before. I was like, you have to give Globers respect, a basic level of respect. They might be stubborn, but you have to give them respect because they think how a normal person thinks. How a normal person that you would greet outside, give them respect, shake their hand, they think normally. However, they do not give that much thought because let's assume you're a normal person. You're sitting around. When do you think, when do you just randomly think, man, the government could be lying to me about something that is so big that nobody would dare to question it? No one would think that.
Right, because it's actually covered up by our entire situation, the civilization. When you look outside, the buildings, the concrete itself is covered up by this whole artificially created place. That's why, I think that's really good to note because that will keep me more calm about who I'm talking to about what, because these people have been traumatized. They don't even know it. They live in a permanent state of this traumatization that has been built with concrete around them.
Now, you walk up to the average, say, U.S. American citizen, right, in the average urban area or suburb, right, relative to other persons in other territories, they've had a relatively decent life so far, especially when you're talking to someone, in the earlier half of the average lifespan, teens, 20s, 30s. And so they have not nearly been exposed to anecdotally even, in their own personal experience, let alone just being aware of the information that such tremendous, sophisticated, wickedly wise evil is being perpetrated in the world. They have no idea. Like, their worldview has no room for such humongous evil. You can't even fathom that. The worldview doesn't even allow for that. That's why they think it's impossible. So the worldview says this isn't even a thought in anyone's mind. Wait, this is a thought in someone's mind, and such a humongous thought about such tremendous evil. Like, how is that even possible? Humans are basically good. Right, everyone's just trying their best, and there are a few rotten apples that do some evil here and there, but such evil is not even possible, etc., etc. This is how some people think.
Yeah.
So this is a fundamental worldview conflict about what man is and what man can do, what humans can do.
Yeah, it really is almost too hard to fathom as a human. Like we can't take on the whole entire pain and suffering of all of us. So that part is very difficult. But on lower levels of, not really lower levels, but on the same level, it looks as if things are just the way they are, as false as they really are, that we've kind of seen. So you have all of these masses of people that have gone along with this structure of lies and falsities, and it's built in institutionally.
Indeed.
All right, guys.
And
I'm just gonna go to the gym. See you guys. I'll be back in a little bit.
You have a good evening. Be safe. Don't hurt yourself.
Pretty.
You
Yeah,
guys too.
exactly.
Take care.
It's pretty heavy. It's a pretty heavy topic.
I don't know if y'all heard that.
It affects me. Like I start feeling like, I don't know how to describe it, but like when you're speaking about those different ages, I feel my mortality.
Yeah.
And so every day has become a little bit different. Like whereas I would go through life with more brash and spontaneity, a lot of times I really have to slow down. I have to contemplate. I have to take a lot of time. I need to be like the calm soul sitting by the side of the river. I need to really just take it slow. And I work on that because inherently, I know this seems personal, but it's really not. It's like, I think these are things that we all can relate to. I have so much energy. I don't know where this comes from. Like my body on some days doesn't seem like I can handle it, but the energy does not stop. It doesn't wait for me. I don't know. In a way, it's a blessing, but in other ways, like I'm in halfway through my 7th decade here, as far as I know. And I've had a wide and varied life. I've done so many different things. I've worn so many different hats. Like I can't even describe to you. It seems like a whirlwind. Like it just went whoosh, like 4 or 5 full lifetimes almost.
Now this is a worthy question, given what you just mentioned. This is a worthy question because yet again, if you do not answer the question, what makes existing, being alive, especially in the human condition with all the pain and suffering that people complain about, worthwhile? What makes experiencing all this worthwhile, and to what end? If you don't answer that question, then that's as good as nothing. And if the answer is as good as nothing, then no matter what you experience, no matter how delightful or miserable and agonizing those experiences were, they amount to nothing. And so since they amount to nothing, then they're presently as good as nothing. All your experiences add up to zero.
This is like the most important question, and it really stirs me up, and I have tears of anguish and joy at the same time that come bubbling up. But I'll tell you what, the joy I get when I hear people's voices of triumph and the smiles I see in people's faces, or that I've smiled at somebody and they smile back, that look in somebody's eyes, that's what makes it worth it. The look of somebody seeing the truth, the look of them even contemplating things they didn't contemplate before, like I had with my son the other day. At least he's thinking about something. And I was able to, at this time, to tell him, all I want you to do is to be able to think for yourself.
I mean, you have a mind. Whatever given person that I'm talking to, you have a mind. You have the ability to deliberately focus your attention and contemplate. Now, what are you deliberately focusing your attention on to contemplate? Are you focusing your attention deliberately to contemplate the highest good, that which is most worthwhile focusing on, being concerned with, or not? And what is that thing? Is it true? Do you know it?
Yeah, the highest ideal, Gregory. I think, and I will just speak for myself, but the highest ideal, I believe, is the golden rule that I should try to treat others better than I treat myself.
Now, with the mention of the golden rule, first off, I am bothering to say this on the internet, on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0, or anywhere else on the internet, or anywhere else in the obscure location that I happen to find myself, wherever I am, because number one, I would very much like it if I was not contemplating these things, that someone would provoke me to contemplate them.
Yeah,
I would want that. And secondly, I would be maximally heartbroken and resentful that whoever did know or could or did know and did not tell me for whatever reason, or especially even refused to tell me in spite of being able to tell me, that would make me infuriated.
Yeah.
Hey, Gregory, isn't that kind of what's happening right now with a lot of us? I think we all sort of know, but we don't share it with each other, and we don't pass it on. I think a lot of people haven't had it passed on. We just hold it inside for some reason, I feel like. Do you think, you know what I'm saying?
Instances,
yes,
I would agree with that in many instances. And, for the worst reasons, at best, it's because they're unable in spite of being willing. At worst, they are willing, but refuse to do so for the wrong reasons.
Right. And that goes across the board. I mean, that's a spectrum. So in our lives, we've had all of them, and we've probably been some version of every one of those the shades as well, if you know what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So we all have this common experience of these things we're talking about. So it's not like it's something new. I think we all innately know about it, that it's better to open a door for somebody than to go run out first because I'm in a rush about something that really isn't really a rush in the first place. And that's what it gets down to. Like, so, and it's worse than that, because it's not only what I do, that's very important, but what I think about others is more important. That's where it starts. Like, so I really have to watch it, because we can all get very cynical and jaded and and so it's hard to sometimes some of us have been battered around so much. And so we've developed this shell, that's quite formidable. And a lot of people have this, and some of them are impenetrable and you could never get through. And so we have this separation but it's really only like an imagined separation though. And so I could break through it just by being myself. Just by being happy like God wants me to be, the child God wants. I think it's about being I can be adult, but I can still be childlike. That doesn't mean I don't know what I'm doing. That doesn't mean I'm lost. That doesn't mean I'm not a directed individual with an adult mind that can operate, fully functioning. But I can still be childlike in my life adventure. We only have one freaking day. This is the only day we have. I heard someone say that it's kind of like Groundhog Day. It really, it really is in some ways. Why is that? That's so profound for me that I just have one single day, not even that, this one moment.
There's a song titled More Than Ever by David Phelps. And one of the verses reads, "Has the cruel world we live in so battered your heart that the hurt child inside you can't grieve?"
Yeah. And that's amazing that you put John Coltrane up there, Old House, because I studied some of his music, and I know this is off topic, but and I got way off there, but it's hard not to in these moments. But John Coltrane, like I don't know all about his music, but I studied just a single part of his music, and it totally transformed my whole playing, and I incorporated it into everything I play. I can add little bits and pieces of it. What a gift. Thank you.
And again, this is a worthy subject to talk about in relation to the cosmological controversy, because, to spell this out to people, I really don't. But for those who are just infected with the disease of, let me contradict anything philosophically profound that makes me emotionally uncomfortable, itis, right? Reason this is worthy of mention in relation to the cosmological controversy, well, number one, listen to the term that I use. It's a controversy. You don't have controversies over things that people don't care about. I want that to sink in. You don't have controversies about things you don't care about. Now, you can talk about something that is really worthless, and people are valuing the worthless thing too much, right? And also talk about things that are much more worthy and much more higher in value and not value it enough. But the thing is that we are valuing whatever is the subject of controversy. Now, of course, I don't need to really spell it out why it is a worthy subject to converse about, being the truth about the cosmos, right? The whole macroscopic structure in which we exist and have never known anything else. Have never known any other kind of world. Okay? The whole set in which, as it were, the whole play that is human history exists. Okay? This is obviously profound. This is obviously related to other philosophical issues, including theology. Right? It was long before the atheist or anti-theist or anti-philosopher, anti-religionist, quote unquote, blah, 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 before they started having a more significant presence in, as it were, the whole debate in the world, the vast majority, virtually everyone who concerned themselves with trying to contemplate and speak out loud in public about these matters were theists. And they knew full and well that the cosmological truths had greater philosophical implications concerning why it's here, what its purpose is in existing, what's its destiny, what is it all for, how should we live within this cosmos. Because it's not like we can just go into a whole entire other cosmos, can you? You can't just move out of the cosmos the same way you move out of any other given apartment. Okay? So since we're all here and we ain't going nowhere else, how then shall we live whilst here? Because there's this phenomenon called pain and suffering, and I don't like that. And if that pain and suffering spreads too far, then I'll live in an inescapable cosmos with a whole bunch of pain and suffering, as it were. So if some reason people don't want to graduate to these higher questions, people just want to stay at what is the structure of the cosmos? What is the sense in that? I mean, it's just like these scientists of scientism with their exaggerated emphasis on the so-called hard facts. What the let me watch my tongue. what do I care about the so-called hard facts if you can't even make intelligible the whole notion of a fact? And secondly, let's say to you that you do make intelligible the whole notion of a fact. Why should I care about fact? Because you're talking about math and physics and all the rest as though they matter. But according to the worldview you just taught me earlier in class, in the previous class, we're just a bunch of matter in motion that doesn't matter, or a bunch of matter moving that doesn't matter. We all indeliberately, without any purpose, without any value, were indeliberately spawned into existence. And eventually, sooner or later, we just die and that's it. We just discontinue existing and that's all she wrote. What the hell do I care about fact for? For what? All my caring about fact, all my caring about the hard facts of the so-called sciences amount to nothing. Because they end up in nothing. They end up as good as nothing. So at present, they are nothing. The whole totality of all things is as good as nothing. Because it came from nothing and it's going to go back to nothing. I mean, is that the world you live in? Is that the world you live in? Is it really? Because if it is, again, the question. People who have that worldview and then fix their mouth to talk about various hard facts, supposedly, act as though the hard facts matter. You see, the fact that people think that they believe that worldview, but then turn around in the next breath and want to tell me about hard facts, patently indicates they don't actually believe the previous premise. They don't. Because if they did, they wouldn't care about facts. They wouldn't care about facts. They wouldn't care about logic. They wouldn't care about knowledge. They wouldn't care about debate. They wouldn't care about how people should live. They wouldn't care about anything. Because there is no value.
Right.
There is no value. Nothing has value, and the very whole concept of value itself is not real because it's only matter. So there's a problem. The people that likes of this and various disbelievers of various schools of thought, persons that call themselves critics of another person's position, rarely give the same rigorous scrutiny to their own position. That's despicable. And I don't need to explain why. We all know that's despicable. It's okay for you to scrutinize the Bible. It's okay for you to scrutinize the Quran. It's okay for you to scrutinize the Talmud. It's okay for you to scrutinize the Bhagavad Gita. It's okay for you to scrutinize everyone else's position, but not yours. And with the same rigor or greater. And then once you do scrutinize your position finally, then you realize your position is no better. Acting as though you have knowledge, but cannot even justify the presupposition that knowledge is possible. That's disgusting. They want to sit up here and tell you about going to the moon. They want to sit up here and tell you about going to all these other humongous balls of solid liquid or gas flying around in the supposed cosmic vacuum, all of which is worthless. They want to tell you about the whole Earth is in one humongous gaseous microwave just being cooked as we speak. Even though they said a couple of decades ago that it was cooling down at a dangerous rate. Now it's heating up at a dangerous rate. You know, heads or tails. You know, this universe is random. This law-like universe is random. I'll say it again. This law-like universe is random. But let me digress. Let me not digress. They want to tell you about all these things as though they matter, as though you should care. Why should I care? Why should I care? Should in all bold. Because they're telling you as though you should care. You can hear it in their voice. They repeat it over and over again, and they emphatically emphasize to nation, this matters. This matter matters in both senses. Really? Earlier, you just told me it doesn't. It can't be both. That doesn't make any sense. Such a patently indefensible and incoherent worldview does not have the right to belligerently press itself on the world.
Yeah,
and they think the same about other positions that they disagree with. So if their pattern of thought, where they say, that's incoherent, that's empirically inadequate, I don't have to believe that, then other persons can say that about their position. And so finally, as you've heard me discuss or talk about multiple times, the trichotomy of the consequences of conflict. There are people who disagree in this world, so how are we going to approach resolving the conflict? I choose number one. Because I love my neighbor as myself, and I can justify that evaluation, unlike others. Talking to folks on Discord is just as worthy as talking to a university forum full of a bunch of, educated people with a bunch of potential and material wealth. Affecting at least one person, be it in my vicinity or several thousand miles away somewhere else. Hearing my voice through the internet, they're both equally worth it.
You hear me?
Thank you. I love you.
I sent you a message about this. I didn't want to say it in here because I didn't want to trigger anyone and get us to change the topic. But when you get a chance, look it over and let me know how you feel about it. And thank you for hitting us with that. That was it's important, man.
Yeah, and I love you too, and all of you. But Gregory, I love you for invoking these thoughts in me, and that's a very good thing. And my day is on a different level from this point on, and I'll try my best to keep on a balanced level. That's how we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be balanced. So I'm going to go out and find out whatever unbalancedness there is within me today, get some sunshine, go out there and enjoy this earth. It's good to see the Jedi Master here, and CB, of course. I see Wave Mixer up there. Flat Lloyd, right? Gregory, thank you. Today was awesome. So far, so good. We're
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey. What's up?
What's going on, gang?
I was like, wait, where's that coming from? Sorry, Jedi.
You're fine.
You already know I'm coming in to lay the flat smack down. Gonna run into the ring and drop a people's elbow on somebody.
Oh.
People's elbow.
Do not do that at home.
Good to see you as well, Gregory. Hope you're doing well, buddy.
Thank you. Likewise.
I listened to what you just said, man, and I couldn't agree with you more. 100%, man. You're absolutely right.
Oh, man.
Yeah, if it's not said, then no one hears it. So it was good. What was said was very good.
How apropos.
That's what I do.
Has anyone done any further research on volcanoes? Of course, in light of the truth about the cosmos.
Nope. What about you?
Not really. I've seen some videos that make some interesting cases, but of course, like most things, like many things, it's a mystery. It ain't like we can go down there. It ain't like we just take a swim in the magma.
Exactly. So, what aspect of the scripture related to volcanoes are you talking about? Like specific?
Well, I didn't relate it to the scriptures yet, but I have no problem doing that.
We know there's massive tunnel networks all throughout underneath, and they keep discovering more and more, and they're larger and larger. And who knows what they found, of course, that they've not shared. But
And
anyway.
imagine that a hole that's only 7 miles deep. That means that the deepest hole we've ever dug is the average walk through a suburb.
Really? Exactly.
I mean, think about it. Appreciate that. The deepest hole we've ever dug is the average distance anyone has walked for exercise.
That, like, most people walk that far in one single day.
7 miles. So that's like walking 7 miles in your local neighborhood and then calling yourself walking all across the earth. Bro. You walked 7 miles and now you've gotten to the heart of the world. You've gotten to this. You walked 7 miles in your local suburb and you've gotten all of a sudden to the center of the face of the earth already, right?
Yeah. And they went to the center of the center of this supposed globe. They went all the way to the center. From there.
How did you heat test
the center? What?
How did you heat test that vehicle? Please tell me.
Hold on, that's 3,952 miles that you are claiming.
Hello. I mean, how did you heat? I mean, supposedly there is this humongous ball of hot, to put it in the scientific terms, right? A humongous ball of hot deep beneath our feet. How did you heat test that vehicle to get down there? To see it?
I don't know, but look, they're showing it in the movies all the time.
You see, Gregory, you're down there because Agartha. Okay, all right. So once you get into Agartha, that's a concave Earth. Where's the curvature again? That's the annoying part. That's where my contempt comes out. It is just a childlike, curious investigation, not even a hostile, interrogative investigation. Excuse me, it's not even a hostile interrogation. It's just a childlike, curious investigation. You come up to a child, you teach them these doctrines, and Lord, they will still have their curiosity, their God-given curiosity, and they'll ask the question, how do you know? Because that's an amazing thing I would like to know. Small digression. The same people who teach these doctrines and despise when children are not taught these doctrines and despise when another belief system, another worldview is taught to children and repudiate those persons who teach it to children, they then repay the curiosity that they exhorted others to demonstrate with contempt and hostility. Breath number 1, be skeptical and ask questions. The recipient of the message does so, especially the child. then the recipient of the message, especially the child which did so, is then met by the same person with contempt and hostility for doing what the same person just told them to do. But they have the nerve to have an evil eye towards other persons who are bigoted and contradicting themselves. Anyway. How do you know? Look, I'm not some university doctoral graduate with all the tools and all the knowledge, doing my best impression of an encyclopedia. I'm not the kind of person. I'm effectively just as wide-eyed and curious and ignorant as the average high schooler. Only graduated high school very recently. So how do you know? In fact, who in here knows? What is the answer that they give to justify the conclusion that they supposedly know that there's this humongous molten iron core at the center of the earth? What do they say? How do they know? Anyone?
How do they know? That's a good question.
I don't know.
How do they know? How are they even saying that they know?
Something to do with penis waste, probably.
Something to do with these spinny balls that causes them to be hot inside. What's causing that? Gravity itself, like a concept itself, is causing them to form into like molecules of matter from gases, and then into solids, and then into something that has a magnetic core and starts melting. Like what they have in place of how they know is just the story. Oh, it's molten, and then it causes a magnetic thing, and so this ball now has magnetism and like whatever. On and on and on, right?
And how woefully underwhelming some of these answers when they're given. They have this whole doctrine or doctrinal system with all these premises, and they speak as though they know so much, and they speak as though it matters. And they make it seem that they know so much and know so well and known so long, right? And it's just such a fact. How do you know? Then they give this woefully deficient answer that's damn near non-existent. 2-3 words, or even just a single word, as though a single word is supposed to be intelligible, without additional words around it to make it meaningful anyway. Right? These woefully small, minute answers that are so non-informative. Sometimes they're so non-informative you don't even know how to ask the subsequent question to get more information out of them.
Yeah, because there was nothing in the first place.
There you go. There you have it.
It's freaking hilarious.
To say this, those same persons, when they walk up into the cathedral, when they walk up into the mosque, and if the imam was to give them that kind of answer in scrutinizing their belief system, they would laugh in their face in the holy place, as it were. That rhymed. As being laughably insufficient. It's okay for them to give these stupid-ass insufficient answers, 1 word, 2 words, 3 words, and refuse to explicate further. But it's not okay for others to do that. Oh, mind you, they university, and they've done the studies themselves, and they do this professionally. That's what a university graduate who's done so much research, summa cum laude, alum, professionals have to offer. Please. I mean, this is why I can be so bold on some things. I'm not so bold on every subject ever. That's ridiculous. That's just exhausting. Number one, and number two, that's not polite. The reason I can be so bold is because they present themselves as being so knowledgeable and everyone else so inferior. Right? So with that being said, if they do know so much, it's a fact. We know it. It's a fact. We know it. It's a fact. We know it. Might as well make that into a song, CB. It's just such a fact, and they just know so much. Okay, so since you know so much, then none of my questions should be a problem for you, should it? You should never stutter and stammer and struggle to find the words to answer my questions, should you? Since you know so much and know so well.
And you shouldn't have to go Google it on the spot when you said you know. And then next thing you're doing is typing on your keyboard. That's not knowing.
So, if you want to, the more, I mean, everyone understands this. Look, I don't need to spell this out. Everyone understands this. The more greater you make yourself seem, the greater your boasting, the more scrutiny and challenge you invite. Boasting is the advertisement that says, come challenge me. We know so much, we know so good, we know so much, we know so good. So if you know so much, then accept my challenge, because I'm skeptical of your position, and you're skeptical of my position, and you're skeptical of everyone else's position that you disbelieve, so it's okay for you to scrutinize them. It's okay for me to scrutinize you, right? Good. Now answer the questions.
Gregory, I didn't know the question you had asked about, how they know about the core. So I wanted to see what they say. And there's just actually a recent article published that explains all about it and how they did it. And it's really irritating. But if anybody wants to read it, check it out.
Let's see. Maybe we got time, don't we? Let's see if I can read this.
We should read their ridiculous story out loud.
Yeah. See? Look.
Yeah, it's
on the same page. NBC News. Scientists discovered core deep inside Earth, a solid ball of iron and nickel. Researchers on Tuesday said an intensive study of Earth's deep interior confirmed the existence of a distinct structure inside our planet's inner core.
Bruh.
In Jules Verne's classic 1864 novel, quote, Journey to the Center of the Earth, Earthers descend through an Icelandic volcano into a vast underground world populated by prehistoric creatures as they explore our planet's interior. The actual center of the Earth is nothing like this fanciful depiction, and in some ways is even more dramatic. Researchers on Tuesday said an intensive study of Earth's deep interior based on the behavior of seismic waves from large earthquakes. Let's read it again. Researchers on Tuesday said an intensive study of Earth's deep interior based on the behavior of seismic waves from large earthquakes.
Oh.
It doesn't sound like they travel to the center of the Earth.
What's the deepest earthquake? It's not that deep. Like, how could they even tell that shit? Anyway, with waves going through what? They don't even know what the material is going beyond 7 miles. So
they're just running simulations based off of their own ideas and then confirming, yep, all right.
I find it really interesting they threw in Jules Verne's book. Like, what was the purpose? That's very telling. That's very telling.
Listen, that's where they get their best information, Paul.
Exactly.
I know it.
From sci-fi.
I mean, let's pause and contemplate. Look, are they going to be consistent? Look, we can tell you about the center of the Earth just based on some vibrations we detected. Okay. Can you tell me comprehensively or close to comprehensively every detail about the inside of my body or your body just from me shaking you? Because the Earth shook, and the vibration consequential to the shaking informed you about the interior of the Earth, several thousand miles deep below the surface where you live. So surely you can get information about my body, right, that is nowhere near several thousand miles thick from the surface, right? less than a foot, less than 3 inches. Are you going to be consistent?
You can't tell what it's made of, though. Not even in your body by looking at it that way. Like they have,
you know, when you want to
right?
when you want to get information about the inside body, you don't need to cut it open and do a dissectomy. No, you don't got to do that. I just got to shake this thing above. This machine here. Right? That's the logical, consistent application of this pattern of thought.
How do they know it's not made of Jello and could cause the same obstructions?
So
it could
be savagely critique that point, but let's continue. Researchers on Tuesday said an intensive study of Earth's deep interior behavior of seismic waves from large earthquakes confirmed the existence of a distinct structure inside our planet's inner core. Wickedly hot. Very interesting usage of adjectives. A wickedly hot, innermost solid ball of iron and nickel about 800 miles, 1,350 kilometers wide. Earth's diameter is about 7,900 miles, 12,750 kilometers. The planet's internal structure comprises 4 layers. A rocky crust on the outside, then a rocky mantle, whatever a rocky mantle is, an outer core made of magma, and a solid inner core. This metallic inner core, about 1,500 miles wide, excuse me, I'm burping, was discovered in the 1930s, also based on seismic waves traveling through Earth. Scientists in 2002 proposed that lurking within the inner core was an innermost section separate from the rest, akin to a Russian Matryoshka nesting doll. Martyashka. There we go, Martyashka. I'll say it right eventually. The increased sophistication of seismic monitoring enabled this to be confirmed. Earthquakes unleash seismic waves that travel through the planet and can reveal the contours of its internal structure based on the changing shape of the waves. Until now, scientists were able to detect these waves bouncing up to twice from one side of the Earth to the other side and back, to the other and then back. The new research studied waves from 200 earthquakes with magnitudes above 6.0 ricocheting, whatever that is, like ping pong balls up to 5 times within the planet. Quote, we may know more about the surface of other distant celestial bodies in the deep interior of our own planet, end quote, said observational seismologist Thon Son Pham of the that's a name. Thon Son Pham of the Australian National University of Canberra, lead author of the study published in journal Nature Communications. Quote, we analyzed digital records of ground motion known as seismograms from large earthquakes in the last decade. Our study becomes possible thanks to the unprecedented expansion of the global seismic networks, particularly the dense networks in the contiguous U.S., the Alaskan Peninsula, and over the European Alps, Pham added. The inner core's outer shell and its newly confirmed innermost sphere both are hot enough to be molten, but are solid iron-nickel alloy because the incredible pressure at the center of the Earth renders a solid state. Quote, I like to think that the inner core is a planet within the planet. Indeed, it is a solid ball, approximately the size of Pluto and a bit smaller than the moon, said Australian National University geophysicist and study co-author, I cannot pronounce that. Quote, if we were somehow able to dismantle the Earth by removing its mantle and the liquid outer core, the inner core would appear shining like a star. Its temperature is estimated to be about 5,500 to 6,000 degrees Celsius. Fahrenheit. Similar to the sun's surface temperature.
And they know just as much about that.
The transition from the outer part of the inner core to the innermost sphere appears to be gradual rather than a sharp boundary. Pham said, the researchers, oh my God. I'm sorry, that's just ontologically absurd. It's a solid ball. It's a solid ball, right? You go from the center to the edge, you go from the center to the surface. That's not a gradation. It's not a gradation. You don't have gradations with solids. Anyway.
Weirdos.
The surface of the solid object, and that's it. There's no... Anyway, the transition from the outer part of the inner core to the innermost surface, the transition from the outer part of the inner core to the innermost sphere appears to be gradual rather than a sharp boundary. Thom said. The researchers, of course, I said it backwards earlier. So either way, either to the center to the surface, from the surface to the center. It's not gradual. It's a solid. Think about it. The researchers were able to differentiate the two regions because the seismic waves acted differently between them. Quote, it could be caused by different arrangements. It could be caused by different arrangements of iron atoms at high temperatures and pressures, or the preferred alignment of growing crystals, Thom said. The inner core is slowly growing in size at the expanse of the outer core by solidifying molten materials as the Earth gradually cools, as it has done since its birth about 4.5 billion years ago. Quote, the latent heat from solidifying the Earth's inner core drives the convection in the liquid outer core, the Earth's geomagnetic field, Thom said. Quote, life on Earth is protected from harmful cosmic rays possible without a magnetic field. So there you have it. You can get information about the size, you can get information about an object the size that supposedly the Earth is just from its shaking. You don't need to actually empirically center. You don't actually have to travel to, you don't have to travel closer to the location in question or the object in question to then know that it exists, let alone any other facts about it. You just have to have it shake. So by that reasoning, you can know the interior facts of anything just by using what single device they may or may not have used. Have that device be touched by the object you want to scrutinize, make the object shake that device, and bada boom, you know everything about its interior, or at least some facts. You don't have to cut it open.
All the way to the center. Yeah, that's right. So solid balls and
So guys, going back real quick, there was something that was in there that we didn't address that I thought was interesting, and it's when they say scientists in 2002 proposed that lurking within this inner core, lurking,
how would they?
Words have meaning, right?
How would they detect?
Like it's hiding. Like it's like hide and go seek. I don't want the scientists to find me. They got to make it interesting.
Wait a minute.
But not only that, doesn't it also sort of mean like an evil sort of like nefarious thing where it's like ambush, like it's lurking to jump on you?
Paul,
if you make the rhetoric that bad, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, exactly. So hold on. So how would they detect lurking?
It's just
how would they do that?
Of all ways to describe, why would they put that in there? That's weird to me.
Lurking.
Well, it's their source material is a fantasy swashbuckling adventure, and so that's the kind of rhetoric you find when the author is describing the setting. Lurking beneath the surface is far more than what meets the eye when you're at the surface.
What? I told you it's the beginning of a sci-fi horror novel. It's
like
I mean, at least in the book Journey to the Center of the Earth, they actually went to the center of the Earth.
I know. Why did they make up a better story? Holy crap! Movies are better than this shit.
It's almost like an excuse to not try to continue on, because eventually you're gonna discover that molten core and it's gonna kill you. So there's reason to, you know what I mean?
These are the same people who will press every category of theists for empirical verification. These are the same people. I'm not going to stop emphasizing this. This is disgusting hypocrisy. Empiricistic, extremely high rigor for everyone else, not applied to myself, because that's convenient for me. These people are also in the habit of, like a witch, just like an occultist. They think that just mastering the sentence, prove it. Where's your evidence? Show me evidence. They think sharply blurting those questions or those demands at anyone they don't like, at any belief system that they don't like, is sufficient to immediately cause the opponent to start stuttering and stammering and make it know what they're talking about. They're just bumbling idiots. Then that's what people think. We all know this. Okay? But then, once you scrutinize them because they're acting as though evidence matters and that it's possible and that it's real, right? Evidence must be possible and evidence must be real and evidence must have value of some kind in order for your demand to be valid. Not going to stop emphasizing that. You don't have the right to just presuppose that. So if you can't justify your demand for evidence, your belief about evidence, that it is logically required to demonstrate any concluding premise to be true, then you can't justify the demand. And you can't justify any conclusion. I don't play the evidence-giving game. I don't play that game until the opponent, as it were, justifies their value and their demand for evidence.
Yeah, it's actually the same thing in law. Your case has to have standing. So they don't have standing. They don't even have a moratorium to present a case until they have standing.
I mean, if I need an argument, a sound argument to justify my conclusion, then you need an argument to justify your demand for an argument.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect.
The standard of burden of proof goes both ways. The standard of justify with sound argumentation the concluding premise applies both ways, not just away from you to whoever you don't like. But again, getting knowledge about an object that is 3959 miles in diameter, in radius. And even though we've only gone 7 out of that 3,959 miles deep, all you needed to do is to shake. Now, mind you, listen to me. It isn't that the whole earth shook, right? It wasn't the whole earth that shook, because we would have been heard about it. The whole earth shook, right? The whole ball in the cosmic vacuum shook. Now, would we even still have a standing civilization to even have a goddamn conversation about it? Likely not. But let's pretend that all of our infrastructure was still, if such a event happened. But it wasn't as though the whole earth shook. It was a very small fraction. The specific point here in this area of this continent, of this country, of this state, of this county, that's where it shook. You can have an earthquake in Northern California, and the rest of California not feel it. Not even the entirety of Northern California or the other states around it. So all I need to inform myself about the whole interior, or at least some facts concerning the whole interior of my body, is I just need the diameter of a fingertip on my skin to vibrate. That's all I need. I just need the device to have a diameter as big as my fingertip, touch it on my skin, I shake to whatever greater or lesser intensity, and now you're informed about my whole internal organ system. There you go. You don't need to cut me open, because that would be inconvenient.
Woo! Greg's been cooking all day today, boy. Sheesh.
Isn't that what an ultrasound?
I'm just wait. I don't want to be rude and like interrupt you. I just want to let you do your thing, bro. But I also want to get in too, bro. Come on, man.
I was gonna say though, isn't that what an ultrasound is? Like when you go in, they have vibrations and they can see. But once again, they can't tell what the material is. They can see where it's obstructed, where they can see shapes of things. Even in that, they can't tell what it's made of. They're claiming they know what it's made of, what it's doing, all these other aspects, like esoteric.
Yeah, go ahead and do that ultrasound. Go ahead and do that ultrasound on the whole Earth. Go ahead.
I know. Like you said, so they're doing the finger, and they're saying, we know what the whole entire body is, including the big toe at the opposite side. Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm. That's right.
I hope other people just heard that besides us in here, because holy shit, dude. God damn.
More like unholy shit.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sorry.
So the center of the Earth has an evil component, and apparently it's lurking. So, what are we to do about this? We can't have any lurking in the center of our Earth. They must have some kind of contingency plan, wouldn't you think?
I just noticed. I've been looking in here to see who's in here, and I don't know this gentleman, and he's VC verified. He doesn't have a flat Earth roll. I'm curious if you guys have talked to him, because I'd like to hear somebody's like what they just think of what they just heard. Like, do you have any thoughts on that? Being that you don't have a flat Earth roll, does somebody?
Who are you talking about?
Nighthawk. Nighthawk.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Appreciate the alley oop there. Now, what's up, Nighthawk? How are you, brother? Oh.
Does this mic work? Well, then, that mic.
I'm looking at that meme.
Like 8 months, so I mean, I'm new, but I'm not that new.
Oh, this is Diesel Boy. Okay, what's up, dude? How are you?
Oh, okay.
Well, that VC verified, you're gonna get called out, boy.
Yeah, I don't have any flat Earth roles yet because I don't talk a lot, but.
What did you think about what we just read, starting out about, the center of the Earth and the story told about it and all that? What did you think about that?
Well, I think that, I was going to chime in earlier and say there's people that gobble that shit up. I don't. I think it's ridiculous. I'd like to know, how seismic waves can actually... Did they even explain how seismic waves can even, what was that article about, I know it's about the core, but what specifically about the core? Was the size of it or what the material is?
Bro, they've been updating the DLC. They've updated the core DLC 5 times in the last year.
He said DLC, I heard that.
And there's a mysterious new core. It's spinning backwards. It's doing this. It's not this, it's this, something. They just keep changing and updating it, so they can just say whatever they want at this point.
Yeah. So what do you think about my contention that instead of when we ask how they know, what you only get is more and more stories, hours and hours of stories instead of how they actually know these things. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. I was actually thinking too, maybe they had to make the Earth's core iron to help them explain magnetism.
Yeah, the title of the article is Scientists Discover Core Deep Inside Earth. So this is how they discovered it. They never explicated just the logic sequence of we detected these seismic waves and these inform us about the center of the Earth or deep beneath the surface because fill in the blank. Never said that in the whole article.
Yeah, they don't even explain it at all, so it's just a fucking story. Cool story, right? I mean, fuck.
They don't know where They don't know where the vibrations start from or how they're even produced.
Right. And again, the trick is not to just, because that's the kind of non-argumentation contrarianism that I despise. Just negate. I don't just negate. I don't like when people do that to me, so I can't with logical consistency do that to other people just because I don't like their doctrine, or I disbelieve their doctrine, or I'm a skeptic of their doctrine. I have to give an argument, right? So I can speak with the intensity that I am because I can examine with specific objective premises in my critique against their position, right? Exposing whatever fallacy that I have exposed, exposing whatever error, whatever falsehood that I may or may not have exposed, because my critique could be false or it could be true.
I mean, personally, do we have to know? I mean, it's not like personally we have to make a claim about what's at the center of the Earth because we don't know what the entire thing is. So,
yeah, depending on it's just logic. Depending on what your conclusion is, it will require X, Y, or Z premises, right? If the conclusion is the surface of the Earth is flat, that does not logically require information about the center of any object or the overall shape, of any object. Either the surface is flat or it's not. And all I need to detect, all that is logically required to prove either position is to empirically detect and then, of course, report the flatness or curvature of the surface of which I'm questioning. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really, really clear at this point. They're just not talking about a place that's here. It's not freaking here. It's not anywhere. They're talking about a place, a location that doesn't exist as usual. Like, no matter how far out you go or how far down you go, they're making up a story that is unfalsifiable.
And they use a science fiction book sort of as their guide to how they want to,
Case in point, satellites.
I'm really interested too. I still want to hear if anybody else in here is sort of newer or doesn't have roles. I want to know if you got an opinion on what just happened, what he just read. I think this person, I don't know if you guys know this person, Konda, is that, am I saying that right? VC verified, I don't know other roles. Anybody want to?
Hey, Konda, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Hello, I'm Gregory. Pleased to meet you.
Hi. I go by Takanda.
Are you, do you believe that the Earth spinning ball in the cosmic vacuum?
I'm just listening in.
Oh,
okay, that's fair. I'm just curious what your position is.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's not to be rude or anything, but like we would like an answer to the question. It's okay, regardless of what stance you're on. Everyone's welcome here. It's okay to listen as well. But what is your stance on the matter?
Seems like it's round.
That's fine.
When you say "seems like," based on what exactly?
Mostly based on the movement of celestial bodies. Doesn't seem like it would work on a flat plane.
Wait.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, we could dissect that in a couple different ways. But what do you mean by flat plane? I kind of would want you maybe to expand on that. A lot of people say like, oh, it doesn't work on flat. It can't be flat, not flat. I'm often curious what they mean when they say flat. Because oftentimes it doesn't seem to align with what we're presenting here. They seem to have their own ideas of what a flat earth should or would or could be. And we often disagree with that. So do you think you could maybe present this version of flat that you're talking about?
Well, I see two possible flat models. One where,
I think that probably would be the issue. But go ahead.
One where the sun circles above the Earth, kind of like it circles above the equator. Moves to the Tropic of Cancer and then moves outwards in a spiral. That would explain seasons, but that would require a spotlight. And that just doesn't seem like what I observe. The other model would be where the sun travels over the sky, across the sky, and then down beneath the Earth. And that doesn't seem like it's possible because I know there's light in China when it gets dark for me. So neither one of those seem possible.
Well, what if we told you neither one of those ideas are the flat Earth?
It would be quite a stretch for me to come up with any other possibility.
Well, that's the good news, brother. You don't have to come up with ideas. We're just simply dealing with the Earth outside as it presents itself.
Yeah,
so
right outside.
Exactly. Like, you should be careful about saying, like, well, the sun would require this and that and the other. Like, the sun should do this or should do that. I mean, you might disagree, but I don't think people know what the sun is. So we shouldn't be saying, well, it should do this and it should do that and it would require this or that. So personally, I'm a little bit more careful about that. But what do you think about that? Because like the surface of the Earth could be doing really anything, and then the things in the sky could be doing anything. We're really dealing with what the Earth is. So what you described, I guess, is understandable. I can understand where you're coming from, but it doesn't really point at the Earth itself. We're describing things in the sky moving around. You know what I'm saying? That could be possible on any type of Earth, I suppose. So flat would just be the description of the surface.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So with the mention of the celestial bodies, right, just like CB said to you, when you appeal to the celestial bodies, logically what is happening in the argument, because I hope that you're attempting to give an argument, and in the argument, what you are doing is you are interpreting. Everyone interprets. Interpretation is never, the interpretation is necessarily required to have knowledge. So I'm not repudiating you for having an interpretation. That's not the point. It's not bad in and of itself to have an interpretation. You need interpretation in order to have knowledge. When you give the argument, you are interpreting the empirical data because we're working with the same empirical data. All right. I hope you can agree with that.
Yeah.
Right. We're working with the same data set. We're interpreting that data set in two different ways with whatever number of premises, at least one or more premises, through which we interpret that empirical data. Now, I just want to establish that because a lot of the times when the globe earther, as we call them, makes the argument, very often they don't appreciate that logical and linguistic fact. Right? So we have to establish that. Now, it is just as valid, and cosmologists throughout the 20th century up to the early 21st century that you and I exist now in, they acknowledge this, that the quote-unquote Ptolemaic or Aristotelian geocentric model is just as coherent to account for the motion of the celestial bodies as is the so-called globe model. All right, be it Copernicus or whatever other landmark historical scholar that affirmed the globe model. Both logically, in principle, coherently account for the data. Okay, so all that says is that they're logically consistent with us in principle. That's all that says. The next question is, which do we empirically detect? Right?
Yeah.
What we empirically detect is that the Earth is stationary, and that the Earth has a flat, level, topographical plane surface, and the celestial bodies are moving. And logically, that will require that the celestial bodies are moving above the surface of the topographical plane. That's logically coherent in principle, and that's what we empirically detect. The former, or rather, the globe model, is what we don't empirically detect. We don't directly empirically detect the supposed curvature of the Earth's surface, or the supposed spin of the Earth, or the supposed motion of the Earth through a cosmic vacuum, or the cosmic vacuum itself.
I've got some disagreements with all that, but firstly, I just want to say I'm not talking about whether or not the Earth is spinning or moving. Just focus on one thing at a time, whether or not the Earth is round or flat. And,
okay, we can talk about that.
Yeah.
So with that question, when I go outside, for instance, be it when my feet are touching the ground, or when I'm in a commercial airliner flying at the average height that a commercial airliner flies, I don't see curvature of the Earth. And then you look furthermore at the work of other persons that have gone higher than the average flight height of a commercial airliner, and you still don't see any convex or concave curvature no matter how high you go.
Sure. My point would be that I would rely mostly on my own senses. I have kind of like a scale on things that I attach weight to. Things that I have seen myself have the most weight. Things that other people say they have seen, but I could then potentially check for myself. If it's something that I can do for myself, I put a little more weight into that, a little more stock. If it's something like, oh, NASA produced this photo of the Earth, if I were a flat earther, I'd completely disregard it too. I'm like, I can't go to space, so I'm going to disregard that. So
it's not entirely being disregarded, just thrown away.
Not entirely. But, I would take things with a grain of salt, and the bigger the more difficult for it to be for something that I can observe for my own is the bigger the grain of salt that I would take, with what someone else says they have seen or haven't seen.
Cool.
Don't throw it out. Push it to the back.
What have you seen that you put a lot of weight in?
Well, my own observation, like if I look at the sun or the moon, that they do not get smaller. They seem to stay the same angular size, which any other object that I have seen, if a car drives away from me, there is a calculatable amount that if it goes from 100 feet away and it drives to 200 feet away from me, it is a car. It's half its angular size.
We did start off by saying that, like, you don't know what the sun is, so we shouldn't be saying what it should or would or could be doing. But also, you also said, let's talk about like the surface of the Earth, whether it's rounded or it's flat. So looking up in the sky isn't going to help you get to that conclusion. What people often do is they try to apply their observations to some type of model, and it seems like that's what the line of. See, that's where I think that's where your issue comes in. The Earth isn't a model, and there's no model you can apply things to, and we're just dealing with the Earth outside. You can actually go test the surface to find out if it's rounded or not. Looking up at the sun and interpreting, like, well, if I picture a flat Earth and try to make it work on that, it doesn't work in my mind. That doesn't really verify what the surface is doing. So that's what we do, is go out and test the surface of the Earth. So, and again, the sun doesn't really lead to the surface necessarily.
I hear where you're coming from. I'm sure, but
so why don't we go and like test the surface?
Well, then you'll understand. You'll understand your fallacious reasoning then, if you understand. Well done.
No.
What about something about the surface then? Why don't we talk about something along?
Let's get back to the surface.
Yeah. Well, that's because you said you wanted to talk about whether it's rounded or not. So
it's difficult. It's difficult to detect curvature on the surface if the ball were sufficiently large, it would appear relatively flat.
Well, remember, it's not. We're not just observing, just flapping our eyelids. When I said test the Earth, right? So if we are ants on a big beach ball and we test the surface, then it has to be curved. It has to be rounded. regardless of how it appears. So, of course, we all live on the same Earth. In tech, you might look out at the Earth and say, well, I think it's round, and we'll look out at the Earth and say, we think it's flat. So we don't just go with observation. We have to go to the next step and test what we see. Do you think we can do something with that?
Nakanda, look at the voice text chat when you pay attention to this.
I haven't been paying attention to it. What do we got?
So you see at the bottom of voice text chat, everyone just don't type for a moment. Just let him focus on this.
Oh, yes. The two big ships go over the curve.
Now, either you have an argument or you don't. So what is your argument to reconcile this?
That's a good question. I don't really think about it that much. I don't look at the horizon and think I can see curvature. It looks flat when I look at the horizon, but I also consider myself to be relatively small compared to the size of the Earth.
You're not just looking at the horizon.
Yeah.
We're talking about going away from you.
Mm-hmm.
Now you see, so with this argument that in this image, and then you cordially conceded that you don't yet have an answer for this. Perhaps you do, perhaps you don't.
Let's try to work it out a little bit, okay? The Earth is too big to see.
I know.
All right.
So
that would suggest horizontal curvature. Like when you look at the horizon, should it curve horizontally?
You're not going to be able to condescend your way out of this. You're not.
Hang on. We don't need to. We've been having this conversation for years now. We don't need to intensify the hostility whatsoever.
I'm really not trying to condescend. I'm just trying to define our terms. There's curvature horizontally, and there's curvature going away from me. Right.
Give me a moment. Give me 30 seconds. Let me find something for you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, firstly, you said horizontal curvature. That's a contradiction in terms.
Right.
So there's that. If you still maintain the Earth is curving, this is the logical implication.
Yes.
Now, I thought the concluding premise that you were trying to support was that we live on a sphere or a kind of oblate spheroid, the way Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson describes. But by this reasoning, as you can see illustrated in the image, this would logically, geometrically imply that the Earth is shaped cylindrically, like a cylinder, like a roll of toilet paper, or empty roll of toilet paper.
I would say, how much horizontal curvature would you expect to see when you view the?
Well, again, horizontal curvature, I would expect to see none because that's geometrically absurd and impossible. That's a contradiction in terms.
Oh, you know what I mean.
I mean, if I do know what you mean, then my critique stands, unless you mean something else other than what you said.
I mean that if I'm standing as an observer height of 6 feet above a ball that is 25,000 miles in circumference, what amount of curvature from the left field of my vision to the right field of my vision, how much curvature should I see?
I can get a citation for you, actually, because there's a video called How the Horizon Works from maybe 8 or 9 years ago, and he describes basically what you were saying. For a 6-foot observer, distance to the horizon would be about 3 miles. But he says in this video that the curvature left to right and front to back is visible. So I'm trying to dig this video out. Oh, here it is. Let me just throw it in the bot real quick. We'll take a quick listen. It's only 90 seconds long. And you can react to it once it's finished.
Sure.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this.
All right, I'm just gonna pause it there. I'll replay it. I just want to, because for the people that are listening on YouTube or are not able to watch the video, I did drop a link in the chat. When he says it goes like this, but it also goes like this, he's basically making kind of a curved motion left to right, as to say, your left to right curve, and he's also saying it curves like this, front to back. And so let's continue.
Right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean, as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am, about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me.
There you go. Did you disagree with anything in the video so far?
I think the horizon's a little more complicated. What I see might not actually match exactly the geometry as described, and that's due to refraction.
Wait,
you've mentioned this retort multiple times.
Before we get into that, because I just wanted to get an answer to the question. Is there anything in that video that you disagree with?
Well, he just answered it. He said, then he gave that answer.
It's very general and very basic. It doesn't take into account refraction.
Okay, so with that being said, right, you appeal to refraction to logically account for the empirical data given your cosmological paradigm. Now, again, remember I talked about having a a priori processes through which you interpret the empirical data. No. Because now what you're doing is you are giving, at best, some sort of rebuttal to account for the empirical data before you. And the empirical data before you does not show you any curvature of anything. Like you just told me earlier, the horizon is flat, it's level, it's not curving. Right? So now, in order to maintain grip of the supposed curvature of the Earth, you have to what? You have to give some sort of skepticism or some sort of doubt as to how much curvature a 6 foot height observer would see, given the supposed size of the ball. Right. Now, with that point, that is only a point that is theoretically, at best, it is only theoretically logically consistent, but not empirically detected. You see, because that is a concession. When you argue that way, that is a concession that you don't empirically detect the curvature.
I understand.
If you did, then you wouldn't have to argue that way.
That's true. And that's why I don't base my belief that the Earth is round based on what I see on the horizon. It's based on, other factors. So
let me ask you about that.
That's where the tests come in. Remember, we're not just flapping our eyelids at the horizon.
Right. If you want to test the horizon, you can tell me how we can test the horizon. But I don't see much use in it.
Wait, but the claim is that the horizon is doing X. So why would they claim it?
I'm not making that claim.
Wait, well, hold on, brother. We're not waiting for you to make that claim. It's already been made. It's on the table. The globe is claimed to be a specific size, and so it's like we're not waiting for you to claim how big the Earth is. It's already that claim's on the table for everyone to address. Mm-hmm. So it's okay if you don't say it. It's already basically been said. But they're saying that the horizon is important, that the horizon is curved, and can be tested at a certain distance away from you. So it's just interesting that that's the original claim on the table, and then once that gets rebutted, people come in and say, well, I don't think the horizon is really that important. You shouldn't really use it. Well, the claim is that the horizon is a geometric physical curve of the Earth. So why relinquish that claim after it's been rebutted? It's almost like people have forgotten what they're supposed to be arguing for, which is that geometric physical curve of the Earth.
Every single
you have two options.
Every single globe chart shows an exact amount of vertical drop, elevation drop, and on the side angles. So that's an amount of slope. So we have an exact amount of elevation drop why didn't they include refraction? Why are they still publishing that then?
And I will add just quickly, really interesting. Like when I first joined like the flat Earth discussion, it was all about the horizon. And the Team Globe was basically saying the horizon is the geometric location. Ideally, you could go plant a flag in it. That's where the curve is, etc. And one of the responses or rebuttals I would hear from the flat earthers as well, there's things you have to account for, such as your observer height, weather that day, refractive conditions.
Yeah.
So, but it's just interesting now, like all of a sudden, the flat earthers rebuttal, and one of the reasons why the horizon does what it does was refraction. And somehow the Globers have stepped behind what the flat earthers were saying all that time ago. Like, well, there's refraction. So, well, now you've let go of the original claim, which is that the horizon is geometric in a physical location.
No, it seems optical.
Well,
so then, with all this being said,
that's been our argument from the get-go. It's an optical phenomenon, not a physical geometric.
That goes to show that there is merit to proceeding from inquiry instead of just making claims without testing them. That's true.
Right, but of course, the conclusion that we're pressing toward is that the empirical data, beyond any shadow of reasonable doubt, indicates that we live on a topographical plane, not a topographical curving surface.
I still think there's more data to suggest that we're on a globe.
But we can get into that.
One thing at a time. One thing at a time.
One thing at a time. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Well, when you said the horizon is optical, you. I mean, not to sound offensive, but you sound like a flat earther. That's what we've been saying from the jump.
Right.
So but don't forget what you're supposed to be arguing for, though.
No, but I base that on the fact that on some days the horizon looks further away than others from the same exact vantage
point. That's our point, though, friend. You're sounding more and more like a flat earther as you go along down this path. You got to keep in mind what the original argument is.
Okay, well,
that it's not optical and it's a geometric curve of the Earth. That should be your argument. But when you say things like, "Well, it's optical," there's refraction. It's like you sound like you're relinquishing that claim and you're agreeing with us, because that's been our point from like day one.
Yeah, but if you can't tell how far away the horizon is, then you can't really.
Of course, you can.
You got bad notes, dude.
Of course you can. That's where we have things like when you go out to to water, you have certain markers that you can use to detect how far away the horizon is. So you don't just blindly looking out over the ocean.
You're right. I misspoke. What I meant to say was that on one day, from the same vantage point, the horizon might look like it's 3 miles away. On a different day, it might look like it's 5 miles away.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Wouldn't you say that's the issue?
That premise you're appealing to is defeating your position. Mm-hmm. That doesn't protect your position. The premise that you're appealing to in the attempt to protect your position is the premise that we appeal to refute your position. Because your position necessarily implies that if the Earth was all, then the horizon would not move here, there, and everywhere by several miles. But it does. Therefore, the horizon is not the fixed, supposed visual edge of a sphere.
Listen, if I'm 6 feet above my eye level 6 feet above the horizon, okay, I have to look down a certain amount. Just if the horizon's three miles away, the angle that my eyes look down, it's 1/2 of 1/10 of 1 degree. 1/2 of a 1/10 of 1 degree. The angle from eye level down to the horizon is such a shallow angle that detecting something like that is very difficult. But it's also prone to refractive properties of the atmosphere.
What is this last rebuttal supposed to refute?
I was going to say, it seems a little bit non sequitur.
I'm saying that if on one day the horizon looks like it's 3 miles away, and on a different day with a different temperature and humidity, it looks like it's a different. I'm suggesting, why bother even using the horizon as the method of determining the shape of the Earth?
So you're trying to invalidate the appeal to the horizon. That's what you're trying to do.
Remember what the original claim is. You guys, it's so interesting how this happens. Matthew learns through this a lot. Remember, the way. Let's just reset the table, okay? The original claim is that the horizon is a geometric physical curve of the Earth. That's the claim on the table, okay? So then the flat earthers come in and form rebuttals to that claim. Then the globe earthers go, well, I don't think the horizon really should be used as the blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, now you're just letting go of the original claim. Your original premise, you've basically dropped it on the floor and forgot about it. Matthew Lawrence would do this all the time. I don't think the horizon should be used. Well, remember, that's the original claim. So do you disagree with the original claim? Or why would you let go of the original premise? That the curve of the Earth is the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth.
And that's logically necessitated. That's what they have to do. Takanda, that's what you have to do, logically.
Right.
So you have premise A and premise B. Premise A is that the Earth is a ball. And so the Earth is a curving surface.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have premise B, that the horizon indicates that the Earth is a sphere or that it's a topographical level plane.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you wish to maintain the former premise, then you have to appeal to the horizon with some other a priori set of premises, right? You have to interpret that data through that premise that you wish to maintain grip on, that the Earth is a sphere, or you have to invalidate the appeal to the horizon. Now, what usually people do is that they try to invalidate the appeal to the horizon to prevent the flat earthers from successfully substantiating their position by appealing to that. But it doesn't work for the globers. The glober can invalidate the appeal to the horizon for the flat earther, but doesn't do it for all people, including themselves. And so that's logically inconsistent, of course. If it's invalid for the flat earther to appeal to the horizon as being a valid and legitimate datum point to substantiate their position about what the supposed geometric surface of the Earth is, then that's also true for the globe earther. If it's invalid for the flat earther to appeal to the horizon, it's also invalid for the globe earther to appeal to the horizon.
Right.
Those are your two options. So all this time that we were taught in school that you see the horizon is indicative that that's the edge of the sphere, and then when we can't see the ships behind or upon the water anymore, that indicates that the that indicates that the surface of the Earth, which is curving, is blocking our ability to see it.
Yeah.
So that doctrine has been so given this pattern of thought, that doctrine has been falsely taught for decades. Given this pattern of thought, now again, if you let the validity of the appeal to the horizon remain, then appealing to the horizon is refuting the globe Earth position, because the horizon, in principle, by definition, semantically, and what we empirically detect is that it is not curving; it is flat.
Yes. I see where you're getting at, and that's where I am. Avoiding the appeal to the horizon. I don't want to come across as trying to have my cake and eat it too, where yes, on some days the horizon looks like it's at 3 miles, and then on other days it looks like it's at 6 miles, and it's just because of refraction, but that seems to be the case.
You're misunderstanding the cake and having it too argument, pal. If the Earth is a 3959 spheroid, that's what you're here to defend, correct?
I would start with whether or not the Earth is round or flat. We can determine its size. We can determine if NASA's been to the moon. We can determine all the other stuff later.
Okay, but there's only one story. You don't get to make up your own story. So if the Earth is 3959 spheroid,
why can't I proceed from inquiry? Why can't I be zetetic?
What he's saying is that what he's saying is that this is I have a meme called like BYOB, right? You've heard of like bring your own booze. Well, you can't bring your own ball. As I said before, the claim's already on the table. You said the Earth was claimed to be the size of like a circumference of roughly 25,000 miles.
Yeah.
So you can't bring your own
he can
ball.
Defend his own doctrine as he pleases.
Sure,
he doesn't have to subscribe to the mainstream paradigm.
What
so
I'm saying is,
what do you want to defend is the question, Takanda.
No,
do
well,
you
let me
want
just
to
finish real
defend the
quick, Greg.
mainstream paradigm
Let
as we
me
read
finish. Greg,
in the Google
Greg,
results?
Greg. Hold on, Greg. I just wanted to finish my point really quickly. Is that you can't bring your own globe to the table. There's already a globe claim on the table that we're addressing. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, like, I went to Google and looked up like how to prove the globe, and a lot, the horizon it seems to be a big thing they like to appeal to. So we're trying to address that claim, and it seems like you're just trying to discredit the claim a little bit on you, Greg.
If you're thinking that the Earth is some vague marshmallow that you don't want to talk about, you don't get to pontificate about the geometric horizon or the apparent horizon, or it's just no thanks.
Okay, well let's focus. Let's focus. So, Takanda, what is your position that you're trying to defend? What thesis, what conclusion are you trying to defend?
Okay, we can start with
So wait, can we get a concession on the horizon thing before we move on?
Well, no, we're not moving on. We're trying to establish what his position has been the whole entire time.
Based on the horizon.
So,
okay, go ahead.
Right.
All right, sorry, go ahead. I was misunderstanding you.
Okay, well, again, I start from the position that if the Earth were really, really big, the horizon would look pretty flat. So I don't base my position on whether the Earth is round or flat, because it would look flat regardless.
Well, Tech, remember, brother, we did address that like a couple times already at this point. It's not just looking. We're at the point of testing the claim.
The only way to test,
if I was a glober, I would also agree that the horizon looks flat. So it's okay to say, like, well, it's okay. That's we've already addressed that. So we're moving past just looking stage into the testing stage.
Oh,
go ahead. I'll let you.
Yeah, if that is your conclusion, right? I asked you, what is your conclusion? You said that. Right, so if that is your conclusion, then there's no further need to dispute that. I immediately concede that if the given object is of sufficient size, then it will appear, the surface thereof will appear flat, given the limits of our field of view. There's no need to dispute that.
And we're not sitting here saying, well, it looks flat, so therefore it is. So I hope you understand that as well. So, and I wouldn't say that you saying, well, it looks flat is a debunking of your position as well. So that's why we have to move past just the just looking stage. So I hope you can keep that in mind, so we don't have to repeat that a third time.
That's understandable. I just feel that even testing to the distance of the horizon is dependent on the refractive properties of the atmosphere, and I feel that it is a true statement, because on some days the horizon appears further than on other days.
But listen to what you said, though. Do you see that if the Earth is a sphere, then in your field of view, the horizon would be the edge of that sphere?
Yeah, and you would be able to locate it and be able to judge its you would be able to judge its distance accurately if we had no atmosphere. But I believe that the atmosphere does, on certain days, produce mirages. It produces refractive distortions.
Sure. But listen,
but you're slipping between two different positions.
Exactly, Greg. We're on the same page here, Greg. We're talking about the physical part of the Earth that it's claimed to be, in the same way that if you claimed you were 6 foot, well, there has to be 72 inches there, regardless of like what glasses you're wearing, or if you have rose-colored glasses on, or if you're looking through an atmosphere and all this stuff. The physical part of you has to be what it's claimed to be. So that's what we're trying to address. They're claiming that the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth, regardless of optical or where you are. If you're laying down, or if you're in the sky, the horizon is supposed to be the hump curve, the physical geometric sagitta of the Earth. So we're trying to address that. So coming up with reasons why it's not there and you can't see it isn't really backing up or supporting that original claim that we're trying to get you to stick to.
But I believe on some days you can see it. I just
let's go right into that. So let's go right into that. Well, first you said that you'd have to have no atmosphere. So is there a no atmo day or something?
No, it depends on the temperature and humidity. And again, because it varies so much, I wouldn't rely on it. I don't know if it's a reliable method of testing, something that's miles and miles away at such a shallow angle.
Okay, I have to say this in response to that specifically.
Sure.
But given that rebuttal, you basically just told us that it is virtually impossible to do any method of inquiry to verify whether or not the Earth is a sphere. And if that is the case, then the claim that the Earth is a sphere is merely a supposition, not justified by a sound argument.
Well, yeah, I mean, do you want to rebut that? And I want to address something as well.
I'd feel like you wouldn't be able to test it based on the horizon. I would test it by other.
Okay, again. You just said that, and then I responded to it, and then you said it again, so I have to say it again. If that's the case, right, you cannot empirically verify. You can't do a measurement to empirically detect the curvature and to measure and to quantify the curvature of the supposed surface of the Earth in any way. So then the doctrine that is out here being believed by billions, that the Earth is a sphere with specific quantified dimensions, is merely a belief that is not justified by a sound argument. If it's not possible to empirically quantify and detect the curvature of the Earth.
Right. It's almost, to me, what I'm hearing is like, if you, going back to the height analogy, it's like, well, I don't think measuring how tall I am would really, validate how tall I am. Of course, that's bogus. That's exactly how you would verify it.
No, but if I were standing 3 miles away, would you be able to tell how tall I am?
But remember, brother, I don't want to have to repeat this over and over and over again. We're not just looking. I'm not just looking at. Obviously, you can't tell someone tall. You can't verify someone's height by just looking at them. You have to go and test or measure this. So
the problem is, by the time you go to the horizon, you have a new horizon. How would you measure it?
Jaconda, the more you repeat this, the more you are defeating your position. You are saying that we cannot empirically verify and quantify the existence of the curvature of the Earth and specifically quantify it.
Yeah, not without going to space. All right.
Oh, really? Yeah. Whoa.
So since you asserted what we can't do, since you've established what is insufficient to the conclusion, then what is sufficient to prove the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere?
I don't know if you can prove it, but I'm not claiming to have proof.
So you're telling all the navigators.
Well, if you're not claiming to have proof, and if you don't have an argument, then it's just a conclusion without a sound argument to justify it, so you don't know it.
Exactly. So listen, you're having to say with just a belief only to all the navigators out there at sea that are seeing things like lighthouses a minimum of 100 miles, and they're watching it the entire time they're on watch until they can touch the shore of a certain location. Yeah. You're telling all of them that they're seeing a fucking mirage.
Well, let's address something you said there too. You kind of had contradicting ideas. It seems like, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying like you can't measure how tall you are by being 3 miles away, right? So when we're talking about measuring the surface of the Earth, you're like, well, you need to go even farther away than 3 miles. So how does that make sense? If I can't measure somebody from 3 miles away from them, and then we want to measure the surface of the Earth, but you need to go hundreds of miles away from this, that doesn't make a lot of sense. You kind of contradicted yourself there, don't you think?
Because the curvature, it's
not just looking. Remember, I don't want to have to say it like 10 times. We're talking about measuring or testing. So if I want to test how tall you are, I have to go and actually test how tall you are.
Because it's not.
We want to measure the surface of the Earth. We don't go away from the surface.
But it's I'll give you another analogy. It's non-linear.
Well, let me give you another analogy, just to keep it simple for those listening. I use the analogy of like going to the shoe store to buy new shoes. So. Hey, I need you to measure my foot. They don't go to the security cameras in the ceiling and like try to verify what your foot is from the security cameras. It's kind of the same idea. It's like, well, if we want to measure the surface of the Earth that's down below you, you don't fly away from it. Just like you said, you can't measure how tall you are by being 3 miles away. And I agreed with you. That's a great
Well, see,
point.
remember what he said earlier, because he's casting doubt as to whether you can empirically detect the supposed curvature of the Earth in the first place in order to then specifically quantify it. So he has to find the curvature first in order to then specifically quantify it.
Right.
But he just casts doubt as to the possibility of doing that. He doesn't believe it's possible to detect the curvature of the Earth, let alone then quantify it. So that doesn't help your position. That necessarily implies that your position is not only not known, but it is false. That which cannot be known cannot be true.
And I would also maybe want to address like another. It seems like there was another contradiction there about like, well, you can't see it or test it or whatever unless you didn't have an atmosphere. And then you said, well, there's some days when you can.
Yeah.
Do you want to maybe clear that up for us?
I'm not saying. I'm saying that I didn't say there are some days you can trust your eyes. I'm saying that there are some days where the horizon more closely matches the geometric prediction.
Really?
But it's
in what way?
In terms of elevation detected using like a theodolite or...
we're not talking about theodolites. Those are only good up to 300 yards anyway.
Okay, sure.
So,
well, matching the prediction you said, that's begging the question. That's just affirming the consequent. Because the supposed prediction is an unverified cosmological paradigm with a specific geometric claim about the Earth.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me is that it matches a mere abstract hypothetical paradigm. Not it matches any empirically detected and quantified concrete entity. Appealing to something that is supposedly aligning with your prediction begs the question as to whether or not the prediction is a concretely real state of affairs that is the cosmos.
Remember, we're trying to get into the verification stage.
Sure, yeah.
So almost seeming like this whole claim is unfalsifiable. Go ahead, Heretic.
When you talk about taking a theodolite shot, are you expecting the horizon to be at eye level if it's flat?
That's a good question. If your vision is limited to whatever refractive, supposing it's a flat surface, but there is some sort of horizon and the horizon is less than infinity, you have a limit to your vision, then you're looking down at a flat surface. So it would be I think it would still be you could still try to calculate it. But sure. Good point. That's I'll stay away from theodolites. Let's just we'll ignore them. All right.
I just wasn't really clear on the answer though. You said that you're looking down at it. So does that mean you are expecting a dip?
Yeah.
If it's flat. Okay.
Even if it's flat, I think I would expect a dip.
Okay.
But I have to emphasize this again because the debate continues after I said what I said, which doesn't make any sense. You just told us that you've effectively told us that you cannot empirically detect the Earth's supposed curvature and cannot quantify it.
I said it's different on different days optically, and that's dependent on the refraction.
But that's our
How
argument.
is that? How does that respond?
And it's a good argument. So I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying it changes day to
you're
day.
stepping behind our argument, and you're sounding.
But
I don't
how
wanna
is
make
that
it
an
sound rude,
argument?
but you
Okay,
sound like
I
a
see.
flat earther when you say that. 'Cause
How is that
that's
an
our
argument?
rebuttal to the.
But
claim
how is
that's
that
on
an
the table.
argument? How is that an argument that it's flat?
It's not. No.
That's
Hold
why
on,
I'm
let me
trying
clear
to
that
say
up.
this.
Let's clear that up real quick. It's not. It's a rebuttal to the original claim. We've said this maybe 5 times now. This isn't an argument that the Earth is flat. We're trying to address the claim on the table that the Earth is a globe and the horizon is a geometric physical curve of the Earth.
Hold on. You're walking away from your geometric globe claim. So now you're in a position where you're like us are saying that the horizon is only optical and you can't tell.
Okay.
Yet you're trying to say that you're using something else what is that something else that you're using as evidence in an empirical sense? Like, where's your repeated observations of the globe with the elevation drop over distance that is required repeatedly over and over again, which is what we have that shows every observation as flat. So why don't you have any observational data that shows a repeated measurement of the horizon exactly where it's supposed to be? Where is that?
I don't believe there is any, and I don't have any, and I don't think I could show you any without.
So that's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking the room to let me complete my line of talk to him about my words to him.
Go ahead, G. Yeah, go.
So I gave my critique about your response. You've attempted to invalidate the appeal to the horizon. You've attempted to invalidate the supposed possibility of doing a measurement. Right. I think you briefly mentioned supposedly going to space first to empirically detect,
but I can't do
the existence of the curvature of the surface of the Earth to then specifically quantify it. But then I asked you point blank, what is sufficient to empirically detect the curvature of the Earth, the curvature of the surface of the Earth, and quantify it? You basically said nothing. So if your answer is nothing, then you and anyone cannot empirically detect the existence of the supposed curvature of the Earth's surface and any specific supposed quantification thereof. Therefore, your position cannot be known. Therefore, you forfeit the debate. There is no debating after that. You just made your position impossible to be known. If you cannot prove your conclusion, then you don't know your conclusion to be true.
And you're stuck in a position now because now you're in between what your experts, your priests of the heliocentric religion are saying, and you're not even like, you're more approaching like what we believe while walking away from your geometric claim completely, even though all the literature and data shows exact amounts of elevation drop over distance on your globe charts, on the globe graphs.
Mm-hmm. If you forget that quality, then Earth is a globe.
Okay.
And a question for you: if I measure 10 miles flat surface, how I will call that surface?
How do you measure it?
How I measure it? I have an object on 10 miles, and I observe the object, and that object is on 10 miles, and then I say, look, I see flat till that object.
I think that at such a shallow angle that is less than half of a tenth of a degree, it's hard to look at an object 10 miles away and say whether or not there's curvature between you and it.
Are you saying that that water, what I'm seeing between me and the object, it's tricking me?
I'm saying that refraction could trick you, yes.
A refraction could trick me. How refraction could trick me and showing me the physical water?
Okay. We were talking about this last time, and I'll go ahead and post, see if I can post something.
Now, let me clarify this, because if this is not clarified, this dispute is worthless. What is the point of dispute right now?
I believe, sorry, if I understand correctly, Sasha was talking to me last time about the Black Swan video involving the oil rigs.
Yeah.
That are.
Can you forget that oil rig? Rig. Let's call it something different. Let's call that oil rig a big white screen with the letters written 10 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Can we call like that? It's very big screen, and it's written 10 miles. That 10, it's visible. Miles, it's refracted. But horizon is behind that screen.
Okay.
And the water between the beach and that screen, it's level and totally physical, and you can even see it. You can take a boat and go to the oil rig.
Okay, good. That's fine. Yes, and what if you also had one on a different day, where you have a sign that's at 5 miles, and then you still have your one at 10 miles, but the horizon is clearly.
That means, okay, that means
Let me finish. But if the horizon is somewhere between the two signs,
I will answer you. That means that some atmospheric condition happen, and that then and maybe it's a wave, maybe it's atmospheric condition. Yeah, then you have on the 5 miles. That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But then day after, you see again that real physical water, and it's on 10 miles, and that's real, because that's what was happening day before. It was maybe fog or something, and it doesn't give you chance to see more. But other day, it give you chance to see more, but not phenomena. The reality itself, because that is physicality of that water that exists. It doesn't do phenomena, doesn't doing anything. It could do only that you can see less. That's true. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just want to make it clear, Tech. What's with the repetition? I mean, are you trying to form an argument by just like repetition? Because we have already covered this. I'm not sure why we have to keep going over the same thing over and over and over again. The horizon changes. That's been our argument from the jump, from day one. So you saying, well, look, the horizon changed. Okay. Yeah, that's our point. Why do you feel the need to keep highlighting that?
Thank you. The reason is that Sasha is asking about the physical horizon, and I am trying to demonstrate that the horizon is optical. And
that's our argument that we covered maybe like 3 or 4 or 5 times now. I'm not sure where the why is this an argument from repetition? You're trying to say it over and over and over again. Well, hopefully it'll start to make sense for your case. But it's our case. You're making our argument for us.
Not necessarily.
No, it's 100% necessarily. You're saying exactly what we've been saying from the jump, that the horizon is optical and it changes. So you saying, well, look, the horizon changed here. On another day, it's here. Yeah, that's what we've been saying. So I think Gregory asked a good question: is what is your premise here? Greg, did you get an answer to that question? Maybe you had to step away for a moment. I didn't hear an answer to that necessarily.
The answer, as I've said many times, is that the distance to the horizon varies based on refraction and is not a reliable means.
We just went over this like 2 seconds ago.
So you're saying you have no means. So you're saying you have no means at all to prove your globe. It's clearly just a zealotry, religious belief. That's all it is. You only have a belief. You have no proof to back it. You're actually more on the side of the flat earthers now.
That's fine.
Congratulations. You're repeating things the flat earthers, the rebuttals flat earthers have been making against the geometric horizon. So if you want to prove that there is a geometric horizon, you're going to need something other than our rebuttals to that original claim.
Well, you say that the horizon or the distance to it is based on refraction. Is it based on curvature at all?
In theory, yes.
Well, let's put it into practice.
I can't prove it.
So you don't know that?
But that's what your foundation is based on, this curvature, right? This geometric.
Okay, you cannot, but who did it before?
I don't know of anyone who has proved the horizon.
Well, how we have ties then?
I know someone who has.
You're completely in a religion. You're a religious zealot. That's all.
Well, hold on. Before we get into that, are you willing to give us the dub for this argument? We could possibly move on to something besides the horizon, but you might have to concede, though, before we move on.
I can help with his argument.
I don't think there's any helping out of this one, but...
No, trust me.
Maybe Crazy Narwhal knows something I don't, but it's my understanding that the horizon is not good at determining the shape of the Earth.
Brother, what you're forgetting is that they claim that the horizon is the reason why the Earth is curved. So you can't take the original claim and throw it behind your back and have everyone just forget that was the claim on the table. Why have we been going? Why did the Black Swan even come up? It's because the claim that the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth. So you can't take the original claim and go, well, forget about it. It doesn't work that way. You guys, the claim's already been made on the table, so we can't just discredit it or forget that it even happened. This is you
Let
guys
me-
are throwing away your original premise.
Can I support the claim?
Sure. I'll let Crazy Narwhal step in.
Okay, thank you. So actually, this experiment was performed by a flat earther, which is pretty ironic. But they had a camera.
Well, this is first of all, it's not an experiment, and so we're going to need to address that. But
that isn't a. They did an experiment.
it's not an experiment.
Yeah.
Because then I'd have to ask you for what's the independent variable. I mean, I don't think you're actually helping the original claim, unless you want to prove that the curvature of the Earth is the physical, something detectable, measurable, testable. That's what we've been trying to prove. So flat earthers didn't do that. So what he's saying in the chat here, he's agreeing with us that the horizon's optical, not physical. There's refraction. That's why the horizon changes. So we all agree with that. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree?
I'm not saying I disagree, but like there's.
Do you agree? So you do agree with that? The horizon's optical, or are you saying it's physical?
Very partially. I'm saying it's physical, more physical than optical.
Well, what?
Like there's some optical parts to it because there's refraction and stuff, but
I think you're only confusing the argument here, buddy. It's either a physical position or it's an optical phenomenon. That's what it can't be.
Okay, physical.
Okay, so then let's get down to where is it and how can we detect that? Can we measure it? Where? How? Where are you? What are you basing this off of?
Can I talk about the point I was going to give originally?
No, because I think you're going to talk about what? Jiran or some flat earthers or something. Because they didn't measure the curvature of the Earth, my guy. They didn't prove that the horizon is geometric. So we're going to need to see that geometric horizon or something. Flat earthers didn't do that.
Do you even know what I'm talking about?
Well, I know you're not talking about the geometric horizon.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. It's irrelevant. Throw it out, Your Honor.
Well, you're saying flat earthers did an experiment. It was kind of already exposing because there's no experiment in terms of looking at the horizon. That's not an experiment. This doesn't fall into the category of science.
To prove that the Earth is in fact a globe, they tried to prove that the Earth is flat, but they failed.
Well, that's not. Sorry, hold on, buddy. That's not even what's on the table right now. We're addressing the claim that's on the table that the horizon is geometric.
Yeah, that's what
Okay, so we're not at the stage of proving the Earth is flat right now. We're just addressing the claim on the table.
Okay, yeah.
Is the horizon a physical place, or can it only be seen and it always varies?
Do not need to clarify, so let him respond now.
This still helps the claim that the horizon is physical and not optical. So, can I...
Well, then you'd be disagreeing with Mr. Tekonde here, who says it's optical. So now we've got two guys who believe in the globe that have mixed signals. The claim is that it's physical. He's agreeing with us that it's optical. We know it's optical.
Okay, well, I'm saying that it's physical.
Okay, well, go ahead and prove that for us. And don't worry, flat earthers didn't do that. So let us know if you can verify that the horizon is physical.
Okay. So there was an experiment done.
Not an experiment.
Just let him finish. Just let him finish. We've been having this conversation for years.
So
call it an observation, my guy.
Observation.
Not an
observation.
Yeah, we can still learn things from observations.
Just let him go on. Just let him talk.
So there was one
He's
person.
going to say that flat earthers proved the globe.
So there's one person with the camera, another person with the light. They are 3 miles away, I'm pretty sure. And there's a cardboard thing in the middle, somewhere around that, that had a hole in it. They were all. The camera was 17 feet above the ground. The hole in the wall was 17 feet, and the guy with the light was going to hold the light 17 feet above. And if they could see it, then it would be flat, right? Then the Earth would be flat. That makes sense. But let me.
Was a collimator used?
Sorry.
Was a collimator used?
What?
What? It's going only on that
He doesn't
place.
know what he's talking.
Is it?
He doesn't know what columnated light is. He doesn't understand how light works. I guarantee you.
What?
Yeah, you know nothing about light. Duh.
What are
They
He
used
watched
to,
that one video, I think, shared on.
hold on. It's got to be cleared up before we go on. They used a flashlight because they couldn't use the thing. Do you know how a flashlight works?
They used like a really big light. It wasn't just a
flashlight. Go look at you. You don't even know what you're talking about. You are coming in with a pea shooter to a gunfight.
So was the light not collimated?
I don't know.
You might want to put it on the back burner, my guy, because this isn't leading to a geometric horizon. We're in the verification stage as well. We're trying to verify. So pointing a flashlight and shining it through holes and stuff doesn't verify what the water's doing, or that the water is physically curved in a geometric position. So we're in the verification stage now, and you're also disagreeing with the other globe earther in here.
Oh, okay.
So you're not clearing things up. You're just making things more confusing.
Can I address something that Tekonda said?
Go ahead.
He said that that's optical, right? The horizon is optical, and then claimed that
is optical.
And then claimed that the distance to it changes. Okay, if it's optical, then there is no distance to it. There's no measurable distance to an optical phenomena.
Hard disagree.
Me too. You can measure to it. The point is, it's not precise. It's just
please
like
listen.
a set of coordinates.
Pause. It's an optical phenomenon, right? It's not a concrete particular that exists independent of your subjective perception over there in the distance. So no, it doesn't have a distance.
You can detect the distance of a image. You can definitely do that.
Okay, you're talking about a concrete particular with a photographic image on it. That's an equivocation. You're not talking about that. You're either talking about a concrete particular that exists independent of your subjective perception of it, or you're just talking about an optical phenomenon.
True.
I got another way to say it, Seconda. Can you measure the distance to a mirage? Or is a mirage always moving?
A mirage is a little different.
Yeah. So if it's optical, then you can't measure it, right?
Not necessarily. There are things that are optical that you can measure a distance to. There are actually equations that you can use for if you have a convex mirror or a concave mirror that where you put an object, its image changes depending on the radius of curvature of that mirror, and you can find the location of the image, and that deals with its magnification. It's optics is a little tricky, but
we're not talking about a mirror. We're talking about the surface of Earth.
Right. And the surface of the Earth, and you're talking about the distance to the horizon. The way to measure that distance to the horizon, you could use land markers, like in the Black Swan video. That definitely can tell you something about the distance. Maybe detecting its exact distance down to the inch would be kind of difficult, but you could generally gauge whether it's between 5 miles or 9 miles if you have land markers.
You're right.
This is ontologically absurd.
And if you can actually see the furthest landmark, 9.41 miles, and clearly the horizon further than that, then we know the horizon isn't blocking that last oil rig, right?
Right. And
stop. No, I'll stop. That's an all stop. Yeah, when you said right, that needs a pause because that bludgeoned your radius claim in 100 different ways. Thousands if you want to look at... Listen, if you want to look at the same view of the 10-mile at least horizon through those oil rigs and then look to the right in the same view or same screenshot of the original video, you see the islands at a minimum 30 miles. That makes your radius 500 million miles in diameter, twice the distance to the moon.
And my argument has never been that you can use your view of the horizon to measure the circumference.
Well, don't worry. As I said earlier, we're not waiting for you to make the argument. Again, claim is already clear on the table for everyone. We're not waiting for you to tell us how big the globe is or any of that stuff.
But if he
Now
says,
back up a second. Hang on, because this has to be.
Hold on a second. So if he says he can't use that, what can he use?
To detect, what do you mean? To say whether or not the Earth is round, or to say the size of the Earth?
Yeah, to word it like that if you want to detect the globe in question. You can't use the horizon, so what can you do?
Right. Well, again, this comes with the presupposition that the Earth is round. You would use the shadow cast by the sun to determine curvature.
I'm hearing that we have to presuppose the thing in question.
Correct. Well, you have to. Yes.
No, you don't.
Okay, so then you don't have an argument to demonstrate that it's concretely real.
My argument hasn't changed. My argument is based on the moon and the sun being the same size as they travel across the sky at a constant 15 degrees.
Takanda, when you tell us you have to presuppose it, that is necessarily implying you don't have an argument to prove it.
No, it means
consider
that I
consider it true.
It means that I consider it true. Yes, that I have sufficient evidence to suggest that the Earth is round. A priori, the discussion of how far away something should be on the horizon.
No.
It is.
The conclusion you're trying to prove is an empirical knowledge claim. No, you don't. You don't have the right to just take it for granted that the Earth is a ball. You have to prove that first.
I can prove it through deductive reasoning.
No, you cannot.
That's not even the proper category to make the argument, because a deductive argument necessitates the conclusion. But you're supposed to be giving a support for a empirical knowledge claim. The only category such conclusions can be supported, the only category of argumentation that such conclusions can be supported is an inductive argument. You have to appeal to some a posteriori empirical data to substantiate the conclusion. You're not even getting the categories of argumentation correct.
And you can believe.
Start off with your premise.
Hold on,
You can be
assuming.
Okay, sorry.
Tech, did you want to rebuttal? I think a couple guys want to chime in before you go, or after you go. Because Greg's cooking, man. Greg's cooking you right now. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, sure.
But do you want to rebuttal to that before other guys chime in? Because other guys are hungry, man. They want to cook too.
Yeah, I hear you.
Nothing?
No, Greg makes some good points. I'm not even seeking to prove that the Earth is round. Okay, I'm seeking to.
Wait, bro, but that's what we're asked. That's what we do here.
Yeah,
that's
and I was
the
here
whole point
listening.
of this whole conversation.
I was
getting
here
into the actual proof and verify. I told you we're in the verification stage.
I was here listening in.
But CB, let's go with that. I hope you guys are noticing my pattern of argumentation. I'm just letting him tell me what he wants to tell me. And then I'm at least asking him, let alone exposing the implications of his words. If you tell me that you're not even attempting, or that it was never your intention to attempt to give an argument to support the conclusion the Earth is a sphere, then that's a concession to defeat.
No.
Concession that you were never.
I'm sorry.
You were never even part of the debate, so you have yet to prove the conclusion.
I don't like the word proof. Proof is in math. Proof is a very strong word. I look for empirical evidence.
We're still
Let's talk about that. I mean, since he's talking with me, let me talk to him about this. What is proof? What is that?
Okay, great.
Well, okay. I was being pedantic. We can use a just a general term for proof. If we're all on the same page, proof would just be a sufficient amount of evidence.
In my language is one word.
What?
I would concur with that.
In my language,
because I was using proof in the very basic sense.
Okay, that it's.
When I say proof, I'm just talking about one or more specific objective premises to support the conclusion. Whatever category of argumentation you want to use.
Sufficient amount of evidence to support a conclusion. I can agree with that term. Sure.
Okay, so we dispelled the verbal dispute about proof.
Okay.
And so my last critique still stands.
And I start with the belief that from the surface of the Earth, it's difficult to detect curvature on the horizon.
Bruh.
So I don't use the horizon as proof of curvature of the Earth. It just doesn't.
So that swiftly gets us to Heretic's question. Because Heretic earlier asked you, what is sufficient to prove the Earth is a sphere?
Would you think it is?
By ruling out the other possibilities. And
okay,
those are your models that you talked about earlier.
It's a method of argumentation.
We also throw out as well.
It seems to be the same method of argumentation that you all use, that if you have ruled out that the Earth is curved because the horizon is further away than it would be on the round Earth model, then you're using a deductive argument. I would use
now listen,
the same
since that's your method of inquiry, then let's go with this for a moment. Let's go with this for a moment, okay? So you're trying to give a deductive argument to necessitate your conclusion. Or you're trying to eliminate the other possibilities to then, of course, necessarily imply that the one that is not fallacious or not incoherent is the truth, which is how deductive argumentation works. Now, the only options that we have, logically, geometrically, is that the surface of any given object, including the Earth, is flat or it's curving. Right? When we're asking the question, what is the surface of the Earth geometrically? Is the surface of the Earth flat or is it curving? That's the only two options that we have. So given that we don't detect curvature, and what we do detect is a surface that is not curving, it's flat. Therefore, it's flat.
That's deductive reasoning right there.
Again, I wouldn't say we don't detect curvature. I'd say we detect curvature, it's just not always in the same location. I still
believe that's ontologically absurd to conduct. I've addressed this multiple times. It's ontologically absurd.
I disagree.
Because either the Earth is a sphere and it is moving location between the hours within the day or on various days within the week. The surface, the size of the Earth is changing size by miles every day of the week or every several hours within the day.
Sure.
Or
I'll let you finish.
The surface of the Earth is not curving, and the optical phenomenon that is the horizon appears to be in different locations, given the behavior of light, given the medium that it's in, given the function of our eyes.
Are those the only two possibilities?
For the surface?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me explain.
Unless you can provide a third option.
The third option.
Right. Before you say the third option, let me explain. Because the only two options that we have is that the object is a concrete particular entity that is external and independently existing from our subjective perception, or it is a subjective perception. Either it's an objective, concretely real, particular, existing independent of our subjective perception, or it is a subjective perception of whatever the given object is that we're supposedly perceiving.
Okay.
What's the third option?
Well, let me answer first with a question real quick, just so we're all on the same page. What causes the horizon to look at maybe it's 3 miles one day, 5 miles the next, 10 miles the next, if you're standing from the same location and observing the same view?
Not curvature.
Well, he asked what it is, so let's be fair. He asked what it is.
What causes it to change distance?
Multiple reasons. One of them being refraction, observer's height, weather. Again, we kind of already went over this. The only thing that you're supposed to be arguing for is that it is caused by curvature.
Could it have curvature? Could you be on a curved surface that is very large, but also have the same problem of refraction changing the distance?
It would never
Okay, if you argue that way, every time you argue this way, we have to say this. Every time you argue that way, you are necessarily implying, with that rebuttal, that you do not empirically detect the Earth's curvature. Therefore, you don't have any empirical data to substantiate the conclusion the Earth is a sphere. Therefore, the conclusion is false.
Yeah, and it would never do what Earth is actually doing outside right now. It wouldn't for sure do that. All the phenomenon we show that happen outside can be replicated over a plane surface, a level surface. We can show all the optical effects on short distances that you're talking about. So they're not caused by Earth curvature. They're caused by perspective itself and the phenomenon that occurs over a planar surface over distance. This can be proven, has been duplicated, replicated over and over thousands and thousands of times, and match actual real observations in the real world.
Yeah, what causes it to vary, or one key component of why it varies like that, is the lack of curvature, or else it would have been limited geometrically to the 1.2 mile distance. But since that limitation isn't present, it can fluctuate beyond that from day to day.
You're appealing to a hypothetical position, a hypothetical state of affairs where we, the observer, could not empirically detect the supposed curvature of the Earth's surface in the attempt to invalidate our appeal to the horizon. But what you don't realize is that line of argumentation makes your conclusion impossible to be proven.
Survival.
So, sounds like his position has been reduced to it could be a globe.
So your appeal to this last hypothetical state of affairs where we're in a position where we cannot empirically detect the supposed curvature of the Earth, whilst supposedly the Earth is still a sphere flying around in a cosmic vacuum. You have therefore made it impossible for us to empirically detect the curvature. Therefore, we cannot give a sufficient argument to prove the conclusion.
And the only proof he brought forth was flat earthers, so that is proving heretic.
Oh, that wasn't him, to be fair. It wasn't him. It was some other great ball. But you did say that it was it has been detected, but that hasn't been determined or put forward in this conversation. And someone else pointed that out in the chat and said, he says they detect curvature, but that hasn't been purported or even presented in this conversation this far.
Detect.
Why wouldn't you just present that if it has been detected?
I don't believe I've said that.
I might have to rewind the stream.
At least, maybe there's a difference. There's a difference between detecting curvature and measuring the exact amount.
Okay. Well, two of us heard you. So
okay.
Do you want to clarify? Maybe you said maybe you meant to say like it has been detected but not measured, or you're welcome to clarify if you want. I try to be a good listener, so it seems like multiple of us heard the same thing. So
I don't know if I've actually said that. I don't think I've actually said that.
Well, good thing we're recorded. So would it be okay for it? I can pause out and go rewind the tape.
Is it necessary?
Well, I don't. That's a really good benefit of the live stream, is just so we can kind of hold people accountable. Is I don't like it when people say something and they go, "Well, I didn't actually say that." Well, what are we doing here? So you're welcome to clarify, or I can just go get the recording.
It might have been
if you're saying it has been detected, like, well, that hasn't been determined in this conversation.
Yeah.
You haven't presented that either.
How far back is that CD?
Okay, I might have said that. I might have said something about it, and I might have mentioned the theodolite as a means of detecting the dip. But it was also
not that. I mean, this was just 5 minutes ago, roughly. Adam Price in the chat, 42 minutes past the hour. He'd say they detect the curvature, but just doesn't report it. That's why I chimed in. I was thinking the exact same thing when you said, "Well, it's already been detected." I'm like, bro, why haven't you presented it then? Why haven't you put that forward then for us? Why have you been hiding that if it has been detected? Then what's because Gregory's been cooking you this whole time.
I've already said it. To measure curvature, you wouldn't use the horizon. You would use like the shadows that poles cast, but that necessitates a
presupposition.
Also not measuring the Earth, brother.
You'd already have to presuppose it's round.
That's measuring shadows. So based on assumptions.
Based on a light source that you don't know how far it is or what it's made of or anything about it. So good job on that.
Can I shoot refraction in the heart real quick?
Oh,
it's just a quick statement.
I don't know if you want to do that.
Yeah. So like you're already presupposing a ball and then invoking refraction. Could it just as easily? And you say, well, what else could it be? Could it just as easily be a flat plane, and then refraction could be pushing things off in the distance downward, giving the appearance of a physical horizon, even though it's just apparent. and that's why it's different every day? Could that be the case?
I agree that could be the case, but let me post.
Then you can't invoke refraction, dude.
Let me post a picture. No, I'm saying I'm invoking a refraction, saying it could be.
So where's your physical curvature? Where's your physical curvature that we can measure?
All right. I went ahead and copied and pasted a picture that was already posted by someone else.
That's all I wanted to
say. If we want to see his image, we have to give him image perms.
I
But the image is not
I reposted it. It's the same thing.
Okay.
But just remember, let's just be clear. It's like this is starting to get kind of repetitive. We have already covered this, so we're going to bring up. Well, look at the horizon change. We did this like 5 times already.
I wanted to just.
This has got to be really painful for you.
I will
you can
really.
If you want.
I can do this. I can do this all day. It's fine.
This is like we're like 50-0 in terms of this horizon argument so far.
This is fun for me though. Look, one of these pictures.
Fun for me too.
Which one of these pictures shows signs that there's refractive distortion?
Both.
What signs do you see?
The horizon changes, bro.
Not just the horizon. How about looking at the crane?
That's what the whole argument is about. Wait.
Who cares?
The horizon's about the crane is part of the horizon.
Listen, the crane isn't even part of the topic. That's the horizon is. If you want to talk about the water leading all the way up to the horizon, that's continually rising, and then you can see everything along the way as farther out and higher up in your vision, leading up to the horizon, which is the farthest out and the farthest up in your vision. We can talk about that just like it does on a board. If you held a board out and had little stick figures on it, it would do the same thing on a flat surface. Bro,
bendy cranes don't make the horizon curve.
Come to your senses here.
You gotta keep in mind what you're supposed to be arguing for.
Birds.
Yeah, are you going to start using birds now? You know, after the diesel exhaust from the freaking crane. Bending the freaking cranes above the surface. We're talking about the surface. Stick to the surface.
Well, let's look at the text in the chat there. Actually, underneath that, does the globe inflate and deflate? Of course, you wouldn't make that claim,
right?
But based
on
the
we can't, like he just said, we can't recycle this over and over again. We have to come to a conclusion. Now, what they've repeated to you multiple times as you made this appeal is that this appeal and your attempt to invalidate our appeal to the horizon by telling us that it's a refraction phenomenon happening over there in the image that is proving our position and refuting the globe paradigm. That's the point. Your appeal is not refuting ours or invalidating our appeal. It is proving us.
Yeah, you're essentially repeating our rebuttal. It's kind of funny.
You know what I find interesting? The guy who came out with the rate of the radius, and we know who it is, we don't need to tell now. The guy who came out with the rate with that 3959, he used the horizon.
Right.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, but you just said that we can't use the horizon.
Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know he used the horizon to determine that.
I bet you didn't know the Big Bang theory was created by a Jesuit Catholic priest.
Well, that's a conversation for a whole other time. But actually, that's a pretty good point there, Sasha. Are you familiar with the gentleman named Al-Biruni? Our friend Tech here.
No.
Well, put that on your put that on a list of some. Put that in your notes or whatever. Do some homework on that, so you can kind of check and see what we're saying. But yeah, What do they do, guys? He used the horizon. He tried to draw tangents to the horizon. So if it's all refracted, then what was he doing?
He had to measure the height of a mountain first.
And plus, he was 700 miles far away from the sea level.
When did he do that?
I will tell you.
Biruni. Al. First name. Last name Biruni. So check it out.
In 800 or I don't know.
10th century.
Yes, the thing is with Al-Biruni and Eratosthenes, they both in both instances that they were off by so much percent, very close to the actual radius, right, or circumference. Based on what?
Right. How do you get close to an unknown? How are you 20% off of an unknown?
Well, Here's the thing that people forget about Eratosthenes. What was he using to measure those angles from? A horizontal plane. Using elevation angles of the light.
Well, before we wrap up on this most recent horizon argument from Takanda, Takanda, you said that you wouldn't use the horizon. You wouldn't be able to use it to show that the Earth's a globe. So why did you go to the horizon for your next argument?
I wasn't. I was suggesting that. Sorry, I was responding to someone who said that is it possible that the Earth is flat, but that refraction forces objects in the distance to appear below the horizon? And I had agreed that yes, that's possible. And I showed a picture of the black swan as a suggestion that one of those has more refractive effects than the other. It seems pretty obvious.
It's all kind of moot, though, once you say we can't use the horizon to tell if it's a globe, right? So why even continue talking about the horizon at that point? Just move to whatever tells you that the Earth is a globe.
Right.
Exactly.
Well,
or even refraction for that point.
The thing is, neither of them have curvature, which is the thing you're supposed to be arguing for, brother. So it's like I don't know if it's slipping the brain or what.
Here's the thing.
Just keep in mind what your argument is based off of is the physical curve of the Earth.
Right.
Coming up with reasons why it's not there is not supporting that case. I think Gregory's kind of been cooking you on this one from the jump. But yeah, great. You've been a good sport, so I appreciate that.
Here's the thing. Let me answer a couple things real quick, just because I kind of got off on trying to display that one picture has more refraction than the other, but my other point would have been that I concede that it's possible refraction could make a distant object look like it's below the horizon, even if it's on a flat surface. But would you concede that on a round surface, it would be possible for something in the distance due to refraction to be appear above?
No, because they cancel each other out.
No. So I want you to show me that.
No. All right, I'm done with you guys.
Shut up.
You guys are not arguing in good faith.
We didn't even get
for this.
Come on.
What is happening?
Wait a second. I was waiting for this.
You asked a question.
Wait a minute. I was waiting for this moment, so stop talking for a moment. Now, you need to provide exactly the data that shows what you just said about a curved surface lifting things up exactly at those distances, exactly at those elevations. Those distance elevation drops of distance, you need to provide every distance that shows it coming up to a level. Go.
How am I?
And how they are doing that in a way that they are presenting physically in the nature?
Optically.
You asked the question.
I see physicality. I don't see optically nothing.
He's done. He's a cooked goose, so it's over now.
You guys are arguing in bad faith.
No. Brother. You just asked a question before anybody got a chance to answer. You're like, you guys are terrible, blah, blah, blah. That's bad faith. If you ask a question and don't want to hear the answer, I don't think you're saying we're in bad faith. I think that's you. Gregory's been talking to you in a very calm demeanor.
Gregory's been great.
I don't think that we're in bad faith. I think Greg and I have been fairly...
Yeah, you too. You've been awesome
for the most part. So, when you asked the last question, you're like, "Could it work on a globe or whatever?" I think two people wanted to chime in, and you didn't even want to hear the answer.
I heard their anser. They said, "No, you got to give an exact measurement."
I didn't hear the answer because everyone was getting rumpus. You were rumpusing the answer.
Yep.
Oh, guys, I'm leaving or whatever. It's like, well, dude, let them answer.
Still haven't provided anything showing that this claim is true, so you're bunked.
A demonstration that is possible to
I was asked, is it possible that things can appear below the horizon on a flat plane due to refraction? And
I can only say that it's possible based on a demonstration.
On a demonstration? What demonstration do you have?
I
would you be even thinking it's possible?
I mean, I posted something in the chat there. Maybe you could take a look. That might help. But go ahead, Chief.
I was the one that brought up the idea that, okay, could it be possible that on a flat plane that refraction could be pushing an object downward, giving the appearance that it's going behind a physical horizon, apparently? And could this happen on a ball also? Good. Yes. Does it? Prove it. Prove it.
Thank you, sheepdog. Thank
Prove
you.
it.
No,
Prove it.
I,
Stop saying, oh, let's presuppose and let's get out our imaginary math calculations and then let's go ahead and drop a diagram of what we think should be going on. Let's get down to the physical portion of the observation.
Okay, well,
my point being, right, you can't begin to say something is possible without having a reason to think it is. First instance, why are you saying it's possible? Or globe?
why am I saying it's possible? Because look, Creation Bear even posted an image of the horizon moving due to atmospheric refraction.
Which is our point from
it
the
gets higher and lower.
We've been, I don't know why we had, you're kind of stepping behind our arguments and seeming like it's a case for the globe.
Because
it's like you want to hang on to the ball, even though we've given you other options that could be going on. You're still going to be like, well, but I really want to hold on to this ball.
And you're actually out on a limb away from your actual experts on your side of the this whole thing. You've walked away from them too.
At this point, you just want to believe it's a ball.
Hold on! Don't tell me what I want to believe. We know.
It's not like it's a secret.
It's quite obvious, dude. Are you? I mean, and no one cares what you believe, but when you come in here telling us this belief system you're duped by is reality, good luck with that. If you're here to share your confused, scattered, vague belief system, thank you for the last 2 hours.
Well, just remember, we're into the verification stage now. So it's like, if you have a case, let's go ahead and take a look. We'll all take a look at it. But it's like, your case is our case. It's just kind of weird. It's like, dude, what's going on here? Remember what
at this rate, it's become tedious to repeatedly tell you that you telling us the horizon can move, quote unquote, is not a refutation to us. It is our premise.
Yeah, it's like if we were to jump into a time capsule and go back to 2017, you would be arguing with Team Globe. They'd be arguing against you. They say, no, it's not optical. No, the horizon is geometric. So, but in 2023, for some reason, it's like deja. You guys have forgotten what's supposed to be, what you guys are supposed to be arguing for. You're now pissing down the backs of the 2017 Globe Earthers.
Yeah, that's fine.
But why is that fine? So it's like, in 2017, you'd be a flat earther, essentially, based off the things you're saying now.
They could call me a flat earther if they wanted to back then.
You're making the argument for the flat earther.
I'm saying, based on the horizon, you can't tell whether it's round or flat.
Taconda,
oh my God.
At this rate, you're just being annoying now. We've already told you that premise you appeal to try and invalidate our appeal to the horizon is our premise, which supports our position. You're appealing to our premise that supports our position in the attempt to refute us.
How does it support the notion that it's flat?
No. Remember, brother.
It supports the conclusion that the Earth is not a sphere and the horizon is not the edge of the sphere.
Correct. Remember, we've said this already a couple times, or maybe more than a couple. It's a rebuttal to the claim on the table, which is that the horizon can be used and is used and is the physical curve of the Earth. You can't now turn around and say, well, I don't think that's sufficient enough. That claim's already been made. We're formed a rebuttal, and now you guys are basically saying, well, forget the claim.
That's fine. No, I'm not saying that either. I'm saying if other people want to make that claim, they can. I don't.
We're not waiting for individuals. Remember, we're not waiting for certain individuals to make claims. It's already on the table. We don't need you to make a claim about the globe. Whoa.
I'm not here to defend that claim. It's
not brother, you seem really confused now.
Okay, so you're not even attempting to prove the Earth is a ball flying in a vacuum.
Not based on the horizon. Just
No, not based on the horizon. You just told us you're not here to prove that claim. Then you added that extra caveat as soon as I explained the logical implication of what you just said.
Taconda, do you know why we're called flat earthers, Taconda?
You believe the Earth is flat.
No,
Oh, wow.
because we disproved the Earth as a ball. It's not that we believe the Earth is flat. We said it's not a ball. What else could it be? And it's a dichotomy, dude. It is a true dichotomy. What else could the Earth be if it's not curving?
Well, we're just discussing the surface. So the surface can only be doing one of two things. I think Gregory covered that as well. I think Heretic wanted to get in there. I wanted to get
Really quick,
Hold on, real quick.
So for
I asked Katanda last time.
Hold on. Go ahead, Heretic, and then Old Hoss, you go after him.
Yeah. So for all the hours that he's been here, I just want to take stock really quickly of what we have from him. We can't use the horizon to show that the Earth is a globe, and we have presupposition. Anything I missed?
No, that's just it right there. So no proof. It's just a presupposition.
Anything else to add to Conda, or is that all we got?
It truly got all the way down to just a wish. I wish that it was curved. I want it to be curved so bad that I will go to any lengths, including not defending any part of what I believe, pushing me further into someone that is just kneeling at the pews of some golden cow and professing its purity while having no details at all about the religion itself.
Yeah, last time I asked you, are you here to birth a new globe model? You said no. Now it sounds like you are.
Mm-hmm. This goes back into that BYOB thing I brought up earlier. You can't bring your own globe. Because the flat earthers are being criticized. Oh, you guys need to drop your flat earth ideas and get back on the globe. The globe. Not Takanda's globe, not Matthew Learn's globe, not this random ding-dong globe. The claim that's already on the table. That's why we're not waiting around for you to make claims. It's already on the table for everyone to see. Flat earthers, concavers, whoever. We're not waiting around for you to say that the horizon is this, that, and the other. Based off of the claim, you can break down certain things. Just like I gave you the analogy of your height. If you claim you're 6 foot tall, then there has to be 72 inches there when I go to measure. You're like, well, I don't think you can judge me based off of those inches. Like, well, no, we can. That's because the claim is that you're 6 foot. So there has to be it breaks down from that claim.
So in other words, it's not that we're claiming the Earth is flat. It's we're claiming the Earth is not a ball.
I gotcha. You're using deductive reasoning, basically.
Well, it's a dichotomy, so there's only two options, right?
Unless you could limit it up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why the ball is dead. It's not. We're not claiming like you can call us flat earthers all day long. Most of us would prefer to be called true earthers over flat earthers. Mm-hmm. But the bottom line is the Earth is not perfect.
I'm still going to maintain that the horizon is not able to do refraction.
But here's the thing,
you can't prove positive one word.
No, brother. You're just discrediting the original claim.
Dude, these misconceptions that the horizon is a geometric location are baked into the globe model. It doesn't matter what you want to bellyache about or highlight your misunderstanding of.
Wait, did you say they're not baked in?
They are baked into
No, I agree with you, Old Hoss, but I think he said that they're not there.
Yeah,
did I mishear you?
Horizon is optical.
He's making up his own story.
Brother. This is getting kind of painful because you've forgotten. It's like almost like you keep forgetting what the claim is on the table.
Well, remember, he's already said he's not trying to prove that. So really, there's no need to press him on saying that he's forgotten the conclusion. He said he's not even trying to prove that conclusion. If he says that, then he hasn't even attempted to prove the conclusion. So his belief that the Earth is a ball has not been supported. He hasn't even attempted to do so.
It's a globe with amnesia. They've forgotten what they're even here for.
Throwing every curve calculator under the bus, mate.
And he keeps telling us what doesn't prove his claim, but I'm still wondering what does.
I agree with Old Hoster. You said it's baked in. I 100% agree with that. Just like if you're 6 foot, then the idea that there has to be 72 inches is baked into that claim.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't take those two apart and say, well, no, you can't really look for the 72 inches there. I don't think it would prove anything. That's bogus.
All right. Well, I would say the same thing about a
Well,
flat.
remember, we haven't even got there yet. So just you keep trying to push it into this flat Earth territory. We're not even at that stage yet, brother. We're trying to address the claim on the table.
Trying to verify that the Earth is a globe. I got it.
Correct. So you keep trying to push it. Well, it doesn't mean it's flat. We're not even at that stage yet.
The argument that I'm making is that the method by which you're trying to verify the globe's curvature is flawed due to refraction.
So hold on,
We've already refuted that critique.
Why was the original claim made then? Let's take a look at why the claim was made. Why are they claiming that the horizon is physical, geometrical?
Bring your globe then.
Why would that claim be made if it can't be used to determine anything?
Yeah, so CB, hold on a second. So listen, bring your globe then, because you just told us about, just like Heretic said, that you're telling us that it can't be done this way or that way. So now we want you to tell us, what are you substantiating your belief on? You bring forth that globe. We're waiting for you to bring that forward, because we're tired of hearing why you can't prove the globe. What is it you're backing your belief system in?
There you go.
Well, he did say pictures from. He said pictures from space.
Hold on, I want him to answer. Hold on.
I base my beliefs based on the movements of celestial objects. I know you guys don't like that. But
Okay, so let's sort this out then. That's a good place to start.
I kind of agree with Bro though.
Before we get into that though, Sonny, before we go into the bodies, celestial bodies, I just want to know about, because I just want to kind of like, why are they claiming things about why are they claiming that the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth in the first place if it cannot be used to determine whether it's flat or not?
I know.
Why would they do that in the first instance then? I want to know. Because I'm on Google right now.
Can we get to that question after Sonny's question? Because Sonny's question is more primary than that.
It's only going to take a short, just a few seconds, literally. So listen, now where you've placed yourself is at the hardware store, and you're putting in flooring, and your entire 3,000 square foot condominium, and you're asking the person there, the attendant at the hardware store, I'm putting in my flooring, and I need you to help me come and measure the ceiling lamps so I can tell the dimensions of the floor, please. Now tell me what that person's going to think of you.
Yes, they're going to think I'm crazy. I don't
Okay, so
agree with
why
that.
would you now? So why would you use that? So why would hold on? So why would you use that method of thinking in your normal life concerning Earth?
Just
we
like
can go
you
on to
guys.
that for sure.
Again,
You have no answer, so look, there is no
Let me
reason.
answer it. Let me
You're okay. Try to answer.
all right. Just like you guys say that there's a dichotomy, the Earth is either flat or it's round. I would believe the same thing, but that the celestial objects will either move a certain way or they'd move a different way depending on
You're not answering my
the shape of
question.
the Earth.
You're not answering my question. Why are you using the dimensions of something in the sky or your ceiling to figure out what the floor size is or the floor surface condition or anything about the floor? You wouldn't do that at the hardware store. You
I just feel
said
like
that.
it's a flawed analogy, yeah, but the movements of celestial objects are going to move a certain way. If they were moving further away from me, they'd get smaller. Based on observations of any other object that's flying through the air or moving away from me.
I don't know that these things are objects. See, Greg, we're now on to a different topic. But I did want to. Okay, well, see, now we're getting into a different subject, which we can definitely do that. But I still would love an answer to the question I proposed.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Before
Could you
we move on,
go ahead, Creation.
because we're getting into a bunch of different things.
All right, CB, please restate your question. I already forgot it.
Yeah, well, we can just wrap it up with the horizon thing, and we'll move on. But I just want an answer about this. You're saying that the horizon cannot be used.
I'm saying
why? I know. We heard what you said. I just want to know why, in the first instance, was it used to determine that the Earth was curved? Why would they do that if you're saying that it's inconclusive?
They, at that time, probably had no understanding of refraction.
Brother, this is not some ancient time. I'm talking today. They're still claiming it.
Real quick on what he just said, though. That's the basis of your whole claim, though. the basis of the whole globe ideology. So you're saying that it's based on having no real understanding of refraction, according to you.
No, that is not what I'm saying. If you listened, you would understand.
But the horizon dip angles, right, measured by Alberuni and attributed to the drop over distance of the globe, right, that is the basis of what you're here talking about right now. So if they got all this from not understanding the world, well, that's that then, isn't it?
Stone Age tech.
Well, you're saying like, oh, well, they were too stupid to figure this out. No, this is what they're saying today. They said it in 2017.
Okay.
That claim hasn't just vanished off the Earth. They still claim that boats go over the curve of the Earth. So this isn't like some ancient idea. This is still what the claim is. I just want to know, why would they make the claim if you're saying it's not valuable? You're saying this proves that the Earth is curved. Look, ships went over it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so only after the rebuttals have been formed now, folks like yourself and Matthew Lawrence have come in and said, well, I don't think you can use the horizon, when they've already used the horizon to build the claim. You don't see the issue here?
Yeah, I see an issue. I disagree with the original reasoning, but I don't.
Well, you're disagreeing with the globe, then.
No,
the globe has to have a physical curve of the Earth.
I draw the same conclusion through a different line of reasoning. I don't understand why you keep.
It's not the same
wistful
conclusion.
thinking doesn't qualify, dude.
Your line of reasoning lines up with our rebuttal, which Gregory went over with you several times, and I did as well. So that doesn't reach the same conclusion. You don't get back to a physical curve of the Earth with refraction, observer site weather, and all these things. That doesn't lead you to a physical curve of the Earth.
Okay.
So can we please get back to asking him what is sufficient to prove the Earth is a sphere? He then appealed to celestial body motions. Okay.
All right, so we've wrapped
You
up.
explain further, please. Make the argument.
First point, flat earthers. Go ahead.
I prefer the moon because it's not so bright that it damages your retina. It's not so bright that it creates a giant glare. I make most of my observations with the moon, and it stays the same angular size as it travels across the sky, and it travels.
Right.
Okay, so with that appeal, is that it? Is that the entire argument?
Not entirely. There's more.
Okay, finish the entire argument, please. Everyone, let him finish the entire argument.
The moon appears to be a solid object, an object that you can bounce radio waves off of. If you know anyone who's a ham radio enthusiast, you can actually use a ham radio. You might need a decent-sized antenna, but you can actually bounce radio waves off the moon, detect its distance, and tell that it is a solid thing.
Come on, man.
For the layman out there, do you present something so people can see, take a look, or that way we don't have to just go off what you're saying?
Yeah. So while you're doing that, addressing what you said, right? Let's say the moon is all that. In principle, in argument, for the sake of argument, let's say the moon is all that. That does not indicate that the Earth is a sphere. A non sequitur conclusion. All those premises you gave to support the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere, let alone a sphere spinning in a cosmic vacuum, is non sequitur.
Yeah, and it basically boils back down to, well, this idea wouldn't work on my idea of a flat Earth. This observation wouldn't work on my idea.
What about the equation?
I want to ask him about that thing, moon.
Hold on, folks, bro.
Is it possible that that surface is flat if his moon doing that what you observe?
Is it possible for the Earth to be flat?
Is it the surface to be flat when moon is doing that what is doing?
The only way that it would be flat, if the Earth were flat, is if the moon were traveling under the Earth when it dips under the horizon. It doesn't happen.
This is why.
Are you saying that water will start to curve and moon start to go under the ground?
Wait, who was saying the stuff about the moon?
Water will no, sorry, my bad. Water will be flat when moon start to go underground.
So before 1,000 different rebuttals are given, because people want to chime in, let us establish that the argument that he completed is a non sequitur to his conclusion. because it can be the case logically and metaphysically that the Earth is a topographical level plane and that there is a humongous spherical rock moving above the surface of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
There being a humongous rock above the surface of the Earth does not necessitate or even strongly indicate the Earth is a sphere. It's a non sequitur.
Gregory, what does metaphysical mean?
When we talk about possibility, it's two basic categories. Possibility is concerned with logical coherency. So the supposition is either logically possible or it's both logically possible and metaphysically possible. What does that mean? Metaphysically possible simply means that it really can be the case that the present conditions necessary to make the possibility be the case is the case. Something can be logically possible without being metaphysically possible, but something that is metaphysically possible must be logically possible.
Okay.
That's all.
Well, the entire point that I want to make is that it's easier for me to believe that the horizon changes distance optically based on refraction than to believe that the moon is zooming away from me or hovering above the Earth as a flat plane versus what it seems to be doing, which is going around me as an observer at a consistent speed at 15 degrees per hour.
What?
Okay, with that last thing being said,
presupposition of a curved surface. Degrees means angular on a ball. Like what? Fuck.
Yes.
Let's directly address the appeal he just last made. The appeal he just last made is just an appeal to credulity. Rather than an appeal to incredulity, it's an appeal to credulity.
Sure.
Your appeal to credulity is no defense of the conclusion.
You're just like you're chanting in the choir now at the church. Like you're literally just chanting globe lore.
That is what it is. And he's also
You're totally doing chanting. It's religious chanting, everybody. So I hope you all recognize this. This is pure blind faith belief in something with no verifiable proof at all. Nothing that matches reality in the real world.
Well, don't forget the denying too. He's chanting and denying.
Okay, it's an appeal to incredulity, like you said, and also he's contradicting himself because he's brought the horizon into his argument once again, which he already said he couldn't use to determine the Earth's alleged sphericity. You're doing it again, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the moon sets over the horizon. The horizon, it's geometric. Then you said that we can't use it to determine that.
Right, and I'm saying that I would. That it's easier for me to believe that the horizon is so far away and so shallow at an angle of less than 1/2 of a tenth of a degree that it's
not the point of a degree. It's a point of. It is not point of but it's not point of degree. It is because of angular resolution. It's point of geometry.
But not even that. But not even that. I mean, that's a minor premise. The major premise that should be said to him is that whatever. So what? It's easier for you to believe. Telling us an autobiographical description of what it's easier for you to believe is no support of anything or refutation of anything.
Yeah,
it's just an appeal to credulity fallacy.
It's a good thing you're only saying belief because that's truly what it is. It's a pure belief. That's all. It's only a belief. You don't have anything to back that belief or validate the belief.
What do you guys have to say about Earth Moon?
Hold on, I wasn't even done.
Okay.
I wasn't even done. So I'm almost done. So empty, vacuous belief is what you have. Thanks.
Well, remember, what you say. Sorry.
Just as a reminder, we're at the verification stage. We all are well aware of the claims and now that everyone's beliefs. We're trying to move past just what people believe into checking or verifying or falsifying. Yes. Okay, so let's do that instead of just purporting your beliefs to us. We already know what those are.
Have you verified the distance to the moon?
No,
Bro, we're not claiming that. Okay, that's not our claim.
Who did that?
Anyone with a ham radio sufficient to bounce.
That's not true. Are you getting that information directly from the moon, or are you getting that information from somewhere else?
How would you be able to tell?
Yeah, why don't you?
You are saying that you get a signal from the moon, from the radio. Are you getting that signal from the moon or from something else?
Right. Why don't you walk us through that process until you get to feet and inches? Go ahead. We'll wait for you. Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about feet and inches. So if you're not talking about feet and inches, then you're just saying something. Oh, people got radios. So okay, walk us through the entire process, how you get to feet and inches and surface condition from that, please.
Nothing.
So let us make progress and establish that as we progress forward in this dialogue, his supposed appeals, his attempted arguments were insufficient. The first one was a non sequitur appeal to the moon. The second was an appeal to credulity. And the third was an evident self-contradiction, as Heretic just highlighted. That's where we are now. We asked him what is sufficient to prove the Earth is a sphere. All his latest appeals, that after we asked him that, and we let him complete the arguments, are insufficient. Period.
Game over.
I mean, this is too easy at this point. This is like,
yeah, the desired
crazy.
The desired effect was not achieved in any way. Like there's nothing that was brought forth.
That's okay.
That supports a globe in any way other than showing us all and everybody listening on YouTube and all the other whatever channels, media that this is being live streamed on. That everyone heard you not have anything to back your non-existent claim.
That's way more than okay. It's W flat Earth, bro.
No, it's not. Do you know a single ham radio enthusiast that's a flat earther?
Well, we're
They
still
know
waiting
how
for you to
far the
present.
moon is.
Wait. I'm still waiting for you to present the. Sonny asked you to kind of walk through the process. Even I did. I was like, hey, well,
There are
for the
things
layman
that
out there,
can
can you
test.
describe it?
My argument has been from the very beginning for the last god dang how many hours you don't use the horizon, you use celestial objects. The celestial objects
You haven't determined that
move
those
away.
are objects, brother. So
They are. You can bounce radio
not
waves
just
off.
because you say so, though. So it doesn't work. You don't just automate. This isn't like Monopoly. You don't just pass go and collect one free claim. It doesn't work like that. You have
How
to
do you
build.
know-
You
how
have to
do you
build
know-
on foundations. So you can't just say, "Well, I know they're objects." Well, we're going to need to see some verification of that. I told you, we're in the verification stage.
I got Ace Hardware on the line. They want to speak to you.
All right.
Remember, like you're going to have to build upon certain foundations, not just premises that you have. Like we're going to need to see this so that everyone can agree, and then we can build on top of that. You don't just automatically get the free claim that there's objects, rocks for things in the sky.
There are tons of people that have done the Earth, Moon, Earth bounce with their ham radios, okay? And you could do it too. No one's going to stop you from setting a ham radio. Like,
Go ahead and present the evidence and walk us through it like somebody asked you to.
It's like I fucking asked before. If you keep bringing it up, I'm going to keep asking every time. Walk me through the process all the way from when you get the signal or whatever, then you bring that process, walk it all the way till you get feet and inches on the surface of Earth.
yeah, you're not going to get feet and inches. You're going to get miles.
Then you don't.
Same thing, ding dong.
Walk us
Oh my
through it till
God.
you get miles.
Holy smokes. That was a little pedantic.
Walk it through that. Walk us through. You keep trying to support your claim. You keep walking into a deeper hole. So go ahead now and break down the whole process from beginning to end, bringing it down to what I said, feet and inches, which is what miles are.
4 miles, dude.
Come on, guys.
I'm talking to you, Takanda.
There's many different claims about celestial objects, whether they're real or image or
We do one claim at a time. So why don't you try to make a case, not just saying, well, all these people proved it. Well, then there should be some proof out there that you can go pick out and present to us and walk us through how it works.
Why can't he answer the question? He goes, there's many claims. That's not an answer. That's a non-coherent answer to the questions that are asked. You keep diverting away from any question asked now.
You're responding like a politician now.
Yes, I know.
Come on, man. How does it work?
My claim is that the moon is a solid object that you can bounce radio waves off of, and by the delay in the signal,
But you haven't established that yet. So we've heard you say that already. We've already tried to address that. You're going to have to establish that now. Again, back to the claims that I'd said, there's things that carry more weight to me.
Things
I know,
that
brother,
I have
brother,
observed.
brother. You don't have to repeat yourself. We're now looking for you to build that foundation. We've heard what you said. Everyone heard you. It's fine. You don't have to repeat yourself.
Yes.
Now go ahead and prove or present, make a case, show us the evidence, give us the demonstrations. You got to go ahead and make that case now and build upon it. You need a foundation to build upon. So
Again, it's not. It's
How
not
it relates to Earth being a globe.
We've already heard you.
It's not hard to get a license to own a ham radio and operate a ham radio.
Really? But it's kind of hard to measure the diameter of the moon, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's not really making a case. It's saying, well, you can just get a ham radio. Like,
yes,
you still haven't even walked anybody through how that works. There's still a lot of. I still said there's some layman people who might not understand it.
Yeah, it's a little technical.
On Globe side as well, who maybe aren't familiar. Why don't you help educate them? Teach us how that works. Funny, that's requested that 5 minutes ago.
It is a little technical. I posted a video. It's about an hour long. It gets into Earth, Moon, Earth.
Can you kind of explain it?
Okay, Takanda.
It's.
I'll go with it. I give it to you. The Earth is a sphere rock, and they've played moon golf on it. What does this have to do with the Earth?
Yeah.
The moon.
The moon, that we can measure the distance approximately, 200,000 miles
Okay,
away.
that's what I said. I gave it to you that the moon is a space rock, and they've played golf on it and driven dune buggies on it. What does this have to do with whether or not the Earth is a spheroid?
Because the moon doesn't circle above me. It circles around. It goes around.
Around and under. Oh yeah. You're interpreting. You're interpreting the moon very wishfully.
You don't just get free claims here, brother. You have to establish these things first before you move on.
Any solid object that moves.
You haven't verified that that these things in the sky are solid objects.
The moon is. You can bounce radio waves off it.
But you haven't established that. Again, this isn't Monopoly. You don't just get one free claim and you get to pass go here. It does not work that way. You have to establish that this stuff is true.
Pieces of aluminum foil reflect radio waves.
Yeah. That's still a solid object. Okay, it doesn't matter if the moon's made of piece of rock.
Hasn't determined the moon is a solid object. No, we haven't determined that yet. It's just repeating it over and over and over again. Doesn't the weight of repetition doesn't form it into proof?
Yeah. Even if it is, you have to tell. You're telling a story about it, Takanda. How do you not hear yourself?
Can I explain then? Just one more.
You're in story time. Is this story time?
Tell us how you determine the moon is a solid object. Tell us how you determine that.
When you point a radio dish at the moon and send signals to it, anyone who can see the moon, and not the people that can't see the moon, anyone who can see the moon can receive those signals. It scatters, it loses 200 decibels or more of energy. It's very faint, but anyone can detect those signals if they have the equipment to do so.
Okay.
So
and how does that lead to solidity? Go ahead, Elo.
What type of frequency is that? High, low?
There's 10 gigahertz frequency. There's 144.
Is it ultra high radio waves?
They have a couple different bands that they use. Some of them use a whole ultra high 10 gigahertz. Some use 50 and 200 hertz, anywhere between 50 and 144.
So what type of signal bounces off the ionosphere, according to them?
I don't know. You tell me.
Radio wave signals.
Yes. What frequencies?
Ultra, high.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So how do you know you're not bouncing off the ionosphere?
Because you don't get any bounce when the moon is not visible.
Stop the cap. You do get bounce. That's what they use the ultra high signals to bounce off the ionosphere.
Yes, you get some off the ionosphere, but it's not going to get you the same. You're not going to get as far as you can with the.
Yeah, so you can actually prove that that's what's actually happening then, right? So
I got to step in here.
Sure.
If that's okay. I'm a ham radio operator.
Hey, great.
And yes, signals bounce off of something. And your statement about it only happens when the moon is visible, completely false. Absolutely
that's
false.
completely wrong.
By the way, I just want to point out we have a new person, Junja, in the chat. No rolls.
He's been here for a couple days. But Jumba, if you want to get BC checked in, we can help you with that. But I wanted to hear a rebuttal from Tech. You got kind of quiet there. Bob had a good point. Did you want to respond?
You can bounce radio waves off of other things like the ionosphere, but you're not going to get all the way across, like, the Atlantic Ocean.
Is the ionosphere solid?
No.
Okay. Well, so how does that make the moon solid then?
Fair point.
Okay. Well, that was easy.
Yeah, sure.
Is this supposed to be an argument for sphericity of Earth?
Yeah,
the motion. Yes, the movement of the sun and the moon do not circle above me; they go around.
That's to do with the motion. That's to do with the motion, not bouncing radio signals off the sky.
And you're just saying that, though. You haven't actually made a case and established that that's really what's happening. You're just saying, well, it's not doing this for sure. Based on what?
Bouncing the signal off the moon can give you the distance based on the delay.
But how does that say the moon goes under the ground, brother?
Just
kind of
I
have this. Mm-hmm. You definitely don't see the moon going under the ground. It's just like with boats, right? They say, "Oh, well, look, the boat's going down over the curve."
Well, if he's going to, even if he wants to say that it does go down underneath the curve, he's back to invoking the horizon, which he said he couldn't do for globe proof.
But it's different.
No, it's
different now.
Because it comes out on the other side of the horizon 12 hours later.
Brother.
12 hours later?
Classic.
So you can't use the horizon to determine the Earth's sphericity, except for when you can.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's just clown world.
It's a completely different example.
No, it's the same
You're invoking the horizon. So I'm going to go back to asking you the same thing. I'm going to go back to asking you the same thing. Is it geometric?
I'm not using the distance of the horizon. I'm using
the horizon.
Has to be geometric in order for any of the conclusions you just claimed to follow. So now we have to determine that again, which you said you could not do.
Takanda, when the moon and the sun rises to our view in the morning and sets in the evening, it is moving up and down and always moving consistently to the right. To the right. So it moves up and down at sunrise, sunset, moonset, and it moves to the right, which confirms its circular pattern above the Earth. Second, if you have at 3:32, I posted basically what happens with the inverse square law of light with your fairy tale moon of 240,000 miles away. If you would happen to use the inverse square law of light, which you can also use for the fairy tale, which is the planet Saturn, you will see that the moon would be 65,530 times brighter than you see it in the sky at night if you use the inverse square law of light, which it is an inverse square law of light. And so you have a circular motion of the moon and the sun around the Earth because of how it moves to the right as much as it moves down or moves up. You have the inverse square law of light, and then I would love for you at 34 minutes after the hour and also at 35 minutes after the hour. I posted from last month 2 videos that showed that the sun is not illuminating the moon. You should have line of sight in your fairy tale outer space. Both of those, it happens every single month. Both of those show that the sun does not directly light the moon. Therefore, the moon is self-illuminating. So I'm sorry, I gave you 3 evidences of the moon and the sun above us, but you don't want to accept it because it's part of your fairy tale. I would like for you to look at those 2 videos. They're 3 minutes and 2 minutes long, and tell me why the lit part of the moon is not looking directly at the sun as we're taught in the fairy tale.
Hang on. All right, I'm looking at the video titled God's Creation of Stationary.
That's the 3-minute one, exactly.
What are we looking for here? That the sun is not...
In that particular video, the sun is down at approximately 4:30 on the moon, and the moon is looking up at about 1:30, 2 o'clock. Line of sight line of sight would tell you that the lit part of the moon would be looking directly at the sun, which is lighting the moon, which we were taught in our fairy tale from age 5. That is before the full moon, and the one after down there, 35 minutes after the hour, is after the full moon on a morning when the moon is looking up at about 10:30 and the sun is down on the horizon about 8 o'clock. Line of sight tells us that you should have the lit part of the moon looking directly at the sun in your fairy tale. It is not. So you have to come to a conclusion that what you have been taught, like all of us were taught since age 5, if not sooner, was a fairy tale. Now those of us in this server have come to the conclusion that we were lied to. And we accepted the lie and we got rid of our cognitive dissonance. Someday, hopefully, God willing, you will get rid of your cognitive dissonance and you will join us.
Yeah, it won't work though because he doesn't come to conclusions. He comes to pre-conclusions.
Well, that's right. Yeah, I mean, the ball, the globe, the oscillating spheroid, the oblate spheroid is all a conclusion before any evidence is shown to it. You conclude that it is a ball because you were taught it's a ball before you come up with any experiments, observations, tests. You conclude it, and everything you do from that concludes the ball. That is a problem, and that's one of the problems that the 85% of the world has. They have been told, hey, it's a ball, and it's tilted wobbly going out through an ever-expanding universe at these unbelievable speeds. And if I question it, I can't go to Thanksgiving or Christmas dinner because I'll be considered a nutcase. No, you will be considered the person that knows the truth and is telling people that their indoctrination was incorrect.
All right, I'm watching the videos. They're kind of interesting. I'll keep an eye out for it. I've seen the moon before during the day when you can see the sun and the moon.
My friend, line of sight.
That's what I'll look for. I've tried looking for it before. I've never seen this kind of discrepancy that they're trying to show in the video, but
it happens every single month. For recorded history, we just don't want to look into this. Globers don't want to look into the sky because it might destroy their fairy tale.
I base my belief in the globe based on what I see in the sky. So this is actually this is important. No, this would disprove it if accurate. Okay.
There's lots of anomalies up there, but listen, grasshopper, stick to the surface.
I don't think from the surface of a ball that I could tell that it's round. If the ball
again, remember, brother, we've already said this like 15 times. We're not just flapping our eyelids at the surface of the Earth. Can you at least acknowledge that, so you don't have to repeat it again?
No, I still
actual down.
No, I don't think you can tell.
That's
I don't
what I'm saying.
think
If I'm 6 foot and I measure how tall you are, you can't tell how tall I am by measuring it.
You can measure
a ludicrous statement.
You can measure someone who's 6 foot. My height is.
What you're saying is that you can't determine that by doing it with the Earth.
Yep.
Yeah. So why do you find it necessary to chant refraction then?
Because you can see refraction.
Okay, and what does that have to do with seeing too far?
Exactly.
You find it necessary because you can't see the thing that you claim is there, so you got to go to an excuse instead of evidence.
Yeah, he claims nothing can be determined by line of sight, yet he knows he must chant refraction. He must make it known that he thinks everything in the distance is an optical illusion.
Because the refraction religion is tied into not trusting your senses at all. You have to go to an authority to tell you what you're seeing, an expert. You can't trust yourself. It's all tied in together.
It's the exact same explanation that flat earthers have.
Together. Okay, are you disagreeing with what I'm saying? No, I don't think you would, because you have no rebuttal against what I said.
It's the exact same explanation for why a flat earther believes.
I wasn't talking about an explanation. So, once again.
It's not the same, though, because you're invoking something that you can't directly demonstrate. You're saying there's a ghost on the horizon, basically, that you don't see, but trust me, it's there. It's just because it's refracted that you don't see it. We're not invoking anything that we can't demonstrate like that. You are. That's the problem. You're saying that a fairy tale is being refracted. We're not doing anything like that.
It's the exact same. Okay.
No, it's not. I just told you how it exactly is.
I'll post it again. It's the exact same reason why one of these is hiding behind the horizon and one isn't.
Yeah.
Refraction.
We're not talking about things that aren't real, though. You're applying physical attributes to things that aren't there, or that at least you can't demonstrate that they're there, right? So what you're saying is basically we're looking out at a refracted globe, a refracted curved ocean. That would be tantamount to us saying that we're looking at refracted goblins or fairies or what have you, or whatever other mythical thing that you want to insert there. Same thing. We're not doing that. Only thing we'll say is refracted is stuff that's actually physically there, and that's not what you're doing.
It's the exact same.
Sorry, you can't just keep repeating yourself.
No, because it is.
Can I point out? That the type of refraction that he's invoking is based on the alleged geometry. So if you don't view the alleged geometry, then how are you going to know how much refract what you're viewing by?
I would never use it to determine that. That's just not what I... Oh, God. All right.
Can't use it to determine that Earth is a globe.
Here, I'll even use it on Seconda's terms. To even have the idea to believe the story of what's going on in the sky, you have to have a known curvature on Earth in order to believe that it's doing what it's doing, what you say it's doing in the sky.
Yeah, that's right. You need physical demonstration of the thing that you say is refracted in the first place.
Right.
Correct. Just like you pointed out, you can't have refracted goblins. You're going to need a goblin first to refract. So
And you
to refract the horizon, you're going to need a geometric horizon first to refract it.
Yeah,
So
and you can't walk away from the geometric horizon because your terrestrial refraction has 7/6R in it. You didn't make that up. It's too late. It's there.
Do you understand what I said, Seconda?
Yes.
Do you understand what I said? In order to believe the story of what's going on in the sky, you have to have a physical curvature that all of this stuff is going around to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we say once you falsify the radius, then you no longer have orbits. You no longer have an orbit of satellites. You no longer have an orbit of the moon. You no longer have the Earth orbiting around the sun. You no longer have the sun and the Earth and the moon shooting through space, going around a circular center point from the Big Bang. It's all gone, dude.
I've repeated myself too many times.
Way too many times. Way too many times.
And Creation Bear was showing how many times, like each one of those little aspects that was mentioned, it gets bludgeoned further and further down and deep into a hole in the ground and onto the flat surface where we actually are, becomes evident. It actually already is evident. It's been self-evident.
No curvature.
And so you are going against your own nature and your own senses that are built into you. You have to deny all of those things in order to come to this belief system that you have truly is a belief. We don't have belief. As you see, we're talking about objective, going out and doing observations, which are testing for drop over distance. Very simply, this has been done thousands upon thousands of times since I even first thought about flat Earth in 2017. Thousands of times.
Just judging by my own senses, the moon doesn't get smaller. It doesn't zoom away from me.
But you're also trying to say what the moon should or would or could be doing. And that was one of the first things I said, is that you don't know. I mean, not you in particular, but no one knows what the moon or the sun or the stars are. So you shouldn't be saying, well, it should, could, or would be doing X, Y, or Z. You don't know what those are to begin with. So
other object.
You're trying to compare them to objects, which we know what they are. You can go to a car, a dog, a human, and knows those things are objects. You can't go to the stars, the moon, the sun, and say those are also objects. So you can't make that comparison.
Even if it's just a light. Just
but
like
what is that?
Jim, Mr. Waterworld 100 posted something about the brightness in lumens. it doesn't get significantly dimmer. You have an inverse squared law that it would lose if it got twice as far away from you. It would actually be a quarter of the brightness. So if it started out, let's say, approximately 4,000 miles away from me, and it zoomed away to 6,000 miles, it would lose almost half its brightness at that much. Yes.
But again, this is going back to you saying what the moon should or would or could be doing, and I disagree with that.
Doesn't matter what it is. It's brightness.
Yes, it does. You're saying what this thing should or would or could be doing.
Its
you don't know
brightness
what it
should
is.
decrease if it got further away from me.
You don't know what it is, though.
If it's just a light, it's still.
That's not saying what it is. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say where it is, what it is, how it is, or any of these things. But you're saying, well, no, it should do what I say. No, I reject that.
So you're
Go ahead.
You're looking at an unverified thing in the sky, i.e., the moon, and you're interpreting from that you live on a sphere, right?
It's verified enough for my.
You haven't prevented any verification.
Yes,
As the kids would say,
the
that's
Earth,
reaching.
Moon, Earth radio bounces suggest
You didn't
me.
verify
Maybe
that.
you
No. I don't think you know what verification is. I've had to repeat over multiple times that we're in the verification stage. You definitely have not verified that. Sonny asked you to walk us through it. You didn't do that. We asked for citation. You presented a YouTube video that was an hour long. You didn't go through. So no, you haven't verified that. I just wanted to clear that up. Go ahead, Central.
Well, you're interpreting from what the moon does that the Earth must be a sphere.
And I was going to say, as the kids would say, that's called reaching.
No. I'm interpreting from what the moon does. That what the moon doesn't circle around or above.
That's not based off of anything. You actually haven't established that.
It doesn't appear to circle above me.
But that's not verification.
So this isn't even an argument for the Earth being a sphere.
No, he's got to walk
Isn't even
through.
an argument.
I'm sorry.
So this isn't even an argument for the Earth being a sphere.
It's deductive reasoning. It deduces.
No. The kids would call it.
Is it an argument for the Earth being a sphere or not?
It removes the possibility that the moon is circling above the flat Earth.
Okay, so walk us through that step by step, how you get from that to the other. So now you're going to have to take what you think you know about the celestial bodies, tie that in sequence, logical sequence, to where it gets to that it's not doing what you're saying. It's not, because you're saying from that information, you're saying now that the moon isn't traveling over my head like it appears, but it's doing
He
something.
said circling.
You're going to have to walk us through that, how you correlate the two.
Yeah, and can I point out, can I ask actually,
yes,
claims that this isn't a straw man, is it? Because I don't claim that the moon circles above.
That's fine if you don't claim it, but many flat earthers have proposed that the sun.
I haven't heard anyone in the servers today say that.
Okay, no one in the server today has said it, but it is.
You're the only one who's making claims about the path of the moon from the sky, right? And you're trying to tie that to a conclusion, or so I thought, that the Earth is a globe, because that's what we've been asking.
Well, if no one is willing to defend that position, then you've given up that position.
It's not necessarily our position. You're trying to. This
no
isn't.
one should have that. No one should have the position that it circles above the Earth.
This isn't pin the tail on a donkey. You can't bring goofy ideas and say, "Here, you defend them for me." It doesn't work that way. So we haven't made the claim, and also
I'm actually asking you not to defend that position. It's a dumb.
Who's making that position, brother?
Plenty of flat earthers.
Well, I don't necessarily.
But I'm glad you don't. I'm glad you don't, because it's a really dumb position to believe that the sun and the moon circle above a flat Earth.
I don't necessarily agree that that's anyone's position. I've been in the server for quite a while. I don't hear flat earthers making that claim or taking that position. It seems like you're trying to pin the tail on the donkey and pawn off this idea. I also don't trust just that most people have discernment. People will say, "Oh, I heard a flat earther say this, that, and the other." Well, are you so sure that those are flat earthers? I don't necessarily know if folks have as much discernment as we do. So I'd be more careful about just trusting random people on the internet calling themselves flat earthers.
Honda, you're confusing damage control propaganda with actual people.
I'm trying to get to the end of something, Hoff. Just 1 second, please. Okay.
OMG.
Yeah, so you said, yes, you're extrapolating from the behavior of the moon that the Earth is a globe.
I am extrapolating that the moon is not circling above me.
Okay, so you still haven't walked us through that step by step, though.
The next step is very simple. When I don't see the moon, other people can. So it is not circling under a flat Earth.
Okay, now you're going to tie that in too.
Brother, I think Central wanted to finish up, but no one's saying that objects are going under the Earth.
Well, that is what he's saying. Essentially, you're saying it's not going around above us, so it's going around us, so it's descending below the ground and coming up again on the other side, right?
He's still using a straw man.
I just don't know why I can't get to the end of this. It's so simple.
Let Central cook, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, no.
It's
what I just said.
It's very simple. It's very simple.
Yeah, so it goes down below the ground, comes up above the ground again, 12 hours or whatever later.
Yes.
Okay, so then you're obviously inferring that the Earth is a sphere from that, and you're inferring a geometric horizon. Again, right? The thing that you said you could not demonstrate, right?
The horizon's not necessary for...
yes, it is.
What is
because
the moon
what is the moon set over? What is the moon set over?
Cooked. Absolutely cooked.
The moon... No.
Waiting for that.
Yeah. No, we all know the answer. There's a reason why you hesitated there to say it. That is exactly what the moon is, quote, going behind.
Yes.
Okay.
It sets over a horizon, but its distance is irrelevant. The distance of the horizon...
Again, we're not even talking about distance at this point.
None of that is relevant.
We haven't... You're the only one invoking distance at this point. The distance thing was earlier, because that's your guys' claim, the distance to the horizon, not ours. So we're talking about the physicality of it. That's what we're talking about. So make sure you focus.
Dude's lying, though, because the distance to the horizon is obviously relevant to whether it's geometric or not. That's why we bring it up and talk about it all the time, and he ultimately has to concede that he can't use the horizon to make his point. So that's not true.
I can't use the horizon to detect curvature, but if the moon goes behind the horizon, that's exactly what I would expect on a round Earth.
Okay, so then you're using the horizon to detect curvature by the moon.
Curvature. No, it's what I would expect to see on a round Earth. It's not determining a distance or shape of the or roundness of the curvature. It's detecting that it goes behind that. Yeah,
it's another nothing burger then.
No, because you're right. You're totally right. Because when the moon goes behind the horizon, it could be a very flat horizon. I could be on a flat Earth, but that would mean that the moon is literally going under a flat.
No.
It would be.
Wait. It could be just like the boats, my friend, right? Because they say boats are going down over the curve.
Yeah, but
we're saying hold on, wait.
Yeah.
They're just going away from you. So it might appear like the boat is, quote, sinking. When boats are made to not sink. But
Thank you, Stevie.
so it doesn't imply that.
Hold on, 12 hours later in the eastern horizon.
Wait. That doesn't necessarily imply that the moon is going under the ground, just like the boat isn't going under the water.
No, because it can be demonstrated with lights in real life.
This is getting ridiculous. All right, guys, have fun. Bye-bye.
Oh, that was a fucking good spiral. Holy shit, man.
He sounds like another happy customer. What the fuck did you do to him? Did you just...
He got absolutely cooked. He got completely cooked.
He came in ready for Thanksgiving with a frozen turkey. We took his turkey and put it in a deep fryer, and he exploded.
Well, we fried it until there was nothing left. Literally, until it was just like carbon, black carbon burnt.
I'm curious why he left, though. What was the triggering moment? That's hilarious.
Yeah.
He was trying to claim that the not actual moon goes behind the not actual horizon.
And that's what he's using for his not actual belief and the not actual globe.
Did anybody get around to asking him? I'm going to start asking this question. Now that somebody told me about it last night, or I thought about it. What works on a globe, and then what doesn't work on a stationary plane? Please explain.
That guy just got bombasted, man. That was the hardest bludgeoning I've heard anybody take in quite a long while, and it wasn't necessarily the length of time. It was more of the severity of the repercussions, if you will.
Not gonna lie, that was one of the easier roastings we've done in a while, even though it was long and repetitious. But damn, bro got absolutely roasted. Go ahead, Sheepdog.
Bringing the analogy, it's like he was like pointing to the sky, and he's like, "Oh, the moon's going around and behind the curvature," and then you went back to the boat, and he's like, "No, that's not what's happening." It's like, dude, it's either the same fucking thing or what you're saying is not happening.
But listen, you guys, hold on. Listen to this. Hold on, though. The whole time he had this idea of what flat Earth was, that the moon is going underneath the flat Earth.
Correct.
The whole time.
Dude, he was called out on that from the very first breath. I was like, bro, you know, you're trying to take models and apply your observations to, and that's not what we do here. The Earth isn't a model. This is what they always try to do. Well, I took this flat Earth idea and I tried to make it work and it didn't work. So, yeah, well, this isn't a pawn shop where you can bring your goofy ideas and try to sell it to us.
So that's what busted him at the end.
It was kind of funny. I don't know if everybody should really take credit for that because he kind of did it to himself, really. But you guys did a great job.
For that
Steve and
creation bear.
and Gregory, that was great, guys.
Go ahead.
ACB, did you see what I posted like probably an hour or so ago? I know it was a while ago, but it was kind of like pertinent to the whole thing about like lakes and scenery and all that stuff. Did you see that?
I'm scrolling.
It was like an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. I was at the gym when I first started at the gym. But I don't know when specifically I tagged you in it, but the idea is that like when we tell you to go outside and look at the earth, right? Like I wanted to tell him this. When we go outside and tell you to look at the earth and we say go to a lake, a big lake, like when you look at that lake, do you see all the scenery around you? Or do you immediately imagine a ball in space in your mind? Like, I'm looking at the scenery and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. Look at all the blue and the green and all this other wildlife that's going on and everything. Not like, okay, as soon as I look out in the distance, I'm like, oh, we must be a spinning ball in outer space. That's not the first thing that comes to my mind.
That's actually the last. That's actually the last thing. If you really marvel at a Lake Michigan, or you marvel at where Sunny is in Southern California, if you marvel at what you see out there, the last thing you think about is a spinning space ball.
Exactly. Even at the ocean, when you look out, and I know Sunny can attest to this. I remember looking out like, there's no way. Like I can't believe this is a ball spinning in outer space. Back when I was a Glober, I was like, I can't believe this is a ball spinning in outer space. This is just amazing looking at this. How can this be a ball?
It doesn't correlate. So once again, that's basically only a stance you can have inside of a room with all the blinds drawn inside of a square box, still thinking you're on a ball, even though inside your room itself is all perpendicular and horizontal and laid up just like that, because that's the most efficient and strongest way to build.
Yeah.
And if you talk to someone like that, he has no idea of any construction technology, surveying techniques, manufacturing processes, or anything that's really done in real life. I would almost bet money on that.
Yo, T-Dub, what were you? I think you wanted to get in there. I wanted to hear what you had to say. If you're still there.
Look, it's gone. I was gonna say when you take it to the pawn shop, you were talking about taking that to the pawn shop. I was gonna say I'll give you a begging in a question fallacy followed by an affirmative.
Try to actually go out and buy that and use that as currency. See what
earlier today, somebody sent this to me. I posted it 2 minutes after the hour, just a minute ago. Somebody sent this to me on Instagram, and this is exact words. I just copied and pasted it over to here. So that's exactly what he wrote. And if you look at that and actually read it and interpret it for what it says, or know what it says, that is insanity. What they believe, it is actually insanity. I don't know how you can get much more insane or crazy than to believe what that guy says that their side believes. What that guy said is exactly what their side believes.
That was good. That was a great roasting, and I mean, I think it was pointed out earlier by AI. He was basically boiling it down to, well, if it could, and maybe, and if. Well, as I told him multiple times, we do the verification thing, not these if statements and maybe and possibly, and if I think of it this way, then maybe it works. You can take that somewhere else.
Yeah, I was just going to wrap it up, because that was quite interesting. But really, at the very end of it, it occurred to me that what he was doing was actually writing like a Santa Claus wish list. I wish it to be curved. I wish it to be curved. That's all. Just I wish it to be curved. And it is because I want it to be. Because of things I just don't know. They just are to me. And that's the way I want it. And so please, Santa Claus, I wish for a curved globe today. Please give it to me no matter what, including in spite of all my senses that are the creator given on this great plane that we exist on.
Well, basically boils down to well, it just doesn't work on my idea of flat. Well, your idea of flat is cap anyway, so you're correct. Jeez.
Good job on keeping them to the task of look, you're presupposing the ball to begin with. Heretic did a good job. Can we get over this presupposing the ball and get back to the measurement? And he didn't want to go with the measurement. And then he wanted to go to the sky and talk about the moon and the moon setting. And it appears to be going down behind. Oh wait, I'm not allowed to talk about that.
Well, dude, it's ridiculous the way it goes, right? If I claim I'm 6 foot tall, right? So the whole panel, somebody from the panel meets me and they start to measure me and they're like, whoa, dude, you're not seeming 6 foot here. And I'm like, whoa. I don't think you can just go off of that claim. What? I don't think you can't measure my height to really determine whether that claim is true or not. It's like that's complete bogus. The claim's already been made. You can't just discard the claim after it's been debunked. You see? This is what they do. Matthew Learns did this as well. Well, I just don't think you could squint at the horizon. Brother, we're not just squinting at the horizon. You guys claimed it's the curve of the Earth. Now that it's been redressed and rebutted and destroyed, now you're like, oh, well, I just don't think it's conclusive enough. Well, maybe y'all shouldn't have made the claim. So it's too late. But it's just that's so ridiculous.
Well, it's a base axiom. It's a base axiom, CB. If you claim a ball, there has to be curvature.
Exactly.
Measurable curvature.
Oh, you can't hold me to that. It's yeah, we can. It's baked in. Whoever said that, I thought that was a great line. It's completely baked in. You can't just take that apart and hold them hold them separately. Well, I'm 6 foot, but you can't hold me accountable to that. No, we're going to hold you accountable. If it doesn't match, then it doesn't match, period. The claim's false.
Yeah, I know you're 6 foot, CB. I was going to say, I know you're 6 foot, CB, because if I take a light and then bring it around your head and around the back of it, it disappears. That's how we know you're 6 foot.
I know, right? He was like, well, you can't know if you're 6 foot by being 3 miles away. And then he turns around and goes, well, to measure the surface of the Earth, you got to fly up into outer space. It's like, oh, bro, what the hell are you talking about, dude?
No, I'm just going to use the lights in the place in the store there to measure your height from the shadow.
Don't you hate it when you go to the store to ask them
the shadow of you standing there in the shoe store is going to tell me what your foot size is, and then I'm going to give you a shoe based on the shadow.
Yeah, right. Who's paying for that?
That's what he's saying.
And then after you tell them that doesn't make any sense, they're just going to go on and on telling you all the ways that you can't measure your shoe size.
Right, exactly. It was like, that's why I'm here, dummy. Oh my God, I came to get my foot measured. Oh, well, you can't really do that. Why don't you just check the security cameras and...
You can measure the length of your foot down at the foot level. Yeah, you can't do that because you have to invoke refraction, so you can't tell how long your foot is at the foot level.
So ridiculous, man.
Where's the refraction in all the shoe sizes? Is the refraction included in those?
They don't even realize they're making our arguments for us. He wasn't even embarrassed by that. It's like, bro.
It's quite amazing in their fairy tale. If you use the inverse square law of light, you would almost literally be fried by the time you got to the moon and sat down on it if it was in the fairy tale of 240,000 miles away. Inversely, the other way, with Saturn being 750 million miles away, and NASA telling us what the sun would look like from Saturn, that little pinprick, there is no way that you would look through your telescope terrestrially into the sky and see Saturn that bright. You would literally not be able to see Saturn because of how far it is away. So in their fairy tale, Saturn should not be able to be seen, and the moon, you should be fried by the time you got there. I don't remember anybody getting fried with Apollo 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, and 17. And, so it's entirely stupid. The whole thing is entirely stupid.
He was also real quick. He kept saying deductive reasoning, and my thing about deductive reasoning is if you're going to deduce something, you're going to want to reduce it down to its base axiom, and the base axiom basically is we observe it as flat and stationary. So, like when you invoke deductive reasoning, like come on. Like, you're just going to stop at some point in the middle of your deduction and be like, this is where we're going to stand our ground at. We're not moving from here. I know it's an island, but there's no fruit here, but we're just going to stay here anyway. What's up, AI? Did you want to add anything? I know you're listening in the background.
Why you gotta call me out?
I just curious. You always have something intelligent to say. I know you observed something. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
I was waiting for you to join when he was actually here, AI. I saw you in the chat.
Man. Okay. Dude, how am I supposed to eat if I never make money? I gotta do work sometime.
Well, yeah, you pointed out in the chat. I don't think he wasn't responding to any of your. You tagged him a few times. You told him that these things do change size in the sky, right? And that he basically debunked himself on the horizon claim.
Yeah. Well, that was his most convincing point, where he said, or at least while I was listening, he said, "To me, the sun doesn't change size like a car does. Therefore, the Earth is a globe," basically, which doesn't make sense. But he really was phrasing it, if the Earth was flat in the way I think it would be, and the way I think objects would look, and it doesn't look that way, therefore the Earth is not flat.
Ding, ding, ding.
To a globe.
Keep in mind I already snatched that off of him the first thing he said. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So keep in mind that the scale of things on the horizon relative to you, let me change that, horizontal. Okay, so if you're on the ground and the other things are also on the ground, then they're generally occupying the lowest angles that they could in your field of view, right? Whereas something that's thousands of miles above you, let's say, just for lack of a definitive distance to the sun, okay, it's multiple times further away than the things on the ground, right? So because of that, as they recede across your field of view, the angles that they occupy relative to their size aren't going to be equivalent. So you wouldn't expect an object that's far away from you already, but then is moving at a certain angle, right? Occupying certain angles. It's not going to have the same, like, dramatic change. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of like when you see an airplane go away. It rapidly changes and appears to settle in your field of view as it's overhead. But once it gets to a certain distance away, it takes, it's like it's floating for a while. Right? So the point of that is that when things are in different places in your field of view and occupy different angles relative to the distance that they are from you, they're just not going to have in size. You know what I'm saying? In other words, you wouldn't expect the sun to dramatically shrink as it crosses your field of view with the angles that it can occupy at the distance, at any significant amount of distance. But let's see. Most people interpret this through ideal perspective or artist perspective, like on a piece of paper with a single vanishing point, right? But truth be told, that's not actually how you see. You don't see to a point because you have a angular resolution limit, right? So you can't see down to an infinite point. You can see down to your limit, and that's it. All right, that's all I got.
Thank you. Round of applause, CB.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not even in here.
I still want to see 8 inches per mile square drop over distance. Somebody, please, one time.
That's the whole claim.
But what was the example that he was giving? That was Jaren's cardboard or whole example, right?
I think somebody else
for the light.
Yeah, that
No,
was
that's
crazy.
sorry. That was a different kid.
Yeah.
That was a different kid.
Yeah.
Crazy narwhal who tagged in to help out the other guy, and then he fell apart at the first remedial questioning of his claim.
Has anybody tried to speak to Scout of Gondor yet? He's just got voice verified, guys. I don't know who he is, if he's a flat earther or globe earther. Have we tried to communicate with Scout of Gondor?
Hey, Scout. Would you like to open your microphone? Just say hi.
It's just in this point of the conversation, Scout, where one person goes and we look up and down the server, see if anybody's new. You've just got voice verified, buddy. No Earth determining roles. I don't know if you're flat earther. I don't know if you're a globe earther. Fuck me, mate. You could even be a concave earther. But we want to give you and afford you the opportunity to speak, buddy. So, Scout of Gondor, if you've got any questions or things you want to bring up, buddy, you're more than welcome to do so. If not, we're just going to start talking shit about the people we spoke to about 5 minutes ago. Because that was fun. Oh, he's typing. He's working. All right, Scout of Gondor. Well, maybe when you're not working, mate, you can get involved in a conversation. That'd be awesome. Cheers, buddy. Sorry, guys, to interrupt.
Thank you for putting him out for us.
We do have a thingy thing that's just got voice verified. I don't know who you are either, my friend. So thingy thing. Welcome to the server, my friend. What brings you in? Probably not your name. Thinking thing. That's it. So thinking thing. You got voice verified, my friend. You can speak if you wish to, or you can
Looks
just
like you've been
listen
here
to
for a
us.
little while, but we would like to hear from you. Like Jedi will tell you, like, unless somebody new is asking questions, and it's just us kicking the can.
Sometimes people like to come in and just listen. We had this argument with a guy last night who just come in to listen. It's like, all right, mate, you can listen, but what do you want us to talk about? Because I can rip into Timbo in his Australian accent and him being a kangaroo smuggler all day. Do you want to listen to that? So, yeah, if anybody's new, just ask a question and we'll talk without even remembering that you're here for about 20 minutes.
If he's smuggling kangaroos, does that make him a fucking cunt?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think I called him a marsupial manipulator the other day. I don't know where that comes from, but I thought that was hilarious.
And if you're new, I mean, we're normal people, man. We're not these weirdos that they point us out to them.
Speak for yourself, mate.
I'm not a weirdo.
trying to convince?
Who am I trying to convince? I'm trying to convince the audience, man. That's the positive claim. I'm not a weirdo.
It's kind of a weird thing to try to convince someone of. Nah, I'm just kidding.
What has been going on today, guys, over the last few hours? I've jumped in and out a few times, but is anything, I know that you've just been talking to those guys. Did I hear, what was it, Bad Narwhal had been in as well? Oh my goodness me. Is it Bad Narwhal, whatever his name was?
Narwhal?
Yeah. I've spoken to him a couple of times before. He's interesting.
I haven't seen him in a while. It's been at least 4 or 5 months at least.
Yeah. An interesting video you posted earlier, AI, about the sun reducing in its size. That's down in the hashtag sunsets and stuff, yeah?
Now, we talked about like seemingly nice guys. I actually think this last guy was a nice guy, but he fully got wrecked.
No, I sent him a message in the chat. I said, "Bro, I appreciate you've been a good sport. I want to give you credit for that." I thought he was being genuine for the most part. It was a little repetitive, but I don't think it was a bad experience. I thought the way he left was kind of interesting, but yeah, he definitely got cooked badly.
Just your nice, friendly neighborhood globe smuggler.
Globe smuggler. Yeah, he was trying to smuggle it through what? The moon being a rock. Trying to smuggle it in through the sky. Not gonna happen, though.
He also had a top secret attaché was the freaking secretive like flat Earth idea. Also, he had some,
It was really easy to see what he was doing right from the jump. Well, it just wouldn't work on my idea of flat. Well, your idea of flat is garbage. So go ahead, Jenna.
I'm going to do it again, guys. So there's lots of people jumping in and out with voice verified, but no Earth determining roles. There's a guy called Nomad14. Hello, I'm Nomad14. Do apologise for calling you a guy. It could be a girl. But welcome to us, everybody. You've got voice verified, so I presume you've been here before, mate. How are you? You did unmute yourself then as well. I saw that. You don't have to speak, buddy. It's not a problem.
How are you guys doing, man? Good to be here.
Yeah, really well, my friend. How
Just
are you?
looking to learn, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that, mate. It's Friday night. What better can you do, eh?
Oh, that's it, man. When you start learning, you're dead, dude.
That's true. That's true. So, with regard to the shape of the Earth, mate, you haven't got any Earth-determining roles. So, may I ask you what you think the Earth is?
I mean, you know, they've always taught you that the Earth was round. But I remember watching this video of a guy that worked for NASA in the 90s, and he was saying literally everything they post is something that they created themselves. That nothing that they're showing us is the actual reality of what's out there. And just off that fact that, you know, it opens up a Pandora's box of possibilities of things that could be true. You know what I mean? So to completely say that a flat earther is wrong, I would have to tell you that you're very ignorant. Because if the government lies to us about everything else, why wouldn't they lie about that? That's the way I
Very
feel.
good point, mate. That is a good point. I mean, they do appear to lie to us about most things, right? So why not this as well?
Exactly.
So what was the video? It sounds interesting that you watched on YouTube. What was that?
You got to understand, back in the 90s when like YouTube started, a lot of these videos aren't on there no more. It took a lot of content off of YouTube. Like there was a lot of shit on there that I cannot find anymore. But it was literally a video of a NASA dude that said he worked for taking pictures for NASA, and he was saying he's like I'm coming out and just letting people know it's all fake. So in the 90s, I had that idea. So now to see it like catching on is kind of weird. You know what I mean? Like people came to that conclusion without seeing certain things. You know what I mean? Especially from inside.
I hear that for sure. No, it's definitely interesting, man. It's all. I can't even speak properly. So tired. I do apologise. It's awful, though. You are right. When they've taken so many things off of YouTube, it's like a modern day book burning, right? This piece of information you can't even know about, let alone think about it for yourself. Like I said, it's a modern day book burning, mate.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We got evil people controlling this thing, man. And no matter how you look at it, whether it be round or flat, we're all stuck in the same shit where we're being lied to daily, And
that is very true.
Yeah, that needs to be a discussion. People need to understand that also. So, a lot of what we think is reality is not reality, And flat earth is a part of that, the lies that they do, just, trying to break out the box so that more people wake up and actually do something about it.
What do you think we should do about it, though? Apart from tell everybody else along the way that we've been lied to about the shape of the earth, what else can we do about it?
Gather in groups, come together, create community. You know what I mean? Too long we've been stuck with this idea of, this is mine. Put up a wall around it. Like, we need to get away from that. It's not working. And we can see it by every day. It's not fucking working. We need to have more community, more people looking out for each other. Because if we are just on this rock that so they say we're all we got. Shit. You know what I mean? Where the hell else are we going to go? Especially for people that are poor and don't have money.
Well, I understand that, mate, for sure. No, I definitely agree with everything you said, buddy. Welcome to the server, my friend.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Good to be here.
Dude. Yeah, of course, man. No worries. If you've got any questions or you got anything that you want to discuss or anything, mate, please feel free to ask those questions or bring up that topic. I'm kind of getting the impression that you're not 100% convinced that the Earth is flat and stationary, but that's no matter at the moment, mate. That's not a problem at all. But if you got any questions or whatever, buddy, please feel free to ask.
Yeah, I would like to know what was the nominal event that made you guys come to that realization? Like what piece of information did you see that made you come to that?
Water for me. Yeah, I live near the water, so all it took me was to get the numbers and go, okay, well, how much drop is supposed to be there? And I went out and looked, and then I've debunked the radius dozens and dozens of times. I'm planning on doing it again today. I'm going to take a ride to the beach 8 miles and go look at the ocean. So it was easy. And like CB said, it's not just that we're fluttering our eyelids at the horizon. We're actually taking the numbers that were given us, the metric that was given us, and looking over water. And it's just so obvious once you just get that little bit of information. That's how it was for me. Plus, I've sailed thousands of miles, what I now know to be horizontal oceans. But anyway, I was going to say, Nomad, it sounds like you might be from like the Chicago area. Am I correct?
No, I don't like to divulge information like that.
Okay, dude, no problem. I'm not trying to dox you. Really, I'm not. Just all my family's from there. I have nothing to hide. So all my relatives are from Chicago. But anyway, shout out to the Windy City.
Anybody else with what their event was?
Man, I had a legal problem that I had to investigate and research, which correlated with some other research, which led me to the Sesta KV Act, which is also known as the Strawman Conspiracy, where the Crown basically had all these documents on people, England, London, etc. And when their big library or wherever all these documents was burning, they would lose track of all the estates and who's who. So rather than try to establish it, they just put out this primer that basically said, we own everybody and everything. And you have 7 years to come and tell us we don't own you, otherwise we default own you. Right? And then out of that came all kinds of other stuff, right?
The CIS-KV, right? You're talking about.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is on par. That is on par for the government, but go ahead.
Yeah, and it still applies today where, you have working contracts with the government that you don't even know you're in. And they're by your behavior and your parents' behavior, especially signing you up for, numbers from the government, etc., which create a legal fictional entity for which you're able to engage with the government. Right? Because human beings can't engage with corporations directly. They have to do it through another corporation. So a lot of people don't realize that their name and their identity cards and all that, it's kind of a proxy legal fiction in order for you to negotiate with other proxy legal fictions. Right? And this has to do with money. Anyway, the whole thing is it's a big deception, right? And it makes you be like, wait a minute. I didn't realize this is the way it was. And then you start thinking in that manner. And then lo and behold, the way that social media works now is they filter you content based on your predispositions and searches and other things, right? And so you might be researching this stuff, and then all of a sudden you'll get a video pop in your feed that you had never seen before, but it was connected through, degrees of separation. And as you close those degrees of separation, you find out new things. And so lo and behold, in all of my research, which was about that, and also about the nature of reality, in light of philosophies of reality, like idealism versus objectivism, which like one says that everything's matter, the other says everything's mind, and all these things. And they all coalesce to finally show up in my feed a video about flat Earth, and it had to do right up my wheelhouse, which is graphics, arts, optics, stuff like that. And the guy basically explained, the premise of the Earth curve formulas and why buildings are further away than you should be able to see, but also why the bottoms of things disappear because of optical consequences. And looking back at it, I never realized any of that, even though I was involved in that stuff, until that moment. And then after that moment, I challenged myself, and I went and I drew out all the angles and the buildings, and really quickly recognized that the physics of optics alone, by necessity, would cause the bottoms of things to disappear. Removing one of those linchpins of the globe paradigm, which is the bottoms of things can only disappear if there's Earth curve in the way. And from there on, I went to, seeing for myself, like the lack of curvature in the real world, and looking back at my previous life experience in the arts and graphics and photos and optics and also military targeting stuff, right?
Oh, sorry about that.
Just thinking to myself in the past, it's like, wait a minute. This weapon system that I use had this range, and this enemy that I was targeting was at this, and there's no way if the Earth was curved, I should have been able to see him. There should have been a big hump of Earth curve in the way. Right? Never crossed my mind before. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I think there's a lot of story of that when you go back into your memories of what you've seen before and realise that, hey, that wouldn't have happened if the Earth was a curved surface. So AI's point is brilliant. My one's pretty much kind of similar. Where I live in the UK is in the southeast, and across the English Channel, I can see France. In actual fact, everybody in Kent, when we go down to the coast, we can see France on a good enough day. So understanding that I've had these long distance observations, I took myself back down to Dover and see if I could, make that observation again, which I could. The observation's important because, like AI was saying, I wouldn't have been able to make that observation of Calais, 23 miles away across the English Channel, if the English Channel was curved, which it would necessarily have to be if we were on a ball. So there's lots of these stories where we rack our minds and we go back into conversations we might have had or experiences where we might have had, and a light comes on and we go, oh yeah, shit. And that usually comes along when somebody's watched a video on YouTube and things start ringing home and you have these memories and you go, oh my goodness, right, yeah, I'll listen a bit more. This is interesting because I've made this observation, and if you're right, the curve of the Earth should have got in the way, but it didn't. So carry on, Mr. YouTube content creator, I'll have a listen. And that's pretty much how I would suggest the most of us got to this point, because somebody opened our mind with the ability to question what we thought was already a foregone conclusion. We took it for granted that the Earth was a spinning ball. Everything else can be a lie, apart from the thing that we're standing on, because we're standing on it, right? So I think it was up until that point, the majority of people, I would suggest, usually on a YouTube video, where somebody had questioned or given a little bit of content that helped them realise. That's probably most people's journey. It's not everybody's journey, though. My partner, Alex, for example, Angel up in the top of the server, she knew the Earth was flat well before anybody put any content out on YouTube, because the area in which she lives is extremely flat. So it takes all types and all people, but ultimately most people need a push over the edge. They need the confidence to question this, and that's what YouTube and other content creators have given us, I think. The ability to question.
Or to piggyback, I think you need a life experience or a world experience, which was, for many of us, March 2020. And that basically, told us that something's going on, and we're being lied to about this. Maybe we're being lied to about that. Another thing that a lot of people, I really love the Grand Canyon. Been there 4 or 5 times. And when you're on the South Rim, where all the tourists are, the elevation is 6,800 feet. 21 miles across to the North Rim, it's 8,200 feet. And they have a forest over there, trees and everything, 1,400 feet taller, but it should be bending away at 216 feet at 6 feet observation height. Obviously, you would see that if you lived on a ball. And then you go to the watchtower, which is on the east side of the Grand Canyon, and you look across, and it's 70 miles to the west rim. And of course, there's no land there. There's just air because the Colorado River is down below. And so you look at that from 70 miles away, and you go, nothing's curving away. But when you believe that everything is fine and you're on a globe, you don't think about that. You look at that and you go, isn't that pretty? But you never think about it. Now you go and you'll be thinking, well, we should have a curve of 216 feet from the south to the north rim, and we should have a curve of 3,000 feet at 70 miles, 6 feet observation height from the watchtower on the east side to the west side. But there is none. And so now that is an automatic proof that we live on a stationary plane.
And honestly, I've been in planes and it never looked round. I've never seen a curvature either, just to be honest with you. And I've looked off into the horizon and never seen anything that resembles a curve whatsoever, honestly. That's what always plagued me, and I was like, "What the fuck? They must be lying about this shit." And that's why when I heard about it again, I was like, "Damn!" Like sparked my interest. I'm like, because this is part of the whole story. You know what I mean? Definitely part of the whole story. You have to know where we're on to know where we're going. You know.
Heard that, brother? Yeah, it's funny, man. There's so many mixed signals. Like, you go to Google and it says you can see curvature from an airplane, and then if you actually get on a plane, there's no curve to be seen. But, like, even if I was Team Globe, I definitely would not be saying that you can see curvature. But, like, the mixed signals are crazy. You have people say, well, you can see it at the beach. Just climb a tree. You can see it in a tree. Oh, go on a mountain in a tall building. And it's like, none of those are true. So they will get you with the mixed signals. You do have to be careful. If you study the math will tell you that you can't see curvature even from, like, I think you'd have to be like 700 miles away from the Earth. Maybe up to like 1,400 miles, some crazy distance away to even, start to see this. So, yeah, a lot of homework to do.
Wait, so what about those sun experiments? Because every time people hit me with that shit, they're always like, they do that sun experiment where I think it's like there's like either a stick in the ground, yeah, stick and shadow, pretty much. Like what negates that?
Well, to be honest, you'll have people on Team Globe that negate it. They'll say it works on both a flat Earth and a globe. But it's just built on assumptions. So step 1, just assume it's a globe. Step 2, assume the sun's just crazy far away. Step 3, assume the rays come in parallel. Well, take a look at the rays from the sun. They are definitely not parallel. So that's a good way to negate what they're claiming is you never see parallel sun rays, ever.
Right, yeah. Basically, you can stand under your living room light and see that you've got little to no shadow. Take a few steps. Take a few more steps. You've got a longer shadow. Are you going to conclude that your living room or lounge room is spherical?
No. You would be an idiot if you did.
Very true.
See, this is part of the story, though, when people like to give us Aristophanes, a guy with a well and a guy with a stick, 500 miles away, right? And this is what people believe that proved the Earth had curvature. It's crazy because T-Dubs is just pointing something up really, really simple. You stand underneath a light, you're not going to get any shadow. Move away from the light, watch the shadow increase in front of you. Doesn't mean that the surface you're standing on is curved, right? But people buy this without any critical thought, without even the contemplation of what T-Dubs has just pointed out, which we speak about daily in this server. When we tell people this, it's like, oh yeah, never thought of that. Yeah, right, you'd never thought about anything. So when people get given the Aristophanes story, they might not even understand it. They've just got to trust in your authority that at least there's a story there and somebody proves something, apparently. Critical thought is probably one of the greatest gifts that have been given to flat earthers, I think.
Here's that clip from Vsauce real fast, pretty short one.
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth if the sun were only a few thousand miles away and 32 miles across. The math would work out the same.
There you go. Go ahead. Someone else wanted to go in.
Yeah, I think something that it was probably 4 or 5 days ago at Indiana Dunes. I just posted it 41 minutes after the hour. I had the bottom photo is when the sun, it was, a cloud came up there and it basically blocked the sunset. But you see where the sun is, moving away almost out of sight. And you go to the top view and that cloud bank is still basically there where the sun had moved away, a little bit after that. And then you look at the rays. There's Chicago in the middle part. That's the Sears Tower and the High Line of Chicago right there. but you see how the center point of those rays, how they're coming out. So you see when the sun moved away, it kept moving to the right, which I find I had no idea the sun moved to the right in the sky, just like the moon does. And it was an amazing picture that, if you want to call these anti-crepuscular rays, that's fine. But it was just amazing. Once the sun moved away from us in the bottom picture and the top picture, it kept moving to the right. So the rays of the sun showed us that it was still moving to the right. I find that very interesting.
Which text stream did you post this in, mate? Because it's not in the live stream voice text at 41 minutes past the hour. The last comment was mine.
I am so sorry. Just a second.
No, you're absolutely fine.
I am such an airhead. Forgive me.
No need to apologise, mate. No need to apologise at all.
Put it in somebody said, please go to the VC check-in. I did, and that's where I posted it. I'm sorry.
Strike one, Jim. Strike one.
Oh my God, I'm such an airhead. Oh my God. Okay, here's the one picture. Yeah. There's the one picture, and I'll get the other one up. Yeah, really. I can't argue with that one. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I did that. Oh my goodness.
Just added that one today. It gave me the perfect chance to play it.
Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. And there's the second one. Sorry. God, I'm such an airhead. There we go. Well, no, that's not it either. Oh well.
Come on, Jim.
I'm trying. Too much pressure, guys. Too much pressure. Going over to my E drive. Okay. There it is. Okay. I think I got it now. There we go. Hey, it only took me like 3 tries. Sorry.
That's all right, Boomer. No worries, mate.
So anyway, the bottom picture where the sunset, moved away, and then probably 20 minutes later, how it had moved completely out of sight, but was still moving to the right, because you can tell where the center of the rays would have been. One of the rays, which is going slightly to the right, is coming right over Sears Tower or Wills Tower right there. So maybe on speculation Sunday we can talk about what the sun's doing when we can no longer see it. That'd be fun.
Or what it's doing right before we can no longer see it.
True. Very true.
So is the line of thought that the sun is just moving further along the plane, and that's the reason why you don't see it anymore? Or is it does it have a circular motion around the actual, plane of what the Earth is? You know what I'm saying? How do you guys view that?
Well, I learned by seeing one sun rise over at Michigan City, and seeing, 7 or 8, 9, 10 sunsets now that are on video, that I know for a fact that when it comes up in the morning, moves toward us, it's also moving to the right in the summertime, almost as much as it's moving up. Because if I set it on my screen, on my 3-inch screen on my P1000, and set it in the lower left-hand corner, when the sun moves toward us in the morning, it will pretty much go directly to the upper right-hand corner. Consequently, when it goes down in the morning at 40 degrees north here, when I set it in the upper left-hand corner, it will go all the way to the lower right-hand corner of my screen without me moving it at all. And it's the most amazing thing. I had no idea it was doing that. And it's doing this in these 2 pictures. When it's moved out of sight in the bottom picture, and it's completely out of sight, it is still moving to the right. And I just find that fascinating. Now, how does that correlate? How does that correlate to what it's doing, what we think is above us? And so I think it's fascinating. I won't speculate now. I'll wait till Sunday.
It would be interesting to do an observation quarterly, like on the equinoxes and on the solstices,
Yes.
to see if there's a directional change in either of those.
Yeah, what's fascinating is right now when the moon came up, I think it was moved toward us on July 2nd. I think it was July 2nd when it was a full moon. It came up. My balcony faces southeast, and so when it came up, I looked to the left, and it was to the left, between these apartment complexes. I went out like an hour later, and it had moved all the way to the right of that one apartment complex, and started moving up. So the moon is not it doesn't stay in the sky too much this time of year, whereas the sun stays in the sky visible more, and then they're going to change places, in the winter. And so I can't wait to see that change of the sun, because right now, which I find fascinating, is the sun is to the right when it sets to the north of Michigan City, Union Pier, Warren Dunes, and where Josh Lewicki took that shot, Grand Pier State Park, that Tom Coombs called it a mirage, and then St. Joseph. But now, after June 21st, it's starting to make its way back to the left or to the south, and in about a month, maybe less, it will be right behind Michigan City. The sun will be right behind Chicago, so I'll get a nice little silhouette of that. And then at Warren Dunes, which is 20 miles north of here, about 14 miles across Lake Michigan, in about another 3-4 weeks after that, I'll get a nice silhouette from there. And probably toward the end of September, if I can see it, well enough, I'll get a silhouette from St. Joseph, which is 62 miles away. And so, because the sun the Chicago is fixed, but the sun is not. Now it's moving back left to south, and I'm not fixed because I can move up and down the coast. And so it's really fascinating. The whole I had no idea about the whole thing, and now I know. It's really fun.
And then just to be clear, we're not saying there's a correlation for anybody out there listening. We're not saying that there's a correlation, but to make an observation and then from there determine if there's any correlation. It's an interesting thing to do and see, and we'll see what we can make of it.
Yeah, and we'll wait till Sunday to go in depth.
You want to hear that one? So have y'all heard about the new Glover argument with I don't know if it's a new one. To me, it's new for like the last couple of months. Using like reverse elevation angles for sextants in order to do celestial navigation. Well, I know, like they're like, oh yeah, if you hang a plumb bob in front of the sextant and then you get your elevation angle and then take that reverse angle, then you can start doing your math based off of the location of Polaris. I'm like, wait, what? You still got to get your elevation angle in order to get the reverse angle. That's the whole point of a triangle, isn't it?
Don't say angle, mate. You give them all fucking nightmares.
I know.
Oh, dude.
I've never.
But anyway,
never
that's
come
the
up
new
with
thing
word
going
or-
around.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
I'm like, there's
I mean,
no
I've
way in hell that like 2,000 years. My robot.
No, mate. We're just interrupting each other. I've probably got some type of like man. You're fine.
I'm just saying, like 2,000 years ago, there was no way in hell that they were doing all this extra math for celestial navigation. Like they took an angle for the stars, took the next angle to the star, took the next angle to the star. Hey, we got our ground positioning location, and that was it. Oh no, we got to do all this reverse angle trigonometry and figure it out. That no.
Yeah, it's funny they have to do all this like corrections and all this stuff. It's like I'm so glad that we're not on that side of the fence. Oh well, we go into reality and measure a curve, but we have to correct it to make it flat. Like I'm glad I'm not. That's not us, man. What it is what it is. We don't need to correct and change it in the math and all this crazy stuff. That's what they have to do. Corrections. How is that?
Well, it's the same thing with the theodolite argument on roboting. If I'm not roboting, I'm going to continue. The theodolite argument, it's like when you're looking over a long distance, are you taking in the account of refraction with your observation? No, I never thought about that.
And the instrument's only designed for the length of an average aircraft carrier, 900 feet. Most aircraft carriers are longer. So can you imagine trying to use an instrument designed for that distance?
Yeah, if you purport to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 miles out on a theodolite, then you are using it incorrectly. 2, what you see one day, you go back the next day, it will look entirely different. So if you make a measurement or an observation on one day from a theodolite 4, 5, 6, 7 miles away, then you are doing a disservice to what the theodolite was built for.